Yo Atlas speaking and welcome to part 2 of What If I Was Reincarnated in the Naruto verse as Orochimaru's human experiment. Let the tale begin. Chapter 21, Saving Lord Third. Ting! Thwack! Ting! Zing! Swish! Thud! Crack! Huff, huff, huff. What the hell is this kid? He's not normal. A sound ninja said as he watched another one of his comrades drop dead to the ground with 5 needles sticking out of him. Haku stood not far away from them as he gave a quick glance at the barrier that held the Hokage and Orochimaru. He noted the 3 Umbus sitting on the roof watching Lord Hokage battle Orochimaru and thought to himself, what the hell are those 3 useless Umbu doing? They're just sitting there and watching? They won't even attempt to try anything? If they can't do anything about the barrier, they could at least help us get rid of these guys sooner, he inwardly cursed in his head. Kakashi and Guy were extremely surprised. As they fought against the 4 ninja, they noticed that Haku was doing just as well on his own and killing many of the ninja that instigated the attack. Yamato, you really weren't kidding when you said that they were truly skilled. I'm afraid even Sasuke won't be able to beat him right now, Kakashi thought as he parried a kunai and threw a heavy kick at one of the foreign shinobi. At this time Naruto and his group chased after Sasuke and Gaara. Since they were followed, Shikamaru elected to stay behind to dupe them, successfully capturing 8 sound ninja with his shadow possession jutsu. Tisk, Kakashi's dog Pakin, said that there were 9 people following us. That last person's job is probably to hide in the shadows just for situations like these. Shikamaru complained to himself. Just as he was contemplating his next move, he heard a familiar voice. I found this person hiding in the shadows. The voice belonging to that person then dropped a dead man on the ground. A sound ninja lay bloody on the ground for all to see. This instantly caused all of the 8 captured sound ninja to panic, since that guy was supposed to be the one to free them in situations like these. Shikamaru turned to look who it was and said in a surprised voice, Kimimaro? Kimimaro turned to look at Shikamaru and nodded his head in acknowledgement. Min. He then walked over to Shikamaru's side and said, you should kill all of them first before your shadow possession jutsu wears out. When those sound ninja heard Kimimaro say that, they were instantly distressed. Wait. We can talk this out. Sigh. What a pain, Shikamaru thought. Well, I knew there was a 9th person but wasn't sure where he was. You saved me a lot of trouble. Thanks. Shikamaru said. He then took out 4 shuriken and 4 kunai and threw them, effectively killing the 8 sound ninja he captured with his shadow possession jutsu. Phew! He breathed out a sigh of relief. He turned to Kimimaro and said, what are you doing out here anyways? Me? I won't be able to hide it much longer, so I suppose it won't hurt letting you know. My health is actually not that good. Getting into any serious fights will flare up my condition. I promised someone to stay out of the battle unless I have to. Would you like to join me? Kimimaro replied. Shikamaru said dumbfoundedly. He then smiled and said, well, since you're offering, I will graciously accept. So where's your resting spot? Haku jumped back and parried an attack before putting his hands together and forming the signs of ram, tiger, and said, water-style syrup trap jutsu. A dark murky wave of water quickly washed over the bodies of 5 sound ninja, effectively slowing their movements and keeping them stuck to the ground. Kakashi and Haku used that moment to quickly kill all 5 of them in the next instant. It was also at this moment that Haku noticed Lord Third fall to the ground with Orochimaru standing over him. It seemed like they were talking about something, however Haku saw that scene as an immediate threat to Lord Third's life and threw a kunai in the air with a paper bomb attached. It exploded, creating a large plume of smoke in the air. What was that for? Kakashi asked, confused. Haku simply said with a voice of indifference, for Big Brother to save Lord Hokage. Kakashi and Guy became even more confused at how that paper bomb was meant for Izaya to save Lord Third. I just stabbed a sand ninja in the neck and killed him when I saw a plume of smoke in the air. I instantly reacted by placing my hands together and said, Shadow Clone Jutsu. I then formed the hand sign of confrontation and said, Flying Thunder God Jutsu. I left my shadow clone in charge of the barrier as I instantly appeared in front of Lord Third and kicked Orochimaru in the face, which sent him flying back through the air all the way near the wall of the 4 Violet Flames formation barrier. The 3 Umbu outside the barrier, the 4 Sound Ninja, Orochimaru, and Lord Third were so shocked at my entrance that they didn't know how to react as their voices got caught in the back of their throats. Good thing I only fought with taijutsu earlier against those Sand Ninja and conserved as much chakra as I could. Even with the shadow clone, I should still have enough chakra to teleport Lord Third and myself out of this damn barrier. I then turned to Lord Third and helped him stand as he looked at me still with a shocked expression on his face. Izaya-kun, did you use the Flying Thunder God Jutsu just now? Min. I nodded. I pointed at the necklace he was wearing and said, Forgive me, Lord Third. I meant no harm by giving you this necklace that contains my sealing formula inside. I just wanted to have a way to thank you for all the years and care that you've given my brothers and I. The only thing I could think of that was worthy of what you have done for us was to help protect you if anything were to ever happen. For that I would need to be able to arrive at your side instantly. I hope you can pardon my act of secrecy. I said with an apologetic tone, yet not taking my eyes off of Orochimaru and the 2 reanimated Kage. Very well. We can have a nice long chat later, Hiruzen said as he refocused. Orochimaru snarled as he stared very closely at me. You! I had a feeling you were capable after the first time we fought, however, you've given me quite a surprise. The Flying Thunder God Jutsu is the signature ability of the 4th Hokage. To think a child like you would be able to use it. Hee ha ha ha. Your body might be a good replacement for me until Sasuke fully matures, he said as he licked his lips with his long disgusting tongue. Lord Third stood in front of me at that moment and said in a stern voice, Orochimaru, I will not allow you to do as you please. He, Sarutobi-sensei, you should worry about whether you can save yourself first before you worry about anyone else. Orochimaru replied as the reanimated 1st and 2nd Hokage stood beside him. I then walked beside Lord Third and said, Lord Third, it is unwise to continue fighting Orochimaru inside this barrier. Especially when he has reanimated Lord 1st and Lord 2nd. With the help of the other Jonin and Umbu we'll be able to hold them off without you having to risk your life. Hiruzen looked at me for a moment, noticing my resolve, and nodded his head as if understanding the next plan of action. Very well, he said. Orochimaru narrowed his eyes at us, guessing what we were about to do. However, before he could do anything to stop us, I placed my hand on Lord Third's shoulder and said, Flying Thunder God Jutsu. No! Orochimaru shot towards us with his fastest speed, however he was too slow. Lord Third and I instantly appeared by the arena balcony where I had placed my mark earlier before I left to the outskirts of the village. Oh! Hiruzen exclaimed in surprise as he noticed we were out of the barrier and near Kakashi, Guy, Haku, and the other Leaf Shinobi. Huff, huff, huff. I panted as I leaned against the wall to stabilize myself. Kakashi and the other Leaf Shinobi instantly made their way over to us. All of them still too shocked to say anything. They could only keep their shock to themselves and accept what had happened, given that the situation called for them to all be focused and serious. Kakashi did however have one thought come across his mind, Minato-sensei. Izaya! Are you alright? Hiruzen slowly helped me sit down and rest. I nodded my head and said, I'm fine. I'm good with teleporting myself, but not so good with teleporting others. It costs a lot of my chakra to take others with me through my Flying Thunder God Jutsu. I've also split my chakra in half before coming here to have my shadow clone maintain a barrier that I have set up by the village gates to reduce the damage to the village. I explained as I struggled to remain conscious. Haku quickly came to my side and used the medical ninjutsu he learnt over the years to begin healing me and restore some of my chakra. Big brother, just rest. You don't have to explain everything right now, Haku said with concern. Min. Hiruzen nodded as he turned to all the Leaf Shinobi present. Izaya has done a great deed for the Hidden Leaf. Haku as well. The rest of us must not let the efforts of the young be in vain. I will count on all of you to help aid me in suppressing the attack and Orochimaru. Yes. All the Leaf Shinobi assented. TSK. How can this be? I had planned everything perfectly. Who would have thought that my plans would be foiled by this child who hasn't yet become a Chunin? Orochimaru seethed with anger but also with great interest in Izaya's display of power. I really want that child along with Sasuke, but the odds are against me now. I have no choice now, he silently thought to himself. Withdraw! Orochimaru shouted as the four-sound ninja deactivated their barrier and left hastily with Orochimaru. The reanimated first and second Hokages slowly withered away as the body of the sacrifices for the technique dropped dead on the rooftop. Lord Third and the other Leaf Shinobi with him ran off and chased after Orochimaru while Haku remained seated with me as he continued to heal me. Clone Izaya remained guarded by Ibuki and some other Leaf Shinobi as he maintained the five-seal barrier. Not long after Jiraiya arrived and destroyed the summoned snake, which prompted Clone Izaya to instantly stop the flow of his chakra into the five seals barrier technique, effectively releasing its barrier field. Clone Izaya then disappeared in a puff of smoke, and whatever remaining chakra it had returned to Izaya's original body along with everything it had witnessed. Ibuki as well as the other Leaf Ninja that were guarding Clone Izaya said at the same time in surprise. This entire time the one maintaining the barrier was a clone? One of the shinobi said in disbelief. Although surprised, Ibuki recomposed himself in the next moment and said, "It's fine." Whether it was actually Izaya or a clone, the fact remains that it was the one who was maintaining this barrier that protected the village from suffering external damage. The others assented. With the giant snake summoned dead and Lord Third free, it wasn't long after that the battle had ended. Orochimaru and his sound four ninja had managed to escape in some slippery way, and the rest of the four ninja who couldn't escape were either killed or surrendered. Haku and I just sat down by the arena wall staring at the damage from the earlier battle. The crowd of people were all still under the Jinjutsu from earlier as well, but this was for the best. If they weren't placed under Jinjutsu, the battle would have been incredibly chaotic if they all panicked. Well, does this mean we're Chunin now or not? Haku smiled and attempted a joke to lighten the mood. I simply turned my head to look at him for a moment before I was unable to contain my laughter. Ha 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 ha. I placed my hand on Haku's shoulder as we stood up and said, "Let's go find Kimimaro. I could go for some meat skewers right now." Chapter 22, Becoming Umbu. Knock knock. Enter. Hiruzen said with his back turned as he continued to stare out the window at the village. After receiving permission, Haku, Kimimaro, and I walked into the room and closed the door behind us. We all stood beside each other and then knelt down on one knee as we waited for Lord Third to turn and greet us. Hiruzen gave a puff of smoke with his pipe before he turned to look at the three young shinobi in front of him with a thoughtful look. It had been a few days since the attack on the Hidden Leaf, but thankfully due to everyone's efforts the damage done was minimal and things with the Hidden Sand Village were dealt with accordingly. "Rise," Hiruzen said. The three of us stood up and awaited to hear the reason why Lord Third summoned us to his quarters. Hiruzen then said, "Haku, Izaya, Kimimaro, I have some things that I wish to discuss with you all, but first let me fill you in on the situation of the Hidden Leaf. These past few days I have met with the Council of the Feudal Land of Fire. After what has happened with the village, I have decided that I am indeed too old now to properly manage it. I have decided to abdicate the position of Hokage for the fifth Hokage." The three of us were instantly shocked at this new development. Ha ha ha, now, it was to be expected. I can't be Hokage forever. After a long debate and discussion, we have decided that the fifth Hokage will be Tsunade. She was one of my personal disciples back in the day alongside Orochimaru and Jiraiya. Her current whereabouts are unknown, however Jiraiya has volunteered to find her. Then, Lord Third, is the reason you've called us here so we may assist in something? I asked. Hiruzen gave a thoughtful look before saying, Well, perhaps. Allow me to explain further why I have invited you three here and only you three. First, Haku. Izaya. Congratulations, it's been decided that the both of you will be officially promoted to Chunin. As for Kimimaro, I know of your sickness and you have also yet to show your true skills to the other Chunin and Jonin of this village, therefore you have not yet been granted this title. No need to fret though, as with your skills, it's only a matter of taking the test as a formality. Haku and I were startled and elated at this news and bowed respectfully saying, "Thank you, Lord Third." Kimimaro also saluted Lord Third and said, "I understand." Min. It is as it should be. Hiruzen replied. He took one more puff of smoke before continuing, "There is still something I wish to discuss. First, Izaya. Not only am I aware that you can utilize the wood style, but I am truly surprised that you have the capability of utilizing the Flying Thunder God Jutsu of the 4th Hokage. Then again, I can understand. One must be an outstanding sensory-type shinobi to use this skill alone. I may be a sensory-type shinobi myself, but my skills in this area are subpar at best. You however have a great talent in this area. You also have a formidable comprehension ability of sealing techniques. I remember when I first met you all those years ago you were only 7, but you had already been able to place a sealing technique over your blindfold to conceal your eyes. With your sensing skills and Sharingan, you can recognize patterns and see the intricacies of sealing techniques. Then, by using your formidable comprehension ability, you can understand the technique's usage. You also use this talent of yours to easily create your own unique sealing formula pertaining to spacetime, which you then use to fuse your chakra with. This also means you have a formidable comprehension of the concept of space and time. And finally, your control over your chakra. You have a lot of chakra for your age, and the fact that you cannot deactivate your Sharingan means it constantly drains your chakra. For you to keep the drain on your chakra to such minimal levels so it doesn't interfere with your life as a shinobi means that your ability to finally control chakra is extraordinary. All of these factors combined make you suited to learn the Flying Thunder God Jutsu. By activating your technique you can transport yourself into your own unique space. By using your powerful sensing abilities you can detect which of your markers with your unique chakra you wish to fly to. You can then connect your chakra with your unique chakra on the seal to appear at those locations. Even though I understand the concept of the technique, not even I can execute such a jutsu, hence I am not merely spouting nonsense, I am thoroughly impressed. I will not ask how you were able to come by this technique. You have, after all, saved my life and perhaps contributed the most merit in this recent attack on Konoha. This brings me to the second thing I wish to discuss. I have decided that I will grant one request of yours without fail. You need not worry about Kimimaro's condition. I promise that I shall help monitor his health, so don't waste your one request on something like that. Now tell me, is there anything you might want? The development of the situation was different from what I had expected. I thought that Lord Third would question why I would be able to utilize the Flying Thunder God, but I guess not. Instead, he is rewarding me. What should I ask for? I momentarily paused and contemplated what would benefit me, and then I had a thought. Lord Third, if I may be so presumptuous to ask, there is one thing I wish for. Speak. Hiruzen nodded and said. I hesitated for a moment before bowing my head and said, then, my one request is that you grant me the permission to study the contents in the first Hokage's scroll of sealing. Hiruzen gave a surprised and thoughtful look before replying, The scroll of sealing. The only ones who have seen the full contents of that scroll are those enacted as Hokage. A few exceptional jonin have also seen the contents, but even then they are only allowed to view part of it. A small bead of sweat rolled down the side of my head as I thought to myself, did I ask for too much? Ha ha ha. Hiruzen laughed amiably. He then said, very well. Huh. Haku, Kimimaro, and I were instantly surprised at this unexpected answer. He agreed? I mentally thought in wonderment. Hiruzen smiled at our shocked expressions before speaking again. Ahem. Well, you truly know how to make a difficult request, Izaya-kun. I can show you some of the scroll of sealing, however, it will only be some parts of the scroll. I know I said I would grant any request without fail, but I hope you can forgive this old man for not being able to completely fulfill your request." I shook my head and said, "Not at all, Lord Third. In fact, I merely made that request on a whim. I never expected to actually be granted the chance to view it. Being allowed to view even just some parts of it is already more than I could have imagined." Hiruzen nodded his head in approval. Ahem. The next topic I wish to discuss with the three of you is actually a presumptuous request of mine. Haku, Kimimaro, and I were a bit dumbstruck. There's actually more that Lord Third wishes to speak to us about, we all silently thought. Hiruzen continued, "This request of mine. Since I will soon leave the position of Hokage to Tsunade, that means I have more free time. I was hoping that I may take you three on as disciples of mine." All three of us were instantly shocked. "Are you sure?" we all said. "Oh, of course, that is, if you three are willing," Hiruzen replied. At that moment all three of us knelt and saluted Lord Third as we said, "Please accept our greetings, Sensei." Hiruzen had a smile on his face as he watched this scene and said, "Amen. I have accepted your greetings. You may call me Hiruzen Sensei. Rise. I will send word for you when I wish to begin a lesson." Now this brings me to the last thing I wish to discuss. There's still more after all of that? The three of us collectively thought. We all waited for Lord Third to continue. Ahem. The last thing I wish to discuss. First off, due to your health, Kimimaro, it is unwise for you to take on any missions or perform any strenuous activities until you are fully healed. When Tsunade arrives in the village, I will have her take a look at your condition. Most likely it may take a few months, perhaps more, to completely rid you of your disease even with Tsunade's skills. In this way the three of you can no longer form a three-man team. For now at least I wish to make one more presumptuous request of both Haku and Izaya. Will you both become a part of my temporary Umbu division? Once more the three of us were stunned. Especially Haku and I. We both looked at each other and then also at Kimimaro and had come to a silent tacit agreement. We both turned to face Lord Third and cupped our fists before answering, "We humbly accept your request." Phew. Hiruzen let out a sigh of relief. I thought I might have to try a bit harder to persuade you both, but it seems that won't be the case. Very well. From this day forth you three shall be my disciples. Haku and Izaya shall also be Umbu under my command, whilst Kimimaro shall focus on being cured of his disease. As Umbu, it does not mean you need to stop your other duties or daily tasks. You only need to perform your duties as Umbu when I ask for it, otherwise you may continue your daily tasks as you see fit. Haku, I hear from Yamato that you have mastered the Hidden Mist silent killing technique. From this day forth your Umbu name shall be Silent Mist. Izaya, you have learnt the Flying Thunder God technique and have the greatest speed, allowing you to appear and disappear at a moment's notice. From this day forth your Umbu name shall be Ghost. Haku, Kimimaro, and I nodded. Hiruzen looked at us with fondness and said, "Very well. Kimimaro, I want you to head to the Konoha hospital first. Tell them I sent you and they will know what to do." He nodded. He looked at us one more time before heading out for the hospital. Hiruzen then turned towards us and said, "Your masks are over here on the table as well as your Umbu gear. I have placed the same concealing technique on your mask, Izaya, therefore you can remove your blindfold so others will not know it is you. I know I am asking a lot, but I have a mission for you both. Please get dressed in your gear after you hear my mission. It shouldn't be too difficult, but you never know. For your first Umbu mission, I would like the two of you to move together and do some reconnaissance of the surrounding area of the Leaf Village. You may use your own judgment as to how far and how extensive your search needs to be. I shall await for your report." Many of our other Umbu were sent out to the other villages to check on their situation before the final Chunin exam began, so I can only leave this to the both of you. As I want this mission completed as soon as possible, I will have you both complete your formal Umbu training when one of the senior members I trust return. I trust that both of your current skills should suffice for a mission like this. Haku and I saluted Lord Third before changing into our umbu gear and disappeared from the room. Swish! Silent Mist and I were headed towards the village gate to perform reconnaissance on the surrounding area of the leaf when I noticed a disturbance on the road that was leading outside the village in a different direction. I quickly stopped moving forward, which prompted Silent Mist to stop as well. He looked at me and said, "What's wrong, Ghost?" I turned to him and said, "Silent Mist, I sense something off in this direction. Let's head out of the village this way instead of through the main gate." Min. Silent Mist nodded as we dashed in the direction of the disturbance. I instantly knew what had happened when we arrived at the scene. Instead of showing ourselves, we hid our presence and stood in the shadows of the forest as we watched the scene in front of us. Kakashi was being carried over Guy's shoulder as Asuma and Kurenai followed behind. Looks like Itachi and Kisame have already come and gone. If that's the case, then they should have just left. That means we aren't far behind. This is a good chance for me to speak with Itachi. Silent Mist, follow me. I quickly disappeared from my hiding spot as Silent Mist followed suit. Using my sensory perception, I was able to track their location, which wasn't that far away. After they had dashed off from their earlier fight by the river and made it outside the village, they began to walk again at a leisurely pace, making their way to where Naruto and Jiraiya would be, just as I remembered it. Since they were walking, it made it easy for Silent Mist and I to catch up. Before they could go any further, I threw a kunai down 10 feet in front of them, which prompted them both to stop. Itachi and Kisame just stood there with indifference as they waited for their pursuer to show themselves. Not a moment later, Silent Mist and I appeared in front of the kunai. "Oh? Umbu from the leaf, eh? What should we do, Itachi?" Kisame asked his partner. Itachi stared at these two umbu for a moment, noticing how young they were. In fact, he noticed that these two umbus seemed to be almost as young as he was when he first joined the umbu. When I first joined the umbu, I was only 11. I became a captain of the umbu at 13. These two in front of us seem to be somewhere between the ages of 12 and 14. If that's the case, then they must be quite skilled, Itachi silently thought as he observed us for a moment longer. Kisame just patiently waited for Itachi to finish his thoughts and give some orders. "You both are quite young for umbu," Itachi commented. "You are Uchiha Itachi, aren't you? And your partner there is Hoshigaki Kisame of the Hidden Mist, correct?" I said with a steady voice that showed no hostility nor servility. Itachi noticed this and was a bit surprised that this umbu in front of him didn't seem hostile. He took notice of my partner Silent Mist and couldn't help but feel amused inside. For some reason he felt that these two umbu were similar to Kisame and himself. He would usually be the one to give orders while Kisame simply obeyed, and he felt it was a similar situation with these two umbu. "So you know our names. What do we call you?" Kisame asked curiously. "You can address me as Ghost. This is my partner Silent Mist," I simply replied. "It doesn't seem like you are here to capture or kill us," Itachi said, testing the waters. "We were simply given the orders to survey the area." I replied, neither confirming nor denying his statement. "If you are simply surveying the area, then we will take our leave. However, you stopped us for a reason, I presume," Itachi stated. "I did," I replied. I then took one step forward and said, "Uchiha Sasuke." Itachi slightly flinched as I mentioned his younger brother's name, but didn't say anything as he waited for me to finish. "What are your plans for him?" I asked. "What do you mean?" he responded. I simply sighed. Well, I didn't expect an actual response anyways. I just wanted to see how you would answer. "Itachi, this guy is way too ambiguous. He might just be wasting our time here until more of his guys can show up. Let me lop off his legs and you can just use Jinjutsu to get your answers," Kisame said as he smiled and showed off his shark-like teeth. Silent Mist stood forward at that moment as he played with a long senbon needle in his hand, irritated by what Kisame said, so he fired back, "Ghost, how about I just incapacitate them? We can interrogate them after. It's no big deal." Sparks flew in the air between Kisame and Silent Mist as they stared at each other with hostility. Stop it! Itachi and I said at the same time. Kisame and Silent Mist just sighed and turned their heads away, not wanting to bother with each other anymore. Itachi looked at me once more and said, "You're implying that you know something." I stood there without making any movement and said, "I suppose I shouldn't interfere in the matters between brothers. I just wanted to meet you. You remind me of a painful memory I once had. And I wanted to say that I understand a bit of your pain. That's all." I then turned to Silent Mist and said, "Let's go." "Wait," Itachi said quickly. "You and I do not know each other." "How much do you know?" he asked suspiciously. "Too much," I replied. Silent Mist and I disappeared from our spot an instant later. Kisame turned to look at Itachi with a super confused expression and said, "What the hell was that all about? Weren't those Leaf Jonin trying to kill us earlier? Yet these two Umbu come out of nowhere and speak as if they're our friends." Itachi was deep in thought. Does he know the truth about me? I heard Lord Third survived Orochimaru's attack, then did Lord Third tell this Umbu? But if that is the case, why did he do that? Itachi furrowed his brow, but he couldn't make heads or tails of the situation. He let out a soft sigh and said, "Let's go." Kisame gave Itachi a sideways glance, wanting to glean something from his facial reaction, but didn't find anything abnormal. They both dashed off as Kisame said, "Well, I did find that one called Silent Mist a bit interesting. I feel like we might have actually hit it off." As Kisame and Itachi dashed away, Silent Mist and I reappeared at the spot of our meeting and watched their retreating form slowly fade away. "Ghost, are you alright? Your mood seems a little depressing after talking with that guy Itachi," Silent Mist commented. I just continued to stare at their retreating form even after they had disappeared completely. A memory from my past life resurfacing. Flashback. "Hey Izaya, I want ice cream today," said a little boy no older than 5. I smiled and rubbed his head, then said, Okay, go wait by Mrs. Tang's shop, I'll go get the goodies." "Min." He nodded with a big smile before running off to Mrs. Tang's. Beep. 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 I looked down at my watch. My body inwardly shook when I saw that it read 047. I pressed a button on the watch that deleted the number and pulled out an encrypted cell phone and dialed 047. The phone rang for only a second before someone answered on the other line. A deep, gruff voice spoke at that moment. "Your 3-year mission is over. Wipe the town clean. Leave no survivors." Click. My body inwardly shook at that moment. I stared at the phone in my hand for a good few seconds before I put it away and walked to a secluded area of the town. I stood there alone in the darkness as I let my tears fall for a good minute. I thought about that boy who wanted ice cream. His name was Kai. He'd always visited me and asked me to play with him. The stern face of Mrs. Tang when she scolds me for going outside without a jacket in the winter. The face of Haru the farmer. The face of Rin and Suki and many others. The town I spent 3 years of my life in, only to receive an order I had hoped I wouldn't ever receive. I wiped away my tears and steadied my breath as I steeled my heart and rid myself of all emotions. All I had was a blank stare. A face of absolutely no emotions as I walked back to complete the order I was given. End flashback. Ghost? Silent Mist asked with concern. Without facing him, I said softly, "Silent Mist, would you hate me if you found out I was a monster?" Silent Mist was taken aback at this question, but reined in his emotion and said, "I'll just be a monster too. That way you don't have to think so hard and worry so much." Ah. I turned to look at Silent Mist for a moment and said, "I won't let you become a monster." Silent Mist smiled behind his mask and said, "If you won't let me become a monster, then that means you will never be a monster, because I will always be your family. I follow where you go. If you become a monster, then I will become a monster. If you won't let me become a monster, then naturally you also can't become one yourself. That means it'll all be okay." I stared dumbfoundedly at Silent Mist's logic and let out a small laugh. Eh? Did I say something weird? Silent Mist asked. I shook my head and smiled beneath my mask. You always know the right things to say to cheer me up. I'm glad you're my family. I patted his head before rushing off into the forest to finish our reconnaissance. Hey! Why did you laugh? I was serious. Silent Mist asked as we dashed off. Not telling. I said. Not fair. He replied. Tell me. No. Please. Leave it alone, Silent Mist. HMPF. Not fair. He pouted. Chapter 23, Brothers Heart to Heart, Fwish. Fwish! At this moment 2 Umbu stealthily and silently appeared, knelt on the ground and bowed their heads to Hiruzen. They were exactly Ghost and Silent Mist returning from their reconnaissance mission. Ghost cupped his right fist in his left hand as a show of respect and said, reporting, reconnaissance mission is completed. On our way out of the Leaf Village we encountered 4 Leaf Jonin who appeared to be in a battle. They were Hatake Kakashi, Sarutobi Asuma, Yuhi Kurenai, and Might Guy. Hatake Kakashi was injured in that battle. After some investigation we discovered that the ones who fought those 4 Jonin were Uchiha Itachi and Hoshigaki Kisame. Both are S-rank missing ninja listed in the bingo book. They disappeared not long after the fight. The surrounding areas around the hidden leaf are otherwise safe. The only abnormality we detected was in a forest clearing 3 miles north of the main gate where the foreign shinobis activated a summoning ritual to summon the giant snake beast that attacked the village a few days ago. Hiruzen had a pensive and worried look on his face as I mentioned the report about Itachi. He let out a soft sigh before saying, very good. It is best that you do not engage in combat with those 2. I'm afraid they may be even more powerful than Orochimaru. I have already heard from Jiraiya about their organization. You will be briefed on the information concerning their organization next week when you can begin your official Umbu training. For now you both have done well. You may head to the Umbu quarters and return to your other identities. Ghost, return here once you have changed. Silent Mist and I both saluted Lord Third and said, yes. We disappeared in the next moment. Hiruzen watched as Silent Mist and Ghost disappeared before opening his window and let a black crow into the room. He unwrapped the small note attached to its feet before letting it fly back out. Itachi, he said in a sad voice. He unfurled the note and read about some information Itachi had written about Akatsuki. He then read about making sure to keep his mission a secret and to protect Sasuke before destroying the note and letting out a soft sigh. As Haku and I reverted back to our normal attire, I looked at Haku to see if he was going to ask why I didn't tell Lord Third about our encounter with Itachi and Kisame, however he just continued to change and didn't voice any opposition to my choice. I inwardly sighed to myself. I want him to find his own ninja way, but I'm also glad at times like these that Haku readily accepts my choices and will follow what I do without question. Well, maybe that is his ninja way, I guess only he would know, I silently pondered to myself. Guess a lot of Umbu were sent out on faraway missions. I don't see any other people around. Haku commented. I'm guessing Yamato-sensei also went out on an Umbu mission for Lord Third, otherwise we would have had a bit of an easier time suppressing the foreign ninja attack on the village near the gates. I wonder when Yamato-sensei is coming back. Haku wondered. Well, Lord Third said we'll start our official Umbu training next week, so maybe Yamato-sensei will be back by then and be our Umbu instructor taking us out on missions. I speculated. Since Hiruzen-sensei asked for me to return, I will go see him. What about you, Haku? I'll go visit Maro in the hospital to see how he's doing first. Since I've become a Chunin, I'm going to see what kind of techniques I can access from the academy after. I'm sure we'll also have access to some even more advanced techniques as Umbu directly under Lord Third when we start our formal training next week. Haku replied. Good idea. Then I'll be off. Tell Kimimaro that I said hello and that I'll visit him after. I disappeared in the next moment, leaving only Haku. He silently nodded to where I once was standing before leaving the Umbu barracks himself. Knock knock. Enter. Hiruzen said. I opened and closed the door as I entered, then stood in front of Hiruzen-sensei. Izaya-kun, the reason I asked you to return was because I wanted to fulfill your request. I have brought Lord First's scroll of sealing and have copied the parts of the scroll that you will be allowed to study. Please come here to take a look, he said. Min. I nodded and walked up to the desk. Several scrolls were laid out before me as I picked one up and opened it. Oh, I said surprisingly. This is the 8-trigram sealing jutsu that Lord Fourth used to seal the 9 tails inside Naruto, I mentally exclaimed. I picked up another scroll and was surprised again. This is a detailed recording of the Flying Thunder God technique with the insights from Lord Second and Lord Fourth, I said with excitement. With this I could probably learn to better teleport others without it draining so much of my chakra. I continued picking up one scroll after the other until I finished going through them all. I took a step back and bowed with respect to Hiruzen-sensei and said, Hiruzen-sensei, please accept my gratitude. With these it will greatly help me on my path as a shinobi. Ha ha ha, good. I put careful thought in which parts to transcribe for you. I'm glad that they will prove useful to you, he said with a smile on his face. Now then, 3 days from now please come to Training Ground 3 with Haku. We will begin our training. I will spend the preceding days teaching Kimimaro different theories and simulated techniques while he rests in the hospital. While he won't be able to test them out himself, he will at least be able to gain a deep understanding of certain techniques and build up a strong foundation for when he can try them. Min. I shall do as you say, Hiruzen-sensei. I nodded. Very well. You can remain and study the scrolls here. When you leave you will also need to leave the scrolls here. When you no longer need a scroll you should destroy it. That is all, Hiruzen-sensei said. I readily agreed as I took the scrolls and sat in a corner unraveling their mysteries and committing them to memory. Creak! Kimimaro turned his head to look at the hospital door that opened. Haku? You're back. You and Izaya were gone for a while. Did Hiruzen-sensei assign you both a mission? Haku walked in and closed the door behind him as he pulled up a chair and sat down next to Maru's bed. Min. I can't really go into the details of Umbu missions, but Big Brother and I returned not too long ago. It wasn't that hard. How are you feeling? Are they treating you well in the hospital? Haku asked. Kimimaro nodded his head and said, Min. It's probably because it was Hiruzen-sensei who gave the orders, but they are extra nice around me. Almost too nice actually. With their help my condition is currently stable, but I can't do too much physical activity or gather chakra for ninjutsu. Izaya's 9 dragons breathing technique has helped keep my body strong as well. Cough cough. Maro! Haku stood and placed a hand on Kimimaro's back. I'm fine. Even though I'm coughing more now, no blood comes out. This shows that everything is helping. Haku still had a worried look but ultimately nodded his head in agreement. Big Brother was asked to see Hiruzen-sensei about something. He told me to let you know that he'll come visit later. Okay, I'll look forward to it, Kimimaro replied. They both heard a knock on the door before one of the nurses came in. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to disturb you both, but it's time to do our routine checkup of Kimimaro's condition, she said. Min. Then I'll head out now. I'll come visit again soon, Maro, Haku said. Kimimaro nodded his head as Haku left the room. Haku walked into the academy and was granted passage to the lower levels, allowing him to view B-rank level techniques. Oh, this is the Water Dragon Jutsu, but I already know it. Let's look at some other ones. Oh, the Water Wall Jutsu, Water Bullet Jutsu, and Exploding Water Colliding Wave Jutsu. These are great! The Colliding Wave Jutsu will take too much chakra to use for it to be useful to the current me. I need to greatly increase my chakra pool. With my medical ninjutsu I've learned how to finally control my chakra already, but I need to somehow find a way to increase my overall chakra. Big Brother said that by exhausting myself physically and mentally and pushing myself to the limits will help that process, but how do I do that? Would sparring against Big Brother help? I don't think Maro, Big Brother, and I ever had a serious sparring session before. Maybe we should try. Sparring against Yamato-sensei might work as well. I'll just study these and ask Big Brother later what he thinks. Creak. Kimimaro was staring out his window at the setting sun when he once again heard his door open, so he turned towards the door to see Izaya walk in. Kimimaro couldn't help but feel warm inside as he watched Izaya put on a smile and sit down by his bedside. Even though his brother was always so busy with many things, he still made time to always see him and Haku and made sure they were doing well. He couldn't help but feel a bit useless as he had watched Haku and Izaya become Chunin and then Umbu under Lord Third. They were both advancing forward, but he seemed like he was just lagging behind. As if Izaya knew what Kimimaro was thinking about, he suddenly said, "Spiky." No, how about Bone Demon? Nah, it might be appropriate for your Kekkei Jinkai, but I'm not feeling it. Kimimaro just watched and listened in confusion and finally said, "Izaya, what are you saying?" I turned back to face Kimimaro and said, "I'm thinking about what your Umbu name should be, of course. Haku and I already have ours. Naturally you need one too." Kimimaro continued to look confused. Me? But I'm not an Umbu. Haha, well for now you aren't because you're supposed to be focused on recovering. After you recover, obviously you'll need one. Umbu travel in teams to complete dangerous missions for the village. Who else is going to look after Haku and I when going out on dangerous missions? I'm the one who goes out and does really dangerous things. Haku is the one who worries a lot and might decide to do something out of character. You're the only one who believes in both of our abilities and keeps us focused on the overall situation. And we don't even know if we'll actually continue being Umbu after you get better. Once you recover, Haku and I might end up being relieved of our Umbu position. No matter what, the one fact remains unchanged, and that is, after you recover we will form our three-man team again. I've already formulated what our three-man combined super combo technique will be, we only need to test it out. Kimimaro just watched as I rambled on, and finally an involuntary smile graced his lips and he let out a small laugh. Pfft. Ha ha ha. I stared at Kimimaro and a smile also graced my lips. Kimimaro, I know you must be feeling like you aren't helpful to Haku and I, but trust me, you are irreplaceable. You are our brother after all, so don't feel disheartened, okay? You can always talk to Haku and I about anything. Just focus on recovering. We're waiting for your successful return. Min. He nodded with a smile. Oh! I know, if we decide to stay as Umbu under Lord Third, then maybe your name can be Reaper. Min, I think that sounds good. Ghost, Silent Mist, and Reaper. Alright, it's getting late, get some rest. Haku and I will visit again when we have the chance. Hiruzen-sensei told me that he'll stop by to instruct you and help you build up a good knowledgeable foundation. So even though you're in the hospital, no slacking, you hear? Min. I will work hard. He replied. Min. Then I'll be off. I'm glad to see you doing well, Maro. See you soon. I disappeared from the room soon after as Kimimaro lay back down in his bed feeling much better than he did earlier in the day. He soon closed his eyes and fell asleep with a smile on his face. Chapter 24, Training Haku. Haku and I sat on the grass as we waited for Hiruzen-sensei to arrive at Training Ground 3 as per his instructions that he gave me a few days ago. I wonder how Maro's learning session with Hiruzen-sensei went these past few days. Haku commented aloud. Well, only Kimimaro and Hiruzen-sensei will know about that. We can always ask when we drop by for a visit at the hospital. I replied. Poof! A white cloud of smoke appeared in front of us before clearing away and revealing Hiruzen-sensei in his battle outfit. Haku and I looked on curiously. Don't tell me he's planning to fight us? We both thought. Haku and I stood up and saluted Hiruzen-sensei. Min. You both are early, that's good. He said in his aged voice. Hiruzen-sensei, what kind of training are we doing today? Haku asked. Ha ha ha, Well, you both are quite skilled already, but I do have some ideas on how to help you both improve. First off, Izaya-kun. These are the scrolls that you were studying in my office that day. Since I am here, I decided it would be alright to bring them out and let you take a look. I want you to continue studying these and learn as much as you can from them. Remember, if you happen to no longer need one, you can go ahead and destroy it. You do this while I instruct Haku. Min. I nodded my head as I took the scrolls from Hiruzen-sensei. I sat down in the lotus position and started studying the scrolls from where I left off. Then, what kind of training are we doing, sensei? Haku asked. Min. You and Izaya are not really lacking in techniques, but rather a sufficient way to increase your chakra pool and testing out battle tactics. The best way to increase both is by pushing yourself beyond your limit and gaining sufficient experience. What better way to do so than to spar against me? Hiruzen said. Ah! Haku exclaimed in surprise. Indeed, he had the same thought before, but that was sparring against his big brother, not Lord Third. Although he sparred against Lord Third before, that was together with both Kimimaro and Izaya, not by himself. Hiruzen walked a fair distance away and then said, Haku, I've noticed that you've never really been placed in a situation where you were forced to truly show your real strength. You rarely need to activate your Kekkei Jinkai to help you fight because you have such excellent brothers to back you up. However, this time it will only be you and I fighting each other. It is good for you to hide your true strength, but if you do that too often, then it is also a bad thing, since you won't have as much experience using it in battle. Once your chakra pool increases, it should be fine for you to use your Kekkei Jinkai more often, because you would have gained sufficient strength to help protect yourself by then. For any opponent who might wish to target you due to your possession of a Kekkei Jinkai, they will have to think twice about the consequences. Haku was silent for a moment as he gave it some serious thought. Hiruzen-sensei is right. While I've practiced on my own to use my Kekkei Jinkai skills, I'm not sure how effective they are, since I've never used them in a true fight. Very well, then, since I have a Kekkei Jinkai, I will use it, he thought to himself. Haku walked to the battlefield and got in a battle stance. We will stop when I deem our training over. Hiruzen said. Begin. Haku dashed forward at an incredible speed with 2 Senbon needles in his right hand. He threw it out with great velocity, but Hiruzen blocked them with his own shuriken. Hiruzen jumped in the air and threw an axe kick towards Haku, who dodged to the side and threw a roundhouse kick. Hiruzen blocked with both arms up and kicked with his right leg at Haku's leg that was planted on the ground. Haku grabbed 2 Senbon needles with his left hand and stabbed towards Hiruzen's incoming leg, prompting him to pull it back and jump away from Haku. Haku threw his needles only for Hiruzen to parry them with a kunai in hand. He threw the kunai and weaved the signs of ox, dog, dragon, rat, dog, boar, snake, tiger, and said, Kunai Shadow Clone Jutsu. More than 30 kunai flew towards Haku at incredible speeds. Haku responded by forming the tiger hand sign and said, Ice-style Swallow Snowstorm Jutsu. Not a moment later, hundreds of icy spears in the shape of a swallow appeared around Haku and flew towards Hiruzen, not only blocking the barrage of kunai but also aiming to damage him. Hiruzen quickly formed the tiger hand sign and said, Fire-style Fire Dragon Bomb Jutsu. He inhaled deeply and released a powerful breath of raging fire, melting and destroying all ice swallows that were heading towards him. The fire continued to destroy the swallows and travel towards Haku. I learnt this technique not that long ago, seems it'll be helpful in this situation, Haku thought to himself. He then formed the signs of tiger, ox, tiger, rat and said, Water-style Water Bullet Jutsu. He built up chakra in his stomach before converting it into water and releasing it from his mouth in a high pressurized form with incredible speed. As fire and water made contact, a giant cloud of steam arose and both techniques cancelled the other out. Haku then quickly formed the signs of ox, snake, ram and said, Ninja Art Hidden Mist Jutsu. With the cover of the steam, he activated the hidden mist technique to ensure Hiruzen's field of vision would remain impeded. Oh! Not bad, he countered me perfectly. Hiruzen said as he watched the steam dissipate, only for him to realize a moment later that even though the steam was disappearing, the surrounding area was only becoming more fogged. Ah! So he used the coverage of the steam to hide the fact that he used the hidden mist jutsu? Truly tactful. Hiruzen nodded to himself in approval. Not a second later, Haku appeared behind Hiruzen, stabbing his neck with a long senbon needle. A moment later it turned into mud, prompting Haku to immediately release his needle and jump back. This feels like deja vu. Yamato-sensei did something similar. Haku whispered to himself. He instantly felt uneasy and jumped in the air as a pair of hands appeared beneath him and attempted to grab his ankles, only to grab the air. Good reaction speed, Hiruzen thought as he missed. While in the air, Haku formed the tiger hand sign and said, Ice Style 10,000 Ice Petals Jutsu. Thousands of incredibly hard and sharp ice picks flew down to the ground towards Hiruzen at an incredible speed. Hiruzen had already appeared out of the ground and formed the hand sign of horse, tiger, and shouted, Fire Style Great Blaze Ball Jutsu. He then clapped his hands together and also said, Wind Style Passing Typhoon. A gigantic ball of fire instantly met the torrential hailstorm of ice picks, and a great gale of wind instantly dispelled the hidden mist technique. Great admiration filled Haku as he saw Hiruzen-sensei not only counter his technique near instantly, he also dispelled the hidden mist technique at the same time. Noticing that his technique was being overwhelmed with Hiruzen-sensei's technique that also spanned a wide area, leaving him no way to dodge while in the air, he placed both palms in front of him and said, Ice Style Ice Barrier Dome Jutsu. Before the blazing fire could reach him, an incredibly cold and sturdy dome of ice wrapped around Haku, successfully shielding him from Hiruzen's ninjutsu. Just as Haku hit the ground in his dome of ice, he placed his hands on the ground and said, Ice Style Shattering Ice Spear Jutsu. Hiruzen quickly formed the tiger sign and said, Earth Style Great Mud River Jutsu. A flood of mud quickly rushed under his feet, carrying him down the direction of the flowing mud river, allowing him to dodge Haku's ice spear technique. A bead of sweat slowly rolled down Hiruzen's forehead as he looked back at the spot he was just at, which was now filled with incredibly thick and sharp ice spears. He breathed out a sigh of relief as he inwardly thought to himself, if I was just a moment later, it could have been my body impaled on those ice spikes. Haku watched Hiruzen-sensei expertly dodge one of his most powerful ice-style techniques with admiration as he started to huff and pant from his chakra usage. As he continued to take large and deep breaths, he took out a senbon needle and threw it at Hiruzen, who was now at the end of the mud river. Hiruzen immediately formed the hand sign of confrontation and said, Earth-style Mud Shuriken Jutsu. A bunch of mud shuriken flew from the mud river and deflected the senbon needle before flying towards Haku. Crap, this technique again, Haku inwardly shouted. He formed the tiger hand sign and said, Ice-style Crystal Wall Jutsu. A large wall of crystalline ice appeared in front of him, effectively blocking the mud shuriken. Hiruzen quickly took this chance and appeared behind Haku. Haku had predicted Hiruzen-sensei's move and reached to grab a senbon needle himself, but before he could successfully grab one, Hiruzen's kunai was already placed behind Haku's head, prompting him to stop. Phew! Hiruzen let out a deep breath. He then put away his kunai and said, Nin, you are indeed an extremely skillful shinobi. Even though you haven't gotten much chance to use your Kekkei Genkai, I see that you are still deeply attuned with it. That is good. Compared to when we last fought, I can sense that your chakra pool has indeed increased. With this sparring session, I see that you have a formidable mind and are able to think quickly on your feet, adapting to potentially perilous situations perfectly. This, along with your chakra and fighting skills utilized, will help you to increase the amount of stamina in your body, which in turn will help you increase your chakra. You have great talent and great potential, and you are still so young, which means, since you already have this much chakra, skills, tactics, and techniques, you will only be even more powerful as you keep this up. Your chakra can potentially grow to be greater than my own someday, and perhaps someday soon. You are getting close to having chakra levels equal to that of Jonin already, if not already at the level of Jonin level chakra. For all of our trainings, except for the days when I will teach you and Izaya Jutsu, we will do this sort of training. If you continue to use your Kekkei Genkai, then you will soon be able to activate it even faster than you already have. Your Shattering Ice Spear Jutsu is incredibly quick and doesn't require you to weave hand signs. If you had just a bit more proficiency with your ice style, then perhaps I would not have been able to successfully dodge your ice spear technique. Truly remarkable. We will end our sparring here. Haku took a few seconds to catch his breath before bowing and said, Yes, Hiruzen-sensei. Izaya-kun, we will end our training here today. I hope you have gleaned more insight from those scrolls. We will meet here every 3 days starting from now on unless I say otherwise. The next time we meet will be you and I sparring. You and Haku will continue to switch days sparring with me unless it is a theory practice day. We will end our lesson here. I will take back the scrolls with me, so just visit my office when you want to read them. Hiruzen said as he packed everything away and disappeared in a puff of smoke. Phew! Haku let out a breath of exhaustion. Heh, shall we spar a bit, Haku? I teased. Now? He exclaimed. Ha ha ha. Just kidding. Rest here to recover. I'm going to test out some new theories of mine. I said. Haku nodded as he closed his eyes and fell asleep. Chapter 25, Tsunade's Return. Haku and I rushed to the hospital when we heard that Tsunade was finally back in Konoha. We almost bumped into Naruto at that moment when we reached the hospital entrance. Whoa! Haku, Naruto, and I exclaimed as we immediately stopped ourselves just before colliding. Naruto. Huff. You guys. Huff. Are back. Haku and I said as we were catching our breath. Haku? Izaya? What are you guys doing here at Abeyo? Naruto asked confused. Tsunade and Shizen just stood there watching the three of us amused. Right, you didn't know, but Kimimaro is also sick. We heard that Lady Tsunade is back and we were wondering if she was going to stop by the hospital. I responded. Haku and I then turned to face Tsunade and respectfully said, We greet Lady Tsunade. Oh. I like you two kids. Very respectful, unlike some other brat that I know of. She said. Hey! I don't care about that right now. You said you would treat Kakashi-sensei and Sasuke. Let's go to Abeyo. Naruto remarked. Huh. Tsunade just let out a sigh and shook her head. She then looked at Haku and I then said, So you two must be the kids that old man Sarutobi-sensei mentioned to me about earlier. You must be pretty skillful if that old man decided to take you on as disciples. Naruto exclaimed when he heard this. Wait? So you two are training under Lord Third? He asked. Haku and I nodded as I said, It's not just Haku and I but Kimimaro as well. Naruto exclaimed again. Shizen then cut in and said, Alright, Lady Tsunade, we should go check out how everyone is doing. Yeah, we can't waste any more time at Abeyo. Naruto said as he walked into the hospital alongside Haku and I. Tsunade just followed suit as we first stopped by Sasuke's room. As we all squeezed into that room, we all noticed Sakura sitting beside Sasuke's bed. So, in the end, Sasuke ended up fighting Itachi and Itachi still placed him under his Jinjutsu, I mentally thought to myself. I also gave an inward sigh at the tragedy of Itachi and also thought about my past. In this life I had really wanted to try and save Itachi, but I don't know if that's actually possible. He's already dying of an illness and I doubt he'd want to be saved after what he did. In my past life, after everything that I did on orders, even though I died at my own hands doing everything I could for my missions thinking about what would be best for the world, I guess I wouldn't want to be saved either. Now I have a second chance at life and can start over. Itachi doesn't have that. Sasuke woke up after Tsunade finished healing him. I saw the look of dejection in his eyes and knew that he would try to seek more power through Orochimaru. Well, even if Orochimaru still has both uses of his arms, I doubt he'd be able to take over Sasuke's body. Most likely he'll learn to wield the power of the curse mark instead, and Orochimaru's weapon to take over his body would instead become Sasuke's weapon to absorb Orochimaru. As Sakura and Sasuke were having their little moment, we went to Kakashi's room. She started berating Kakashi for getting beat after she healed him while Guy was nervously waiting behind the curtains. Naruto left after Kakashi was healed to go meet Iriko while we followed Tsunade as she went to check out Lee's wounds. She pondered as she looked at Lee's condition. Guy nervously and anxiously fidgeted on the side and finally couldn't help himself as he said, "Well? Lady Tsunade? How is he? Can you heal him?" She let out a sigh and then said, "Probably." Eh? Guy had a dumbfounded look before he finally breathed out a sigh of relief. Lee also breathed out a sigh of relief. Tsunade shook her head and said, "Don't celebrate yet." I said probably. That doesn't mean definitely. The thing is, Lee's injuries are incredibly dangerous. There are minute fractures around important parts of his nervous system. Originally, I probably would have had a 50% chance at best to heal his injuries, but I can see that the fractures have begun healing themselves and the cells in your body are full of vigor and vitality in those areas when after an injury like yours they should have been greatly atrophied. I should have about a 65% chance of healing your injuries. What sort of technique did you practice to do this? Guy had a look of confusion but then said, It's because of youth. The springtime of youth has not left Lee. I facepalmed at Guy-sensei's uniqueness. Actually, it was a technique that Izaya taught me. He called it the 9 Dragons breathing technique. By using this technique it has helped me revitalize the damaged area in my body. Lee said. Really? It's not because of the springtime of youth? Guy said curiously. Guy-sensei, I'm sure it was partly also because of the springtime of youth. Lee quickly added. Ha. I knew it! Guy shouted. Tsunade, Shizune, Haku, and I just shook our heads at their idiocy. Tsunade took a look at me and said, I'd never heard of this technique before. You taught it to him? Yes. It is a technique I created myself called the Taijutsu Wushu style 9 Dragons breathing technique. The short version is, basically one takes in the surrounding energy, assimilate it with your chakra, baptize your injured tissue with the extra energy, have it draw away the impurities, and finally you breathe out those impurities. I responded. Her eyes widened in shock for a split second before she closed her eyes and pondered for a second. I see. I can't believe a kid like you is able to come up with such a high-level technique like this. I understand now why Sarutobi-sensei would be interested in you brats. Alright, Lee, I will return tomorrow evening to begin your treatment. If the treatment is successful then you should make a full recovery within a few weeks give or take. Yes. Lee and Guy said excitedly as tears ran down their faces. Tsunade just shook her head as we all walked out of the room heading over to Kimimara's room. Maro! Haku ran into Kimimara's room startling him. Haku? He said curiously. He turned to the door and saw Izaya standing there with 2 women. Izaya? Yo, Kimimaro. This is Shizune, and this is Lady Tsunade. Remember what Hiruzen-sensei said? Lady Tsunade is going to be the 5th Hokage and she's also the one who's going to help you recover. With a momentary surprised look, Kimimaro, while still sitting on his bed, clasped his right fist in his left hand and said, I greet Lady Tsunade. My apologies, but I am told to remain in my bed so I'm unable to give a proper greeting. Ha. Are you 3 kids always this polite? It's okay to lighten up around me, you know. I'm not like that old geezer who's got a lecture and story with every word he says. Let me check on your condition. Tsunade said as she walked over and placed a hand on Kimimara's back. So you must also practice that 9 Dragons breathing technique Izaya taught you. She commented. Yes. It has greatly helped alleviate my condition. Kimimara replied. Well, I heard about your special condition from that old man. Indeed your body seems a bit special. You must have kept your taijutsu and ninjutsu usage to a minimal, which is good. And practicing that technique also seemed to help revitalize your body's cells. I'm sure I can treat you, however it'll be a long process. A few months at the least. I'll start the treatment right now. Tsunade said. Haku, Kimimaro, and I rejoiced at the good news. We all let out a sigh of relief. Oi, Haku, Izaya, you two kids don't need to be here. It's going to take a few hours. I doubt you both want to remain here that long. Kids like you should go out and play or something. She playfully remarked. She's right. You both can go do what you guys need to. I'll focus on my recovery. Kimimaro said. Min. Haku and I nodded with smiles. We then bowed to Lady Tsunade to show our gratitude before leaving. You could learn some manners from them, Lady Tsunade. Shizen said. Me? Ha ha ha. Actually, I think they could learn how to lighten up a bit from me, she said as she began treating Kimimaro. As Haku and I were just about to leave, I noticed Naruto and Sasuke were having an argument. Don't tell me they're actually going to fight this time as well? I turned to Haku and said, Haku, there's something that I want to check out first. You go on ahead, I'll meet up with you later. Okay, big brother, then I'll head out first, Haku said curiously as he headed out the door. I stood just outside of Sasuke's hospital room when I heard him ask Naruto to fight him. Sigh. I shouldn't interfere with matters between Itachi and Sasuke yet, I said inwardly. Right as they were walking towards the door, I disappeared into the shadows and quickly made my way to the rooftop in a hidden location. I watched on as Naruto and Sasuke argued and fought as Sakura stood by and watched. I shook my head to myself. Even if Sakura has learned some taijutsu and jinjutsu from me, she still isn't at the level to interfere in Naruto and Sasuke's fight yet. Oh! So many shadow clones as always. As expected of Naruto. Oh! Good taijutsu movements from Sasuke. Fireball jutsu, well executed. Ah, there it is. Raisen Gan and Chidori. As I watched Naruto and Sasuke perform their signature techniques, the glint of the sunlight caught my eye in that moment and I suddenly had a burst of inspiration. Oh! Maybe this could work. I'll have to test out my theory later. At that moment I saw from the corner of my eye Kakashi-sensei, who successfully stopped Naruto and Sasuke's attack from colliding. He lectured Sasuke a bit before Sasuke left and Jiraiya ended up showing up as well. As they were talking, I decided to take this moment and leave. However, before I could take one step further, Kakashi said, Oi, you in the shadows. You can come out. Ah! I inwardly exclaimed in surprise. So he knew I was here, As expected of Kakashi-sensei. I walked out from the shadows and stood near Jiraiya, who gave me a curious look. Oh! Aren't you that kid who used that barrier technique to prevent the leaf from being damaged that day? Jiraiya asked rhetorically. So it was you in the shadows, Izaya. You didn't try to stop them? Kakashi asked suspiciously. I let out a sigh and then said, well, it is as you and Lord Jiraiya said earlier. You noticed the look in Sasuke's eyes, right? They were eyes filled with anger and resentment. The person he hates the most right now isn't Naruto, you, or even his brother Itachi. He hates himself the most right now for his lack of power. As for Naruto, he believes deeply in bonds. The only way they can resolve their inner turmoils are to fight it out with each other. Oh? You observed that much from their interaction just now? And you even know about Itachi? Kakashi said, surprised. Ho! No wonder Sarutobi-sensei is interested in you. You've got a keen insight. Jiraiya said, amused. I rubbed the back of my neck sheepishly and said, you praise me much. I'm not as impressive as you both think. As for Itachi, I've read plenty of history books from the library, so it's only natural I know a thing or two about him. Kakashi just stared at Izaya for a bit longer as he remembered the time when he witnessed Izaya activate the Flying Thunder God Jutsu, but made no further inquiries. Well, I need to get going. There are some things I have to do, Kakashi said and then dashed off. Ah, then I should also get going. It was an honor to meet you, Lord Jiraiya. I bowed respectfully and said before dashing off as well. What an interesting kid. Jiraiya mumbled to himself. The next day everyone was gathered outside the town square in front of the Hokage's building as she was going to be enacted as the official 5th Hokage. Haku and I stood there looking up as we awaited for the ceremony to finish. Lord Third soon introduced Lady Tsunade as the 5th and the ceremony ended without incidents. Just as the crowd of people were walking out, someone ended up bumping into me. Ouch! HM? I turned back to look. Ah, I'm sorry, she said apologetically. Ah, isn't that Hyuga Hanabi? Hinata's younger sister, I pondered to myself. It's okay. Are you alright? It sounded like you got hurt. I replied. Ahem. Not really, it was a reflexive expression, she said firmly. I took a good look at her as she stared back. It seemed like she was trying to see through my blindfold. I guess she was too focused that she wasn't aware she was making a funny-looking face. I laughed. Hey, what's so funny? She said. Ah, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to laugh, it's just that you looked so focused and you seemed a bit frustrated that you couldn't see through my blindfold, so you started puffing up your cheeks. I replied amusedly. She placed her hands on her cheeks and turned around. Forget that you saw that. She pouted. Niji walked over at this moment and said, Hanabi, are you bothering Izaya? Not on purpose, she said. Doesn't that mean you still are regardless? He said as he looked at Izaya apologetically. I just waved my hands and said, I don't mind. It was just an accident. That's right, Hanabi said and turned back around. I gave her a light smile, pointed to my blindfold and teasingly said, Don't worry, I'll make sure to be extra careful not to bump into anyone else. It's my fault. I'm the one with the blindfold after all. I then turned to walk away. Hey, Niji. Who is that? Hanabi asked curiously. That's Karasuma Izaya. He's 2 years older than you and 1 year younger than me. Are you curious about him? Niji replied as he looked down at Hanabi. Ahem. I didn't ask you for his age, I asked you who that is. Geez. While I'll admit he has a nice smile and is a little handsome, I just thought he was a bit interesting, she said with a small blush. Wait, wasn't he one of the participants in the Chunin exams? Who's stronger between you and him? Ahem. Why do you need to know that? Niji said. What, so you saying that he's stronger? She said teasingly. Niji paused for a moment before saying, yes. He then walked off, leaving a stunned Hanabi as she was shocked that her cousin had admitted someone was stronger than himself. She then ran over to catch up to Niji and started asking him more questions as they walked back to the clan. Night soon fell over the hidden leaf as I watched atop a roof at the battle currently taking place. Sasuke versus the Sound 4 Doesn't look like it's going well for him, I mentally noted as I sipped a cup of sweet warm milk. In the end he lost, huh? He'll probably leave later tonight with the Sound 4 guys. Well, I suppose I shouldn't interfere. Even if I interfere and Sasuke decides to stay in the village, it'll probably only be a momentary change of heart. He'll remember all the clansmen as well as his father and mother that died by Itachi's hands and seek out his revenge again. I know I would if I was ignorant of the situation and it happened to me. And if he doesn't seek revenge, then all of Itachi's plans would have been for naught. He wanted to die only by his brother's hands. It's like I told Haku and Kimimaro before. Everyone has a path they must walk down alone to better understand themselves and find their own ninja way. This is Sasuke's path. Eventually his path and Naruto's path will intersect and he'll hopefully see the light of day again. I wonder if our paths will intersect now as well? Guess I'll cross that bridge when I get there. The truth is, I need Sasuke to get stronger so I can plan for the future invasion of the Otsutsuki clan. What a pain. Ah, he left. I watched on as Sasuke and Sakura had their moment of intimacy before Sasuke walked out of the village. I took one more sip of my sweet warm milk before whispering to myself, now what to do if I'm asked to bring Sasuke back. Chapter 26, Chasing Sasuke. I stretched my arms and legs as I stood by the main gate that led out of the village. I glanced to my right as Choji, Kiba, and Naruto were getting ready to head out. I then glanced to my left as Shikamaru and Neji were gearing up to head out as well. I inwardly sighed. So in the end Tsunade asked me to help out with Sasuke's return. I'm most surprised at the fact that Shikamaru was actually promoted to Chunin. He didn't even get the chance to fight in the main arena. I guess Lord Third was impressed enough with what he showed at the preliminaries. He probably highly values Shikamaru's mind and wanted him to become a Chunin sooner to help the village out with tasks. Looks like he and I are co-leading the team. So what's the plan? Neji asked as he looked to both Shikamaru and Izaya. I pointed to Shikamaru and said, I'm sure Shikamaru's got a plan. He'll be the brains of this operation, I'll provide support wherever is needed. I replied. TSK. This is a pain, but alright. Shikamaru said as he proceeded explaining the plan to everyone. A similar plan to my past life, eh? Well, this is the most effective for the team composition right now, whether this time or in my past. A straight line with everyone having their own roles to play. I mentally nodded in approval. We then shot towards the forest as we gave chase. It wasn't long before Kiba and Akamaru sniffed out a battle that recently occurred. What should we do? Do we stop and ask for more information, or do we continue to pursue Sasuke? Kiba asked. As Shikamaru was contemplating, I said, no need to stop. I can sense their chakra signatures. They are Leaf Shinobi. Shizune and Genma are two of them. 2 of the 4 are injured, but with Shizune there they should be fine. Most likely they encountered the enemy and fought. In a time-sensitive mission we shouldn't waste time to gather little information that isn't guaranteed to help. That makes sense. We continue to pursue Sasuke. Shikamaru agreed. We traveled a bit longer when Kiba sensed a trap up ahead, prompting us to stop. A paper bomb perimeter barrier, huh? Neji said as he took a look around with his Byakugan. TSK. It's set to go off after a certain amount of time passes after we enter. Shikamaru said. That means we'll probably have to go the long way around. Neji commented. I shook my head and said, unnecessary. The fact that they placed one of the paper bomb barrier seals in an open place that's easy to see shows that they're in a hurry. A barrier trap of this level is easy for me to dispel. I placed my hands together, quickly forming the hand sign of snake, rat, snake, dog, and clapped my hands together saying, seal severing disruption jutsu. My hands glowed with red light as I placed it over the barrier trap seal, quickly destroying the seal. That was awesome, Databayo. Naruto remarked. With this technique I've disrupted the connection between the other tags and this one, and also completely removed the sealing tag. They won't be able to activate this trap unless they come back to this spot and place another one down to reform the connection. Let's go. I explained quickly. Everyone nodded as we headed straight back to pursuing Sasuke. Even though I decided I should let Sasuke go pursue his own path, I should at least be a little helpful and act like I'm really trying to help. I mentally talked to myself. It wasn't long after that we caught up to the Sound 4. Choji remained behind to fight Jirobo, Neji remained to fight Kidamaru, and Kiba remained to fight Sakan and Yukon. That only left Tayuya with the sealing jar which held Sasuke inside. Just as we were about to recover Sasuke in the sealing jar from Tayuya, a giant brown and black spotted snake appeared and grabbed it before we could. What? Shikamaru, Naruto, and I shouted out loud in shock. Don't tell me, it's Orochimaru? I mentally thought. Is it because he didn't suffer from the Reaper death seal this time and he doesn't have Kimimaro as a subordinate? I mentally thought. Tisk, things don't look so good. Oi, Naruto, Izaya, you both go after that snake thing and get Sasuke. I'll stay here and hold off this person. We both ascended and dashed off after the snake. Tay, it won't work. Orochimaru has come to retrieve Sasuke himself now, so it won't matter what you guys do. Tayuya remarked. Che. This is way over my pay grade. Shikamaru complained. Just as we chased the snake to a clearing in the forest, it stopped and disappeared in a puff of smoke. Naruto and I stopped at the edge of the forest as we watched with caution as we heard a creepy voice speak from within the smoke. Hee, well, we meet again. Uzumaki Naruto, Izaya-kun. Shit. It really is Orochimaru. Now what? I can't just let Naruto fight him, he isn't ready for that, but I'm not sure I can take him on either. At that moment the jar puffed with smoke as Sasuke rose out of it. Oh. It looks like the process is complete. Orochimaru commented. Sasuke, everyone is worried about you, let's return to the village. Naruto said as he attempted to convince Sasuke to return. He, however, just dashed off into the forest. Ha. Sasuke won't return with you. He has an Avenger's heart and seeks power. Only I can give him the power he desires. Orochimaru said. He then looked at me while licking his lips and said, and you? You foiled my plans once already. I also desire a body like yours. Why not return with me? I can grant you as much power and knowledge as you want. TSK. What a troublesome guy. I said. He then turned to Naruto and said, as for you. The Akatsuki wants you, but it'd be troublesome for me as well if they obtain that thing inside you. This is a good chance to just kill you. Just as Naruto was about to rush over and attack, I pulled his arm back and said, Naruto, you aren't his match. He'll kill you if you jump in rashly. Go after Sasuke, I'll buy you some time. This guy is super dangerous, Izaya, we should beat him up together. Naruto replied. I simply shook my head, no, we'd never get to Sasuke in time like that. Lord Third fought him and didn't come out on top. Even if you and I go it in together, it won't change the outcome. Just go after Sasuke. I'm confident I can buy you time. Even if I can't beat him, I still have many ways to escape with my life. I replied. Tisk. Naruto gritted his teeth and clenched his fist. Fine. You better promise to leave right away if the situation gets bad. Naruto said before dashing off. To his surprise, Orochimaru didn't try to stop Naruto. He just continued to glare at me with a look of anticipation. So, I wonder how much you've grown since we last fought. Orochimaru teasingly said. I walked out from the forest's edge and stood a fair distance away from Orochimaru. I took out my special kunai and got in a battle stance as I said, you'll be surprised. I won't hold back this time. Ho! I very much look forward to how much you've progressed. He retorted. We stared at each other for a few seconds as sparks flew in the air between our eyes, then, in the next second, I dashed to the right just as a snake flew up from underneath the place where I was standing. I quickly threw my special kunai at Orochimaru and formed the hand signs of ox, hare, monkey and shouted, Chidori. Lighting gathered in my palms as a loud noise resounded from the technique's activation, sounding like 1,000 chirping birds. Oh! Orochimaru raised his eyes in surprise as he quickly dodged to his right to avoid the kunai. Chidori, huh? I didn't expect that Kakashi would also teach him this technique aside from Sasuke, he thought. He commanded his snake to attack me, but I was faster. Just as it opened its maw to swallow me, I dodged to the side and sliced with my Chidori, spitting its jaw open all the way down its body. Orochimaru took this chance to hold out his arm and said, striking Shadow Snake Jutsu. A bunch of snakes flew out from his arm seeking to bind me, however I quickly formed the hand sign of tiger, horse, tiger, snake and held out my arm saying, Wood-style Great Forest Jutsu. A bunch of wood tendrils shot out from my arm as they collided with Orochimaru's snake tendrils. What? Orochimaru shouted in extreme shock. Not only Flying Thunder God Jutsu but also the wood-style Jutsu? How? He shouted mentally. I told you I wasn't holding back this time. I said as my wood tendrils held tightly onto his snake tendrils. I used my other hand to throw out a special kunai, and with one hand I formed the signs of ox, dog, dragon, rat, dog, boar, snake, tiger, saying, Kunai Shadow Clone Jutsu. My special kunai flew at Orochimaru with great speed, quickly turning from 1 to 20. Greatly alarmed, Orochimaru opened his mouth and out came another Orochimaru as he quickly slithered away, successfully dodging the barrage of kunai. I teleported to one of my special kunai that was thrown, giving me a straight line of sight at Orochimaru, and formed the signs of snake, ram, monkey, boar, horse, and tiger, and shouted, Fire-style flame bullet jutsu. A giant raging mix of fire and oil quickly engulfed his retreating form. Knowing that he probably escaped the attack in some weird way of his, I quickly picked up 5 special kunai from the ground and marked them with one of my new theorized technique seals. I then quickly placed them in a circle measuring 3 feet in diameter and formed the dragon hand sign. Not a moment later, Orochimaru appeared beneath me and struck out with his fist. However, I quickly moved backwards and grabbed his wrist, pulling him completely out of the ground. As I grabbed his wrist, I had also used the chance to mark him with the Flying Thunder God seal without his knowledge. He quickly disarmed my hold with his other hand and threw a fierce kick at my head, which I dodged with a backflip. Just as I landed on the ground, he opened his mouth to reveal the blade of the sword of Kusanagi. Right before he was about to rush at me with his mouth open and the blade sticking out, he instantly lost sight of me. Huh! He exclaimed loudly. At the next instant, I was already by his side and placed my hand on his shoulder. Orochimaru widened his eyes with great shock. He must have marked me with his sealing formula during our earlier exchange of hand-to-hand combat, he quickly thought. Before Orochimaru could react, I activated my Flying Thunder God Jutsu once more, and without teleporting myself, I instantly teleported Orochimaru into the circle ring I created with my 5 special kunai earlier. The moment he was teleported inside of that ring, he was immediately bombarded by raging fire from all 5 sides. "Ah!" he shouted as the flames continued to bombard him without stopping. Each second increased in the intensity and power of the flames that scorched him for up to a total of 5 seconds. I smirked happily at my work and said, "Heh. How does that feel, Orochimaru? This is my own original technique. I call it the Fire Element Seal Punishing Array Jutsu. I've created special seals pertaining to each nature element and infused my chakra into it. I place my unique seal of fire on those 5 special kunai marked with my Flying Thunder God seal. Once I form the dragon hand sign, it activates the linking of all 5 fire element seals in that circle I made. The moment anything enters the circle, it will set off the trap due to disturbing the linkage of the 5 seals, and they automatically bombard everything inside the circle for 5 seconds. Each second increases the intensity and power of the technique. This is my own created A-rank combination of ninjutsu and fuinjutsu. Due to the special nature of the seal's place being linked to my Flying Thunder God seal, all of the attacks don't leave the circle as it gets automatically teleported back inside to bombard the one inside. The only way for the force to go is either up or down. I then scanned the area around me without letting down my guard, knowing that this guy was harder to kill than probably even Uchiha Madara himself. I quickly sensed his presence a few tens of meters away from me. I turned and stared at him. He had some weird sticky fluid dripping off of him. He probably did some weird snake substitution jutsu or something like that to escape my technique. I also have to be careful about my chakra usage. I've gotten better at teleporting others thanks to Lord Third giving me the notes of Lord Second and Lord Fourth, but I still haven't completely mastered it yet. Since he shed his body with the mark, he isn't marked on that new body of his yet, so I can't fly to him. He. Ha ha ha. Incredible. Simply incredible. Your power is formidable. I really want your body. Wood style, huh? I wonder how you were able to come by this technique. Has Sarutobi-sensei been doing experiments on his own without telling me? He. Your technique just now, it was quite powerful. If it was anyone else, then perhaps you would have succeeded in killing them. Orochimaru said with great maniacal enthusiasm. I just sighed inwardly. Although I know he'd be useful later, why does he have to be such a creep? And why does he have so many weird life-saving jutsu? I mean seriously, how many times can he even use that jutsu? Just as Orochimaru and I were about to re-engage in our battle, we both felt a surge of chakra and a loud rumble. We both paused as we turned to the direction of the source. So, it appears that their battle has ended, we both thought at the same time. Well, it looks like we will have to continue this another time. It's unfortunate, but I must secure that boy Sasuke. Until we meet again, Izaya-kun, Orochimaru said as he slowly disappeared in the ground. Phew. I let out a sigh. That was rough. Honestly, it's just a waste of chakra to even try fighting that guy. He just won't die. I looked to the sky as it clouded over and started to rain. At that moment Haku jumped out from the forest and stopped before me. Big brother! Are you alright? Haku? What are you doing here? I asked, surprised. I then turned to look towards the forest as Kiba, Niji, Choji, and Shikamaru also ran out of the forest. I was sent as backup by Lady Tsunade. Haku replied. Oi, did you do that? Shikamaru said as he looked at the scorched areas of the battlefield and the large snake corpse nearby. I shrugged my shoulders and said, doesn't matter, Orochimaru got away. He's not an easy person to deal with. Ah. Not an easy person to deal with? Should you be saying that? The fact that you're alive and can do this much damage against that guy is surprising already. Oh, where's Naruto? Shikamaru asked. Ah. He went after Sasuke while I held Orochimaru off. I'll go get him, I said quickly. Before anyone else could say something, I disappeared from my spot. What? Where did he go? Kiba asked in shock. Oh, Big Brother went to get Naruto. You don't need to think about it too much, Haku replied. Everyone else just stared at Haku dumbfoundedly as they all thought the same thing. We can't help but think about it, that guy's strength is too abnormal. I soon appeared next to Naruto after activating my Flying Thunder God Jutsu. It's a good thing I marked his sleeve when I pulled him back earlier. Looks like Sasuke left already, I can't sense his presence nearby. I picked the unconscious Naruto up and activated the Flying Thunder God once more, appearing next to Haku. Everyone but Haku exclaimed. No questions, please. Let's just go back to the village. Naruto needs to rest and get treatment, I said. Ahem. Sounds like a plan, Shikamaru said. I guess we failed the mission, Niji commented. It can't be helped, Orochimaru interfered. That's someone we can't handle, it was only to be expected after that, Shikamaru replied as we dashed off back to the village. I guess Tsunade didn't call in help from the sand village like in my past life, since we had Haku after all, I silently thought to myself as we continued running through the forest. Back at the place where Sasuke and Naruto fought, a strange-looking creature with one side half black and the other half white in the attire of an Akatsuki member stood on the cliff. It was Zetsu as he had watched the battle from above. Things seem to be getting a bit interesting, he said. Chapter 27. Tap. 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 Say that again, Tsunade said as she tapped her fingers on her desk. Shikamaru and I just looked at each other as we both had the same thought. What a pain. We've told her 3 times already what the situation was. As co-joint captains of the group that set out to bring Sasuke back, we had to report on the details of what happened. She seemed to accept everything we said until she heard my report on Orochimaru. I cleared my throat as I once again was about to go over the details of my encounter with Orochimaru. Ahem. Orochimaru interfered in our mission. They did something to Sasuke which allowed him to assimilate the power of the curse mark. Sasuke ran off as Naruto chased him. I remained behind to stall Orochimaru. After he and I fought, we felt a powerful discharge of chakra, which was probably Sasuke and Naruto's doing. He left soon after and I went to the site of their battle. I recovered Naruto and we returned here to Konoha. Damn that Orochimaru. Tsunade cursed. She rubbed the temples of her forehead and said, "All right. As you both were appointed captains for this mission, you both are held responsible for what happens on the mission. While the mission failed, I suppose it can't be helped this time. I didn't expect Orochimaru to return near the borders of Konoha so soon after what he pulled. No one was majorly hurt this time, remarkably. Only Naruto sustained some heavy injuries and is in recovery. I'm actually most impressed that you didn't sustain any injuries, Izaya. You fought Orochimaru. I seriously wonder how you pulled that off, but good job. You are dismissed." "Yes." Shikamaru and I bowed respectfully as we walked out the door. "Man, that was a pain," Shikamaru said. "Well, it can't be helped. This did concern Orochimaru after all," I replied as we both left the Hokage's office. As we continued to walk down the same road, Shikamaru turned to me and said, "You going to the same place I'm going?" "I'm going to the hospital to visit Naruto." "If that's where you're going, then yes, I would be going to the same place you are," I replied. "Ha ha ha, I guess so. Hey, I want to thank you for your support on the mission. If it was just me alone as the team lead, things would have turned out a lot worse," Shikamaru said as we finally entered the hospital. I shook my head and said, "Truth is, we're just lucky. If Orochimaru had decided to stick around and fight me for real, I might have been incapacitated. That guy is truly hard to kill. You should also have a bit more faith in your own leadership skills." We opened the door to Naruto's room to find that he was already awake, albeit wrapped up like a mummy. "Yo, Naruto," Shikamaru said. "Oh!" Shikamaru. "Izaya. What are you guys doing here?" Naruto replied. "To visit you." "How are you holding up?" Shikamaru asked. Better. I should be good to go in a week, maybe sooner, Databeo," he replied. It does seem that way," I said. Sakura and Tsunade came to visit him soon after, but the situation turned a bit more depressing as the topic of Sasuke came up. Shikamaru and I decided it wasn't our place to bother with their team matters, so we left. I went to visit Kimimaro since I was already here in the hospital. "Izaya, what are you doing here so late?" Kimimaro asked. "Just thought I'd drop by to see how you were. Is the treatment going well?" I asked. Before Kimimaro could answer, we heard a voice from right by the door. "Of course it's going well. Who do you think is performing the treatment?" said a loud and unruly voice. I knew who it was immediately. Ahem. I didn't mean any disrespect, Lord Fifth. Ha ha ha. Of course I know that. I was just teasing you. Anyways, I came here to start Kimimaro's evening treatment since Naruto seems to be doing just fine. Everything's been going well, so he should be as good as new in a few months," she said. "Heh, hear that, Maro? Haku and I will be awaiting your return. As soon as you get back, we'll work on our combo technique. I've been studying hard under Hiruzen-sensei. I'll show you guys what I can do when I return," Kimimaro said. "I look forward to it. I'll let you get treated now," I said as I left the hospital. As I walked outside, I stared at the setting sun. From here on out, everyone is going to be training hard. Alright, I should work hard too. The days slowly passed by and weeks rolled around the corner. Those weeks turned into a few months. Kimimaro's treatment has been going well. It appears it'll only be about another month before he is fully cured and is able to join Haku and I again. Haku and I have also completed our Umbu training already. Yamato-sensei was the one to complete our induction as official Umbu under Lord Third. Every 3 days Haku and I would train with Lord Third, switching off sparring with him. We've also been on various Umbu missions along with Yamato-sensei. Today was a day we had off, so I was at the training ground wanting to perfect some of my techniques. First, I'll try piecing together the original technique I thought of when I watched Naruto and Sasuke battle it out on the roof of the hospital. It happened after Sasuke used his fire-style jutsu and Naruto used his Raisen Gan's powerful spinning motion to keep the flames from reaching him. Then I thought about how Sasuke used the Chidori, which was essentially lightning nature infused on his palms to increase his piercing and cutting power. When the light of the sun hit me, I was instantly inspired. I wanted to add all of that together, so I understood that this was a huge project, but one that I was determined to succeed in, and I already had a mental image of what I imagined the technique to turn out as. A special technique that belonged to me. If I incorporate both the principles of the Raisen Gan and Chidori, then I could come up with something extraordinary. I wanted to combine the power of Raisen Gan with my different elemental natures. Something even more powerful than Naruto's Raisen Shuriken. I'll call it Teyugen, meaning Sun Sphere. I placed my hand out in front of me as I prepared to test out my new technique. First, bring chakra into my hand. Release the chakra in my hand at a steady stream. Contain the chakra. Spin the chakra. Alright, first part is over. Next, infuse wind nature into my hand. Shape it into a sphere as it spins. Good. Now, release fire nature into the center of my palm. Reduce its size and have it spin at a constant velocity. Perfect. Beads of sweat began rolling down the side of my forehead at this moment as I took a few heavy breaths trying to concentrate. The wind sphere is steady. The flame is getting out of control by the wind. Before I could continue, the flame and the wind started to get chaotic in my hand, so I instantly canceled the technique. I attempted this for a few more hours. Phew. No good, huh? Maybe I should infuse water first. Right, if I infuse water first, the wind won't agitate the flame. What I need is to ensure I increase the temperature of the fire. If I spin the flame at high velocities with my chakra, it'll heat up the water, creating the desired effect I want. That sounds good. Just as I started up my technique again, a voice spoke out behind me. What are you doing? I shouted as I was startled. The sphere of wind containing a dense volume of chakra, water, and fire flew out of my hand at that moment. Shit! I yelled. I quickly turned behind me, and without looking at who snuck up on me, I jumped at the person and grabbed them before immediately activating the Flying Thunder God Jutsu. We instantly disappeared from the training ground I was at and reappeared just outside the entrance to the training grounds. A couple seconds later, a loud boom was heard as a plume of dust and smoke rose into the air. Phew! I breathed out a sigh of relief. That was super dangerous, losing control of the technique like that. Can you get off me now? The voice said. I looked down. Hanabi? I said as I got off of her. I extended my hand to help her off the ground. Why'd you attack me like that? And how'd we get over here? She asked. I think I should be the one asking what you were doing sneaking up behind me. I said. But to answer your question anyways, I was training. I was attempting a new jutsu of mine when you startled me and I lost control. It was an extremely powerful and dangerous technique, so without thinking I grabbed you and got us out of the explosion range before we could get hurt. Oh, sorry. Haha, I guess I owe you a thanks then. She said. I just stood there as I stared at her. She just stared back. We stared at each other for a few more moments before I thought to myself, is she going to answer my question or not? So why were you sneaking up behind me? I asked with a nice curious tone and hoped she wouldn't just walk away without answering. I came to train, but I felt a strong flow of chakra coming from somewhere, so I went to go see what it was. When I got to the source, I saw you, so I thought I'd ask if you felt it too. She said with a straight face. Wow. She's got a good poker face. She could probably convince almost everyone else but me. Heh, she was obviously looking for me, but the question is why? Training? I thought the Hyuga clan had their own private training grounds. I said teasingly. We can decide to train outside our private training grounds sometimes as well. My cousin Niji does all the time. And so does my sister Hinata. She argued back. I put my hands up by my chest in a defensive manner and said, I didn't mean to imply anything. Nothing wrong with you training here. I was just a bit surprised. Well, I should probably take a break from training anyways. I looked up at the sky and saw that the sun was starting to set. Looks like it's about dinner time. I think I'll go for some ramen tonight. I'll leave you to your training then, I said as I prepared to head out. Wait! She said quickly. Amen? I paused. Did you need something else? I asked. I was also done training. That's why I went to go check out that source of energy I felt. I'm hungry now too. As it so happens, I also feel like eating ramen. Since we're both headed to eat ramen anyways, we should just go together. Besides, two's a company, she said with a proud look on her face. I took a good look and didn't notice any evidence of her having done any sort of training yet. I inwardly shook my head and was about to answer her when we both heard someone shout, Big brother. Eh? Haku? I turned around to look at the sound of the voice. Haku arrived a moment later and said, Big brother, I heard a loud explosion and thought that it was probably due to your dangerous technique you've been trying out. I came over to see if you were okay. He shifted his head to the side as he noticed Hanabi standing behind me. Eh? Isn't this the person who bumped into you that one day? Haku said. HMPF. Three's a crowd. Hanabi pouted and mumbled to herself. Haku just shrugged his shoulders and said, You haven't eaten yet, right? If you're done training then shall we go grab some food? I nodded my head and said, Okay, I was thinking about some ramen. Want to join us? I said. Eh? What do you mean by us, big brother? Haku asked. I shifted my stance so Hanabi wasn't behind me anymore and said, Well, I was going to get some ramen and coincidentally Hanabi said she wanted some too. We were about to go together. Ahem. It's okay. You don't have to join us. I'm sure you probably didn't feel like eating ramen anyways, right? Hanabi said with an innocent expression. I just sighed inwardly. Surely Haku won't fall for her ploy, right? I thought to myself. Haku pouted and said, Of course I like ramen. In fact, I was going to suggest eating ramen with my big brother. You don't have to come with us. It was nice meeting you. Hey! When did I say I wasn't going? Hanabi retorted. And when did I say that I didn't feel like eating ramen? Haku replied. I just stood to the side as I was completely forgotten at this moment. Maybe I'll just eat at home. I whispered to myself. What? Hanabi and Haku said at the same time as they turned to look at me. Ahem. I was just wondering if you both are ready? If so, shall we all go get some ramen? My treat. Promise. I said helplessly. I sighed to myself as I pondered how I got stuck in this situation. We ordered our ramen from Ichiraku's as Haku sat to my left and Hanabi to my right. So big brother, how about we go shop for some ninja tools after? Oh, Hanabi probably wouldn't want to go with us after, right? Sorry about that. Haku said with an undertone. HMPF. I know the shop owner. With me around you can get the best deals. I am after all the next in line as head of the Hyuga clan. Oh, but after weapon shopping we should go get some flowers. I hear that your teammate Kimimaro is in the hospital, right, Izaya? Well, Haku probably doesn't know much about flowers, so it's okay if you don't join us. Hanabi replied proudly with hidden meaning. Ha! I'm an expert when it comes to medicinal plants. Naturally, I also have extensive knowledge on flowers. Big brother and I can pick flowers ourselves. No need for you to go through the trouble. Maro is our teammate after all. Haku retorted, not giving up. Before anyone could say anything else, our ramen was placed in front of us. Finally! I said. Both Haku and Hanabi just stared daggers at me. Ahem ahem. I mean, finally our bowl of ramen is served. 'Cause, you know, I was hungry and all. I said helplessly. Then, would you like some of mine? This is a lot, so I don't mind sharing some with you, Izaya-kun. Hanabi said amiably. I think Big Brother would rather have mine. We are sworn brothers after all. No need for the next head of the Hyuga clan to go out of her way for something like this. Haku said innocently. Enough. I stood up from my spot and walked over to a table that was set up outside the stands. You two. Come here and bring your bowls with. I commanded. They silently and obediently walked over. Sit. I said. They both sat and placed their bowls down. You two are going to eat right here. Now think about what you did wrong. I said as I went back to the stand and sat in the booth eating my ramen in peace and quiet. Haku and Hanabi just sat in silence for a good minute before they looked at each other. I think Big Brother is mad. He's never yelled at me like that before. Haku said dejectedly. Hanabi silently nodded and whispered, he's kind of scary when he's angry. Did we make him mad? I think so. Haku replied. Did we do something wrong? Hanabi asked. I'm not sure. Haku responded. But aren't you guys sworn brothers? You should know this stuff. Hanabi said. HMPF. Why were you with Big Brother anyways? You've only met once. Not true. Today makes it twice. She replied. How does that make any difference? Haku said. Once his chance, twice his fate. She said with a smirk. You still haven't answered my previous question. Haku replied as he finally started eating his bowl of ramen. Well, to be honest, I was just curious. Your big brother is one of the only people who my cousin Niji has ever openly acknowledged as being stronger than himself. He has a look of respect whenever I ask him about Izaya. I just wanted to know what kind of person he was. Hanabi replied before she too started to eat her bowl of ramen. Haku looked up and said, everyone should respect my big brother. He's the best person in the entire world. The only reason you looked for Big Brother was to find out what kind of person he was, though? I wanted to know how he lived life. You see, originally my elder sister Hinata was supposed to be the head of the Hyuga clan. And Niji, well, our clan has strict rules and it seems like everyone in the clan has their own role to play, but my sister Hinata and Niji have decided to forge their own fate. Niji's view on life seemed to change after fighting against Naruto, and other than him, Izaya is the only other person he spoke so highly of. That's why I wanted to know what kind of person Izaya is. I too wish to take fate into my own hands. Hanabi replied. Haku stared her in the eyes for a good second, confirming that it was the truth before he smiled and said, I believe you. Then, would you like me to tell you how great my big brother is? Yes. Please do. Hanbai said. After spending a good amount of time eating my dinner, I finally finished and turned to look over to where Haku and Hanabi were sitting with a stunned expression. What the hell? Why did they look like such good friends all of a sudden? I whispered to myself as I watched them talking and laughing with smiles. I shook my head and walked over to them. Well, I'm glad you two are getting along now. It's pretty late already, so I think I'll just go home today. I said as I studied their faces, trying to glean some sort of hint as to how they reconciled. That's probably a good idea. Hanabi said, and Haku nodded in agreement. Then, allow us to walk you back to the Hyuga residence. I said. Hanabi nodded in consent. After dropping Hanabi off, I turned to Haku and said, what were you two talking about that made you both laugh and smile so much? Haha, it was nothing, big brother. Haku replied sheepishly. Let's go home. I shrugged my shoulders and said, whatever you say. I turned around and began the trek back home. You really are going to keep asking me about it? Haku said as he followed me back. Why? Do you want me to ask? I replied. Yes. Haku said. Then are you going to tell me about what you both talked about? No. I facepalmed, then why should I ask? Because when I want to know what you're thinking and ask about it, you never give me a serious answer. Haku said matter-of-factly. So this is revenge of sorts? I replied. Maybe. He said. Ha ha ha. I can't win against you, Haku. Our banter continued all the way back home. Just as I entered my room, there was a knock on my window. As I opened it, there was a bird with a letter attached. Hiruzen-sensei? I said as I recognized it as his messenger bird. After reading the letter, I furrowed my brow for a moment before laying down on my bed and destroying it. A 3-year Umbu mission, huh? Seems Lord Third also wants Kimimaro to serve as an Umbu for a time. After Kimimaro recovers in a month and completes his Umbu training, Kimimaro, Haku, and I will leave. I closed my eyes and soon, sleep overtook me. Chapter 28, Unexpected. Boom! Splash! Thud 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 thud. Huff, 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 huff. A lone Umbu stood in the middle of a giant lake as he pulled a kunai out from his left leg. Ugh! He groaned. Blood seeped down from the side of his face and leg. As he stood there trying to catch his breath, he took a look around the lake. Floating above the water were more than 20 dead bodies. He weaved his hands together to form some hand signs, causing his hands to light up in a light green color. Using his medical ninjutsu, he worked to heal his wounded leg. Ghost and Reaper are gonna be mad when they see the state that I'm in, he said. This Umbu who killed more than 20 enemy shinobi was exactly Silent Mist. Right after Kimimaro had been cured of his disease, he began training rigorously. He completed his Umbu training not long after his release from the hospital and was named Reaper. After training with Lord Third for 3 months, he joined Izaya and I on a 3-year-long Umbu mission to gather intel on various criminal organizations, even to dispose of some. Of course, one of the highest priorities of criminal organizations on that list was the Akatsuki. However, they were truly a difficult organization to track. We'd been away from the village on our mission for 2 years already, and the organization we were tracking was called the Bloodwater Organization. We tracked the organization to its headquarters, which was situated in the land of water. Silent Mist contemplated to himself as he healed his wound. I'm supposed to meet Ghost and Reaper at our designated rendezvous point. I still have a few hours before the time limit. These guys were more careful than they let on. At least I was able to get what I came for. Silent Mist whispered to himself as he looked at the scroll in his hand. He put it away and was just about to leave when he heard a voice say, Water-style Great Waterfall Jutsu. AH? Silent Mist exclaimed as a giant torrent of incredibly powerful water approached to engulf him. He quickly placed his hands in front of him and said, Ice-style Ice Barrier Dome Jutsu. He quickly encapsulated himself in a dome of ice as the vortex of water engulfed him and attempted to crush him. Crap! I've already wasted so much chakra when I fought against my pursuers. Whoever this person is, they're much stronger than the guys from earlier. I don't have enough chakra right now to fight him. Best use this chance to escape, Silent Mist quickly thought. He placed his hands on the bottom of the ice dome and activated his ice style to form a sharp spear, thrusting through the bottom of the water vortex and successfully slipping out of its torrential grasp into the lake below. He quickly swam downwards in a dark place of the lake to hide. Just as he was about to activate an ability to help him breathe underwater, he saw the dark part of the water become even darker. Greatly alarmed, he used his ice dome jutsu once more to cover himself. Just as the dome of ice covered his body, a giant maw opened up and swallowed him. Up on the surface of the lake stood a man with half his face covered. He wielded a giant sword known as the Kurikuri Bocho, or otherwise known as the Executioner's Blade. This was Momochi Zabuza. He watched as his jutsu engulfed the person he was hired to kill. To his surprise, however, when the jutsu dissipated, the person was nowhere to be found. HMPF, sneaky. He escaped. Zabuza said indifferently. He looked around and saw the many dead bodies that were killed by that person. I can see why I was hired, whoever that was, they were highly skilled to kill this many rogue shinobi. Zabuza mumbled as he walked off. After an hour of observing the inside of the mouth from whatever ate him, Silent Mist took out a long needle and infused it with his chakra. He had somehow managed not to get swallowed down to the stomach and clung to the side of this thing's lower jaw. He was able to discern some of the properties of this animal and found where its gag reflex was. Silent Mist took his chakra-enhanced needle and threw it towards the animal's gag reflex. Soon, a loud rumbling sound was heard, and before he knew it he was spit out from this beast's mouth along with its lunch. "Ugh!" Silent Mist moaned. Strangely, he found himself within a giant underwater palace. Quickly he weaved his hands to form the snake sign, causing a bubble of water to appear around his head. Phew! He breathed out a sigh of relief. Silent Mist finally took notice of the great beast in front of him. It was at least 40 meters in length. A giant catfish? He exclaimed. The catfish just stared back at him before a loud, powerful voice said, "You human brat. What is your name?" My name is Haku." Haku responded as he removed his umbu mask. The catfish talked? Haku mentally screamed. Ha ha ha. Kid, I'm impressed. Nothing has ever escaped from the clutches of my jaws before. You are the first. So your name is Haku. Good name. You may call me Namazu. It then spread out its fins and caused the water in the surrounding palace hall to drain out. Haku just fell to the ground as the water he was suspended in disappeared. Excuse me, Sir Namazu, but can you tell me where this is? Haku inquired. It took one long look at Haku with its giant yellow eyes before saying, "This place is known as Ryuga Joe Palace." Haku just continued to stare blankly with confusion. I still don't understand. Where is Ryuga Joe Palace? And what is it? Haku asked. Namazu just laughed loudly and said, "Ha ha ha. Kid, it's no wonder you haven't heard of it. No human has ever set foot in this place before. Have you ever heard of a place called Mount Maiboku? Or perhaps the Shikatsu Forest? Maybe you've heard of the Ryuchi Cave? Big Brother has mentioned those to me before. Mount Maiboku is the place where the ancient toads reside. Shikatsu Forest is the place where the Great Slug lives, and Ryuchi Cave is the place of the Great Snakes. Supposedly they are legendary places and unexplored sage regions. So I see you've heard of these places. You aren't wrong describing those three places like that. However, this place is Ryuga Joe Palace. It is even more legendary than those three places. Here the ruler is the great ocean dragon sage. I am one of the three great guardians of Ryuga Joe Palace." Haku was incredibly stunned. He never imagined that being swallowed by a catfish would ever bring him to a place like this. In fact, he never imagined that he would ever be swallowed by a catfish. After coming to terms with his situation, he said, "Sir Namazu, is it possible to leave this place?" "Oh? You've come to such a prestigious place yet you wish to leave? Ah, well, I suppose you didn't come of your own free will. It can't be helped. Kid, our meeting can be a sort of fate. Since you've literally successfully escaped from the jaws of death, let me grant you a recompense." Namazu said as it opened its giant maw. His tongue rolled out of its mouth as it laid down a large scroll in front of Haku. "Open the scroll and sign your name with your blood on it." "All right, but what is this for?" Haku inquired. Ha ha ha. Well, I haven't met many humans in my life, and all the ones I did meet ended up becoming food. You, however, are quite amiable. I don't mind lending you a hand every now and then. By signing your name in blood on this scroll, you would have formed a contract with the three great guardians of the Ryuga Joe Palace. By utilizing the summoning jutsu, you can summon us to help aid you in difficult situations. We've stayed away from worldly affairs for so long that we guardians are pretty bored now. That old sage just sleeps all day and we've nothing to do. I'm sure you can show us some pretty interesting things outside. After you sign the contract, I'll help bring you out. By the way, although I am very old, you can drop the sir. I don't care for such formalities. Mazu replied. Haku smiled and said, Amen. Then can I call you Mazu? Whatever floats your boat, kid. By the way, I'm sticking to calling you kid. Call me Mazu or whatever you like. He replied as he watched Haku form the contract. Min. The contract is done. Mazu said as he closed the scroll and swallowed it again. Okay kid, jump in my mouth and I'll take you out. All right. Haku skeptically nodded and hopped in Mazu's giant maw. He didn't really seem to have a choice anyways. It was only about a minute or so before Mazu opened his mouth again, letting Haku see the light of day. That was fast. Haku commented. Of course, who do you think I am? Mazu replied. Haku jumped out of Mazu's mouth and back onto the giant lake before bowing respectfully and said, Thank you, Mazu. Although you were the one who swallowed me, you also allowed me to see a wonderful place and benefit from this encounter. Min, don't forget to call us out when you need help. I'll tell the other two about you when I get back. I'm sure they're itching to get a good look outside. Take care, kid. Mazu said as he sunk back down into the deep recesses of the water. Phew. Haku breathed out a sigh of relief. I should quickly head to the rendezvous point. Unexpectedly, I came out of that situation with gains instead of losses, and it didn't waste too much time. He put his Umbu mask back on and made his way over to the meetup location. Do you think Silent Mist is okay? Reaper asked. Imin, he still has a few hours left before the deadline of our meetup. If he isn't back by then, I'll just fly to his location. I replied. Fwish! A figure landed on a nearby tree before dropping down to the ground. Ghost, Reaper, I'm back. Silent Mist said. Reaper and I just looked at Silent Mist's tattered form before rushing over to him. Oi! Are you alright? What happened? I asked with concern. Are you seriously injured? Reaper asked. I'm fine, I'm fine. I got what we came for. I just met a bit of resistance before making it back. There were 20 rogue shinobi waiting in ambush, but I disposed of them, so there's no need to worry. There was one really strong person who showed up after, but I didn't get a good look at them. I managed to escape and was swallowed by a giant catfish. It brought me to a place called Ryuga Joe Palace. After talking things through, we ended up forming a contract and it brought me out of that place. Then I ended up here. Silent Mist said, recalling the events up to now. Phew. Reaper and I sighed in relief. Glad you're okay, Silent Mist. But what's this Ryuga Joe place? I asked curiously. Well, according to Mazu, one of the 3 guardians of the place, it is a legendary location of an unexplored sage land like Mount Maiboku. He replied. A legendary location like Mount Maiboku? I exclaimed in shock. What the hell is that place? There wasn't a place like that to my knowledge in my past life. Was there really other legendary places aside from the land of toads, snakes, and slugs? I mentally questioned. We should find a place to let Silent Mist rest more comfortably. Reaper suggested. Min. I've already prepared a place. I said as I placed my hands on both Reaper and Silent Mist's shoulders. Flying Thunder God Jutsu. We disappeared with no one the wiser and ended up in a room. Where are we, Ghost? Reaper asked. I took off my mask and said, I rented this room yesterday just in case for situations like these. We have it for a week. There are 2 bunk beds, so it'll definitely be enough for the 3 of us. Haku, you get some rest first. I'll take the scroll to the drop-off point. Kimimaro and Haku took off their masks as Haku handed the scroll to me. Alright then, big brother, be careful in case of anything unexpected happening. Haku said. Are you sure you don't need me to come with? Kimimaro asked. I shook my head. No, I'm going to teleport to a location nearby and then make the rest of the way over by foot. It'll be faster and more inconspicuous with just me. Once I hand over the scroll to Lord Third's agents and receive our next task, I'll head back immediately. I'm not sure whether or not Lord Third's agents will be late or early, so give me a week's time before you guys decide that something might be wrong. Min, safe travels. Haku and Kimimaro said. I nodded my head and placed my mask back on before I disappeared. Swish! I dashed through the forest towards a remote shrine that was designated as the meeting spot. It took me about an hour to get close from my initial transfer point. However, as I neared the shrine, I noticed something off. I stopped a few miles away on a branch in the forest as I closed my eyes to focus on what the situation was. Why are there 3 signatures? Lord Third only sends 2 people as agents at a time, never more, never less. Something is wrong. It's a good thing I decided to place my marker away from the meeting point like I always do just for cases like these. As I continued to focus, the situation seemed graver and graver. The 2 familiar signatures that usually come as Lord Third's agents, Bird and Hawk, are trapped in the basement below the shrine. Their chakra signature is in disarray. Jinjutsu maybe? There's 1 person watching over them, 1 person outside the shrine in the shadows, and 1 person waiting in front of the shrine. This chakra signature. It's Danzo. Don't tell me he's here for me? Shit, what if he wants me for my wood style? Did Orochimaru tell him about my wood style? I can't meet him by myself in case he decides to cast Shursue's Koto Amatsukami on me. His 2 guards must be Yamanaka Fu and Aburane Toryun. What to do, I'll have Kimimaro deliver the contents. I'll mark Kimimaro with my Flying Thunder God Seal, and if Danzo casts Shursue's Jinjutsu on him, I can fly to him instantly and release the Jinjutsu. Heh, trying to play me? I don't think so, Danzo. I placed a few of my special kunai in this area before teleporting back to the room with Haku and Kimimaro. Kimimaro was just about to head out the door when he saw me appear right in front of him. He shouted as he fell backwards from shock. I quickly extended my hand out to grab him and prevent him from falling. Izaya? That was fast. He said. Ugh. Maro, what's wrong? Haku said as he slowly rubbed his eyes and sat up in bed. Ah, sorry Haku, I didn't mean to wake you. Kimimaro said. Haku shook his head and said, It's okay, did you need something? Big brother? You're back already? Ahem. Actually, there's a bit of a problem. When I was getting near the meetup point, I noticed something off. It seems the 2 agents, Bird and Hawk, are currently incapacitated. The one behind this is Danzo. I'm guessing he finally couldn't wait any longer and might be aiming for me and my wood style. I said as I told them what I suspected. Tisk, damn Danzo. Always doing things by himself without regard for other people's livelihood. Haku cursed. I'll be right back, I need to prepare something quick. I said as I disappeared. Not long after I reappeared in the room. I turned to Haku and said, Haku, I want you to continue resting here. You just came back from a big battle not long ago. I already have a plan, so let Kimimaro and I handle this. Danzo may be a crafty old bastard, but I won't let him pull one over on me. Not a lot of people are aware of his abilities. I'm an exception. We'll go meet him and foil his plans and save Lord Third's agents while we're at it. Haku was silent for a moment but ultimately agreed. Alright, since you're taking Maro, then it should be fine. Come back immediately if things go south. Haku said. You got it, Chief. I replied jokingly. Ready, Maro? I said. Min. He nodded. I placed my hand on his shoulder and we disappeared from the room. Be careful. Haku whispered to himself. We arrived a few miles away from the shrine where I placed one of my special kunais. After taking a moment to confirm that the situation didn't change since I was last there, I turned to Kimimaro and said, All right, Maro, here's the plan. I'm going to mark your body with my Flying Thunder God Seal, and I want you to use the transformation jutsu to look like me. If Danzo really is after me, then he'll probably try to recruit me into Root, which is his Umbu division that's supposed to be disbanded by now. I'm sure you'll know how to handle that situation. When he gets refused, there's a possibility that he'll use a powerful Jinjutsu known as Kodo Amatsukami. It'll have the ability to influence your thoughts and choices without your knowledge. I'll monitor your situation with my senses and Sharingan. If he does use it, I'll know right away and fly to your side, dispelling the Jinjutsu. You take that chance to enter the shrine and save Bird and Hawk. There's one person guarding them. My guess is that the one guarding them is Yamanaka Fu. He is a sensor-type shinobi, but obviously not as good as me. Seems he hasn't noticed our presence yet. Probably can't sense us this far away, or he isn't actively searching and we've never formally met, so I don't think he'll be able to tell whether you are me or not. I'll hide myself from his detection when we get closer. Don't let him take control of your mind when you confront him. I'll hold off Danzo and his extra guard in the shadows. Once you have the agents, immediately escape. The farther you go, the better. That'll let me teleport to you and then teleport all of us to safety before Danzo and his guards can catch up. Alright. What if he doesn't use Kodo Amatsukami? Kimimaro asked. Here. Take this. I said as I gave him a scroll. This is a fake. If he isn't after me and is actually after the scroll we obtained, then just give it to him and leave. We'll come up with a plan after. Although it might be possible that he's after both. When he asks for the scroll, get as close to him as possible and try to stay as close to him as possible. Then I'll head over. Kimimaro replied as he activated the transformation jutsu. Swish! Danzo turned to look at Kimimaro, who was transformed as me appear. He transformed himself as one of the messengers, Kimimaro mentally noted as he looked at Danzo. Oh! Fair weather today, fellow traveler. Might you have spare change as a donation to the shrine? Danzo said. HMPF. He's even using our secret greeting. Probably got all the info from the two messengers he put under Jinjutsu, Kimimaro noted. Change? I've only enough for food and water. I can only offer my prayers and blessings. Kimimaro replied. I'm glad you made it. Where are the other two? Danzo said as he confirmed the password and continued to play the part of a messenger. It's just me today. We're stationed too far, it's inconvenient for all of us to come. Where's your partner? Kimimaro inquired. He's hidden in the shadows for safety measures. Do you have the scroll? Danzo replied. Here it is. Kimimaro said as he walked closer and handed over the fake one. I appreciate it. Has anyone ever told you that you're a pretty talented shinobi and umbu? There's a person in our village called Danzo. He's looking to recruit some talented individuals like yourself. Interested? Danzo said. He really is looking to recruit Izaya, Kimimaro thought to himself. Actually, I think that sounds like a pretty good opportunity. How do I get in touch with Danzo? Kimimaro replied. Damn, he really did it. He was actually aiming for me and cast Kodo Amatsukami on Maro? That bastard, I'll make him pay. I marked the tree I was standing on with my Flying Thunder God Seal, and before Danzo could react or do anything else, I infused my right hand with a medical ninjutsu technique I learned as an umbu, appeared in between him and Kimimaro, and struck at Danzo's right eye, tearing through the fabric that covered it and stole Shirsui's Sharingan from him. H! He screamed. I then placed my hand on Kimimaro's shoulder saying, Release. Kimimaro snapped out of his daze. Go! I shouted. Kimimaro instantly dashed inside the shrine. I then flew to the tree I marked earlier and put Shirsui's eye in a special container I prepared earlier and teleported it away. You bastard! Danzo shouted as he clutched his eye. Torian also appeared next to Danzo in that instant. Boom! Torian and Danzo quickly jumped off to the side to avoid being hit by what seemed to be large protrusions of bones from the shrine. Kimimaro quickly grabbed the two agents and dashed off as the guard Fu was unconscious, impaled, and stuck to the ground by a large bone spike. Fu! Torian shouted in alarm at this unexpected turn of events. I stood on the tree branch and stared at them. Danzo, oh Danzo. I'm afraid activating Izanagi right now won't help you restore Shisui Izaya to you. If only you had activated Izanagi the moment we arrived, then you might have had a chance to turn this reality into nothing but an illusion. Unfortunately you didn't. You thought you could play me? Think again. Ugh! You bastard. I am one of the elders of the Hidden Leaf. You dare attack me? That is an act of betrayal. Danzo shouted. Spare me your nonsense. Although you think you have the leaf in your mind for every action you take, what you truly are is a scared little pretentious cat who thinks that you're the only one who cares for the hidden leaf. Suspicious of everything and everyone who isn't under your orders. What's more laughable is that you think that only your actions are the correct actions. You're a sorry excuse as one of the so-called leaders of the hidden leaf. More like a leech that's draining the leaf of its life. I berated Danzo. Danzo was extremely surprised at everything I said up until now. How did you know about Uchiha Shisui and that I possess his eye? It also seems that you know of its power since you elected to steal it. You even know of the power of Izanagi. Who are you really? Danzo asked cautiously and angrily. I'm an Umbu under Lord Third. I specialize in assassination, information gathering, and interrogation. How can I not know? Root has been disbanded, yet here you are still trying to secretly control the organization. The truth is that you are just a power-hungry old man and an incredibly stubborn control freak. I won't kill you because you aren't worth shit in my eyes. Someone else has your name on their hit list. They'll come after you eventually, so you best prepare yourself for the day of your judgment. Shimura Danzo. I said condescendingly as I looked down at them. Torian, help me kill him. I must reclaim Shisui's eye. Danzo said. Yes, Lord Danzo. Torian said as he took off his gloves. Heh. I smirked as I disappeared in an instant. No! Danzo screamed. Eh? What's this? Haku said to himself as he picked up a special liquid container with a Sharingan inside. Did Big Brother send this here? Haku placed it over on a table as he continued to wait for Kimimaro and Izaya's return. Fwish! I appeared next to Kimimaro, who had already run away quite far and was waiting in a clearing of the forest. Izaya. Kimimaro said as he noticed me appear next to him in a flash. Min. Let's keep our masks on and use our codenames again. I'm going to release these two from the Jinjutsu they're in. I said. All right. He nodded. I placed my hands on both of the agent's shoulders and said, release. Ugh. Bird and Hawk said as they regained consciousness. Bird, Hawk, are you both all right? Kimimaro asked. I think so. We were attacked and restrained. Bird replied. It was Danzo. Hawk said. Min. We know. They cast Jinjutsu on you both and Fu extracted the information they needed from you both. I'm afraid it's too dangerous to hand over our mission item to you guys. For now we'll hold on to it and deliver it at a later date. I told them. That sounds like a good plan. We have to return and let Lord Third know of what happened here today. Hawk said. Min. We'll be counting on you both to do that. I'll send you both as close as I can with my jutsu. Although it'll take up a lot of chakra to send you both that far, it can't be helped. The situation is special. Before I do that, was there anything Lord Third wanted you both to pass on to us? I said. There was something. We did have your next mission scheduled, but Danzo has that information now as well. It isn't ideal to have you take on this next mission, therefore, continue your other objectives such as gathering intel until further notice. When we return to the Leaf to inform Lord Third, he'll decide how to proceed from there. The last piece of information we were told to deliver to you was that Gaara, the 5th Kazekage, was abducted by the Akatsuki. They successfully extracted the One-Tails, Shikaku. An elder of the Hidden Sand used a forbidden technique to save the Kazekage's life after the extraction. Bird said. What? Kimimaro and I said at the same time. Was it that time already? I suppose it has been 2 years. Although I know the future, I don't know the exact dates that events happen, I only know when they generally happen. Since I wasn't in the village, I couldn't help. Damn. I don't know if this is a good thing or a bad thing. I had already sent some info to Lord Third over these past 2 years to be mindful of the Akatsuki's moves on the One-Tails. Some events are still happening as they did, and some events are now completely foreign to me. The fact that Danzo has his eyes set on me now and that I stole Shinsue's eye from him means he'll send his root members to kill me. This is a mess, I thought to myself. I let out a sigh before saying, I see. Is there anything else? Bird and Hawk shook their heads. Very well then, I'll send you both off. Be careful though. Danzo probably has root division members monitoring the situation in and around the hidden leaf from the shadows. Min. Thank you, Ghost. You too, Reaper. Bird and Hawk said. I placed my hands on their shoulders and sent them off. Ugh! I groaned as I tipped over, losing my balance. Kimimaro caught me and helped me steady my footing. Sending them both from the land of water to the land of fire sure takes a lot of chakra. Reaper, I saved just enough chakra to send us both back to Silent Mist. Once I do, I'll probably lose consciousness. I'll be counting on you and Silent Mist if anything unexpected happens. I said out of breath. Min, don't worry about anything. We'll handle it. Kimimaro said. I nodded my head as we disappeared in the next moment. Chapter 29, Meeting Itachi once more. The wind howled through a dark and winding cave as water dripped from the stalactites on the ceiling. 3 figures stood around a mutilated body in deep contemplation. What do you think, Reaper? Silent Mist asked. Same as the other 4. The lacerations and depth of the strikes suggest it was done by the same perpetrator. Reaper replied indifferently. Are you two thinking what I'm thinking? I said to Reaper and Silent Mist. Min. They both nodded. Most likely, it was done by Sajobo. Reaper replied. So, the great ancient Tingu Sajobo decided to kill the other 4 ancient Tingus? Why would he? Silent Mist inquired. Not sure. He has the greatest bounty on his head, so he's definitely the most dangerous of the ancient Tingu. Well, I suppose he's the only ancient Tingu left alive now. Perhaps he was driven mad, or perhaps these 4 offended him somehow. We don't know what the nature of the relationship between these 5 Tingus were. When we scoped out the area ruled by the Tingu Sajobo, there wasn't any traces of him living there for the past 5 years. Judging from this body, he probably died a year or 2 ago. I theorized. There's nothing else we can glean from the body, shall we destroy it like the others? Reaper asked. Min. I'll get rid of it. We'll head to the new meeting point that Lord Third designated for his agents. I replied. Okay, we'll be right outside the cave. Silent Mist and Reaper said. I nodded as they left the cave. I shifted my mask to expose my right Sharingan as it slowly transformed from the standard 3-tomo pattern to a dark black swirl with 6 tomo in the surroundings. Manjiku Sharingan. Amaterasu. Scorching black flames completely incinerated the dead Tingu's body in a few seconds before disappearing into the void, leaving no evidence of any sorts. The Manjiku returned to that of the standard pattern as I covered my right eye with my mask once more. I took one final sweep, making sure nothing was missed before walking out of the cave to join Silent Mist and Reaper. Ghost, seems like the situation has changed a bit. Silent Mist said as he handed me a note. Oh? Did Lord Third send a special messenger, Hawk? I said as I took the note. Lord Third has asked us to head to Tenchi Bridge instead of the meeting point to observe. We are to return to the village afterwards. Apparently when the Kazekage was kidnapped, Sakura fought against a member known as Sasori. Sasori ended up telling them that he had a spy by Orochimaru's side and that they were supposed to meet up. Since this was the case, Konoha managed to convince the Sand Village not to reveal the truth about Sasori's death until after the meet. Lord Fifth sent Yamada-sensei along with Sakura, Naruto, and a new member called Sai. Silent Mist said. Eh? I exclaimed in my head. If I recall from my past, the meetup was supposed to happen soon after they rescued Gaara. Why is it happening so late this time? Did Sasori change the date to meet Kabuto, or was it because the capture of Gaara happened a bit earlier than it did in the past? It's already been a few months after Gaara's capture. So, it indeed seems like the events I know of are slightly changing. After reading the note, I nodded my head in acknowledgement of the new order before destroying the message and said, "All right, let's go. We have 4 days to get there. We can make it in 3 if we leave now." Min. Silent Mist and Reaper said as we dashed off towards the village hidden in the grass where the Tenchi Bridge was located. Fwish fwish fwish. For the past couple days, 3 figures dashed through the woods at high speeds when one of them immediately came to a halt. Thud thud. Both Silent Mist and Reaper halted as well atop the trees. "What's wrong, Ghost?" Reaper asked. "You two go on ahead. There's someone I wish to speak to alone. Since I have the chance right now, I have to take it. It won't take long," I said unwaveringly. Reaper and Silent Mist looked at each other knowing I wouldn't take no for an answer, so they both nodded their heads and dashed off. Over all the years that we've been together and all the dangerous missions we've been through, both Silent Mist and Reaper have gotten much better in handling our separation, choosing to believe in me instead of trying to stick to me. I dashed off in the direction where I sensed Itachi's chakra. I was incredibly surprised that I'd meet them randomly like this. It wasn't long before I arrived in front of both him and Kisame. "Eh? Ho, aren't you that Umbu that came before us that day in the leaf? Where's your partner?" Kisame asked curiously. Itachi was also surprised at my arrival. He furrowed his brow as he studied me for a bit and commented, "I'm impressed that you discovered us. Are you going to say that you're surveying the area again?" "No. This time was pure coincidence, however I did happen to want to have a chat with you," I replied. "Oh?" Itachi responded with surprise. "It just so happens that I wanted to have a chat with you as well. You've piqued my curiosity from our last meeting. Then it'd be best if we have this chat in private," I said. Kisame just turned to look at Itachi, wondering what he'd decide. After a few moments, Itachi said, "Kisame, I'll be back shortly." He then turned into a flock of crows and disappeared. At that moment I also disappeared, following the direction Itachi went with my senses. HMPF, seriously. What the hell? Kisame just said to himself as he sat down by a tree. In a forest clearing a little ways away, a bunch of crows came together before Itachi appeared in their place. I arrived not a moment later. "What did you wish to talk about?" Itachi inquired. "Sasuke," I replied. Itachi furrowed his brow once more before saying, "Why are you so interested in talking to me about Sasuke?" he asked. "I know the truth," I said without beating around the bush. Itachi gave a shocked expression before recomposing himself and responded, "People live their lives bound by what they accept as correct and true. That is how they define reality. But what does it mean to be correct or true? Merely vague concepts. Their reality may all be an illusion. The truth you think you know of may only be a mere illusion in reality." I shook my head as I said, "The truth I know of is the one that actually happened. Do not blame Lord Third for what I know. He's not to blame for how I discovered the truth about you. No one else aside from me and one other person outside the leaf knows the truth about you, Itachi," I replied. He squinted his eyes trying to understand my motives and said, "Then tell me, what do you actually know? You can blame Danzo for what I know. I investigated him and discovered many things. He plotted against me and attempted to use me by casting Shirsui's Jinjutsu on my mind. He failed and I removed Shirsue's eye from Danzo. I replied. What? This time Itachi was greatly shocked at hearing this. He couldn't help but feel his emotions stir. After all, that was the eye of his best friend and it was being abused by Danzo. But did he actually find out the truth about me just because he investigated Danzo? Itachi mentally questioned suspiciously. He probably won't give me a real answer, so there's no need to ask about how he truly knows about me. You mentioned that one other person outside the leaf knows the truth about me. Who is it? Itachi probed. The one you call Uchiha Madara. I replied. Itachi couldn't help but feel shocked again. How did he even know about Uchiha Madara? This put a rock in his plans. As he was contemplating, I continued on, I understand what you are trying to do. It won't work. I know the truth about you and I told you that you once reminded me of a painful memory I had. You wish for Sasuke to be the one to kill you and return to the leaf after he has fulfilled his purpose. However, what happens when he finds out the truth about you? It will most likely be Madara who tells him the truth. You loved your brother dearly. Did you not think he loved you just as much? Once he knows the truth, he may not return to the leaf, but instead turn against it. He may resent it for what it commanded you to do. What will you do? This time Itachi was seriously in a bind. As he didn't have the strength to kill Madara. His illness has been getting worse, and if he fought Madara he'd probably die before seeing Sasuke again. Seeming to understand the mental battle Itachi was having, I said, tell him the truth. Show him. Pass on your will to him. Transfer your emotions of what you feel for the village and how you lived as a shinobi. Show him your ninja way. Give him all the memories and details of your plans for him. Tell him it was Danzo who gave you this order. Show him that crushing the leaf would only be a dishonor to you and destroy everything that you stood for. If he truly loves you as a brother still, then after seeing all of this and feeling what you felt, he may decide to finally come to terms with his hatred. The only things you can leave him is your will, your love, your acceptance of who he is, your memories, and your power. Itachi was momentarily stunned. He fought an internal battle with his thoughts before closing his eyes and let out a soft sigh. This was unexpected. Sasuke is still young. Can he handle such a cruel reality? Itachi whispered. That isn't for you to decide. In your last moments you need to show and pass on to him everything. If he learns of this from a third party, he'll hate everyone who caused you to suffer because he'll think that the brother he loved so much didn't have a choice. But if you are the one to tell him, he may just come to understand your ninja way and return to Konoha. You shouldn't try to do everything yourself. There is only so much one person can do. Shisui tried to handle the Uchiha's coup d'etat himself, but Danzo foiled it. He then decided that it was best to entrust his will onto you, his one and only worthy comrade. I said as I stared on at Itachi. Itachi gave it some thought before opening his eyes once more as he stared at me. Perhaps you may be right. Perhaps as his older brother I should no longer try and treat him as a child. May I at least know who you truly are? Itachi asked as he stared at me intently. I placed my hand on my Anbu mask and as I slowly took it off I said, I am Karasuma Izaya. One of Sasuke's classmates. Itachi stared at me for a long while. For once the situation was completely out of his control. He, who was probably the current greatest Jinjutsu user in the world alive, who always believed he had things under control, was finally defeated. This was no Jinjutsu. This was not a world that he could perfectly control. There were too many anomalies and variables that even he could not foresee. He looked straight at my Sharingan for more than a minute before saying, Are you a member of the Uchiha clan? No. I replied as I shook my head and put my mask back on. I didn't think so. Itachi replied. I didn't steal these eyes nor did I kill anyone for them, if that's what you're wondering. In essence, when I first became conscious of the world, these eyes were already a part of me. I replied without giving a straight answer. Orochimaru, huh? Itachi ventured a guess, however I didn't reply. You said your name was Izaya, correct? he asked rhetorically while I simply nodded. Min. Why do you involve yourself with my brother? Itachi asked curiously. Because I consider him a friend. A friend who has walked down the path of an avenger. Not of his own choosing, but because he was forced to walk down this path by you. You tried to show him a path to walk. You thought what you were doing was being a loving brother. You tried to do everything and control everything on your own. You can only do so much. Why should Sasuke continue to suffer from walking down this path? I'm involving myself because I know the truth. You suffered on your own. I told you I can understand some of your pain. When I know the truth and feel your pain and suffering, how do you think Sasuke will feel when he learns of the truth from someone else other than you? He'll only continue to walk down the path of an avenger because that is the only path he would know how to walk. Before he travels further down this road of darkness to the point of no return, you should be the one to shed some light on his path. I replied. Itachi let out a soft sigh. Soon a flock of crows appeared in the space between us as one of the crows perched on my shoulders. You remind of Shisui. The mark of a true shinobi is that they do not seek in glory. They protect from the shadows. Shisui taught me that. You remind me of him a bit. Take his Sharingan from that crow's eye. I won't have need for it anymore. I've witnessed Naruto's strong will to save Sasuke. And I've now seen that you are also a splendid shinobi. After I have my battle with Sasuke, I will reveal to him the truth. Whatever happens after that, I can rest easy knowing shinobi like you and Naruto are around Sasuke. Since you've successfully freed Shisui's power from being abused by Danzo, I shall entrust his remaining eye to you as well. Thank you for freeing Shisui from Danzo's control. Take this, I said as I threw a special kunai to Itachi. He looked down at the kunai as he waited for my explanation. That is a special kunai of mine that is marked with my Flying Thunder God seal. I'll keep your body safe after your fight with Sasuke. This will prevent that Madara person from using your body to hold leverage over Sasuke. Itachi smirked before a bunch of crows obscured my vision. When they disappeared, Itachi was also gone. The only thing left was the crow perched on my shoulders with Shisui's Sharingan. I stood silently for a moment before using my Anbu medical ninjutsu and removed Shisui's eye from the crow, placing it in a special liquid container and storing it away. That went better than expected, I thought silently. He even decided to give me Shisui's eye. I raised my hand in the seal of confrontation, activating the Flying Thunder God, and appeared next to Silent Mist and Reaper in the next moment. Chapter 30, Tenchi Bridge. Swish! Whir! Whoosh! This wind? Is there a storm coming? Silent Mist asked aloud. I furrowed my brow. No. This chakra, I thought we could arrive earlier than the scheduled meeting time, but it seems that Yamato-sensei, Sakura, Naruto, and Sai have already met with Sasori's spy. And I'm willing to bet that Orochimaru was there as well. This wind is caused by a massive buildup of chakra. Do you both remember learning about the tailed beasts during our Anbu training? Konoha has one called the Nine Tails, and it was sealed into Naruto by Lord Fourth. I'm afraid the Nine Tails is exerting its influence on Naruto and attempting to break out of the seal. When that happens, Naruto can gain a massive amount of chakra from the Nine Tails, but the longer this continues, the greater the chance the Nine Tails has at breaking free. Naruto must have met with Orochimaru and got angry when he saw him, since he was reminded of Sasuke. Let's hurry, I said as we sped up even more. Boom! What? Reaper and Silent Mist exclaimed as we saw and felt a powerful blast of wind caused by the aftershock of some attack. We all quickly jumped towards the ground to help stabilize our bodies better as the surrounding trees, branches, and dirt blew around and past us. Seems the battle has begun, I said as I sensed a powerful mass of chakra, undoubtedly Naruto cloaked in the Nine Tails chakra, engaged in battle with another person who also had a powerful source of chakra. It was definitely Orochimaru. Fwish fwish fwish. Yamato exclaimed as he noticed three figures arrive behind him and Sakura. You guys are. Yamato immediately recognized who we were. After all, he was the one to complete our induction as Umbu. Umbu from the Hidden Leaf? Sakura exclaimed, surprised as well. We have come on orders from Lord Third to assist in case of an emergency situation. It appears this can count, I said as I took a look at the destruction around us. Boom! The battle raged on in the forest a few miles ahead of us. It seems the Ninetales has gone on a rampage, I commented. Yeah, I'm afraid Naruto has lost his sense of rationality when he saw Orochimaru, Yamato said. Where's the spy you were supposed to meet with? Silent Mist asked. It was Yakushi Kabuto. He was blown away by the blast earlier. Who knows if he's still alive? Yamato said. He's alive all right. Something like this isn't enough to kill him, I responded with indifference. I need to suppress the Ninetales inside of Naruto before the situation gets any worse, Yamato said. I'll help you. Silent Mist, you stay here with Sakura. Reaper, you come with us just in case we need backup, I replied and ordered. Min. Silent Mist and Reaper nodded in agreement. I'll be counting on you then, Yamato said as he, Reaper, and I ran off to the battlefield. Reaper, keep an eye on Orochimaru and don't let him approach Yamato, and Yamato, I will restrain Naruto while you suppress the Ninetales, I said quickly as we arrived. Min. They both assented. Oh? Umbu of Konoha? Orochimaru commented as he noticed our presence. Just as Naruto was about to rush out and strike again, I formed the snake hand sign and said, Wood-style silent strangle jutsu. Thick branches of wood tendrils appeared beneath Naruto and continued to wrap around each of his limbs and four-tailed chakra cloaks, effectively restraining him. When one started to break, I created more wood tendrils to take its place. Yamato formed the signs of boar, dog, bird, monkey, ram, monkey, tiger, and said, Hokage-style Elder Jutsu. A large encirclement of wood in a set formation surrounded Naruto as Yamato placed his hands on Naruto's chest, forming a blue chakra line that slowly suppressed the Ninetales. So this Umbu is that Izaya kid, huh? He, this could be my chance, Orochimaru said as he watched while licking his lips and rushed over to us. However, before he could get near, Reaper jumped out in front, forming the hand signs of ox, boar, ram, placed his hand on the ground and said, Skeletal wall frame jutsu. A giant wall made out of thick sturdy bones arose out of the ground with a giant skull at the center, effectively cutting off Orochimaru from Yamato and Ghost. Ah! Orochimaru stopped dead in his tracks as he observed what this was. Bone manipulation? Are you a remnant of the Kagaya clan? Orochimaru said with great interest. Reaper stood in front of the bone wall as he said with confidence, You will not take one step closer or you will face the consequences. Orochimaru just glared with anticipation and wanting. While everything was happening, Sai stood at the forest edge watching everything unfold. He was given orders from Danzo to deliver a message to Orochimaru, but it seems his chances of making contact were starting to look extremely slim. So many interesting kids have suddenly appeared in Konoha. First, that Izaya-kun, who can use the flying thunder god of the fourth Hokage and even the wood style of the first Hokage. Now I meet another interesting kid from Konoha who happens to be a surviving member of the Kagaya clan and can even utilize their powerful Kekkei Jinkai. I wonder how many more secrets Sarutobi-sensei is keeping from me, Orochimaru said aloud as he licked his lips once more. Oh? Perhaps you and I have a grudge? I can feel a powerful killing intent from you, no less dense than Naruto. He narrowed his eyes in careful consideration. Reaper stood unmoving in front of the skeletal wall as a thick aura of killing intent rolled off his body. You've caused someone I care about to suffer greatly. While I wish to kill you right here and right now, I will hold myself back for today. The moment I rush to strike you, you'll most likely create an opening to let you slip past my wall's defense. I know you only need a moment to disrupt the process of suppressing the Ninetales. If that happens, we'll be forced to divide our attention. I hear you are quite crafty. You'll use that chance to pull some sort of trick. I suggest you leave before I change my mind. I am curious, however, why have you not yet possessed Uchiha Sasuke's body? Reaper said with a hint of anger and caution. Now I'm truly curious who this special person is that can cause you such anger. As for possessing Sasuke's body, I can only use my reincarnation jutsu once every 3 years. I was indeed preparing to take over Sasuke's body, however my plans were foiled by that child Izaya-kun. After Sarutobi-sensei escaped the barrier made to kill him, he chased me with many jonin and umbu of the leaf. As powerful as I am, not even I can escape unscathed from their collective might. My host's body was greatly damaged, which forced my hand into reincarnating in order to survive. Hence I have yet to possess Sasuke's body. It is only a matter of time, however. Orochimaru licked his lips. I see. Reaper simply replied. Orochimaru sensed the change in the Ninetales chakra weakening behind the wall, knowing that his chance to do anything was dwindling. He gave Reaper one last glance before saying, "Unfortunately, my battle with Naruto cloaked in Ninetales chakra has greatly weakened me. Another time." Orochimaru then dashed off. Sai widened his eyes as he finally found his chance and gave pursuit of Orochimaru, while a wood clone of Yamato's followed in pursuit of Sai. Reaper released his bone wall technique and turned to see that Yamato successfully suppressed the Ninetales. Haku and Sakura also ran over as Sakura began healing Naruto. What was that? What happened to Naruto? Why did he end up like this? Sakura asked quickly as she treated Naruto's injured body. Yamato wanted to answer but didn't know if he should, however I spoke up at that moment. I'm sure you've heard about the tailed beasts. You did go on a mission not too long ago to save the Kazekage, didn't you? Sakura nodded as she listened. Oi. There's no need to trouble Sakura over this. Yamato spoke up. No. Sakura is Naruto's teammate. She deserves to know. If you keep her in the dark about this, she'll just constantly worry by herself, and if the time comes, she won't know how to help. Instead, she might end up doing something more dangerous for not know the situation. I replied. Yamato remained quiet after that, as he had no argument for that logic. Naruto has one of the tail beasts sealed inside of him. It is known as the Nine Tails. I'm sure you can guess why. It is pure chakra that has consciousness and life. Due to the large amounts of chakra these beasts possess, many nations in the past utilized them as weapons of mass destruction. In order to contain a beast, it is sealed in a host body such as Naruto. When the host lowers their guard or is affected by powerful emotions, it can allow the beast inside them to influence their state of mind. The more the host is influenced by the beast, the higher chance the beast has of freeing themselves from the body of the host. Naruto must have had an extreme emotional reaction when he saw Orochimaru allowing the Ninetales to increase its influence on Naruto's mind. This caused Naruto to lose control of his rationality. That is why he ended up like this. You don't have to worry too much. From what I know, the beast won't actually do anything to endanger Naruto's life, since its fate is connected to the host's. Until it can actually free itself from the host, it needs the host to remain alive. Even though Naruto is heavily injured, his life is not threatened. If this happens too often, his lifespan may shorten, but it really isn't known by how much. My guess is that the shortening of his lifespan is negligible. I can't really say for other people, but for Naruto, who has the Uzumaki bloodline in him, it shouldn't take too much of a toll on his lifespan. I see. Thank you for explaining. Sakura responded. She was inwardly surprised, as she didn't expect any Umbu to be so accommodating. Yamato just sighed but didn't say anything. This was, after all, his student. Naruto soon woke up as he was quickly told of the situation. What will you three do now? Will you join us to go after Sai? Yamato asked as he looked at Ghost, Reaper, and Silent Mist. No. Our mission is over. We will return to the Leaf as per orders. I replied. I see, that's unfortunate. We could use all of your skills. Yamato said. I stared at Yamato for a moment before walking over to him and handed him one of my special kunais. In case we receive word that you need backup, hold on to it. I said as Silent Mist, Reaper, and I disappeared. What was that all about, Yamato-sensei? Naruto asked. Yamato just smiled and said, nothing. They've grown up, huh? Yamato thought to himself. Let's go after Sai, he said. Naruto and Sakura nodded. Fwish! 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 3 figures clad in Umbu armor knelt before Lord Third. Puff! A plume of white smoke left Hiruzen's pipe as he sat in his cushioned chair. You've all returned, he said in that same aged-old voice. Yes. Reporting. The organization Akatsuki have attempted on multiple occasions to kill Orochimaru but have failed. Orochimaru has continued to move his base of operations and his whereabouts are inconsistent over these past years. We have discovered that he has been collecting various DNA samples of dead shinobi. We believe he is attempting to perfect the reanimation jutsu. The other villages have been increasing their military might and security after gaining more information on the motives of the Akatsuki. The Hidden Mist village has become much more stable over these last few years. We have investigated the 5 great ancient Tingus that have a bounty on their heads per your instructions. 4 of the 5 have been dead for at least a few years now. When we looked into the details, it appears they were all killed by the same perpetrator. Our guess is that the one who killed them is the remaining great Tingu of the northern mountains, Sajobo, who has the largest bounty. It has hidden itself well and seems to have moved its home to somewhere else. Over the last 2.5 years we have successfully disposed of 7 A-rank missing ninja from the bingo book and discovered the location of 3 others. We have also successfully infiltrated and recovered valuable information on several large criminal organizations throughout the different nations. The details are written in these scrolls, I said as I placed several sealed scrolls in front of Hiruzen. I then continued, we also encountered Danzo a while back, as you are aware. He was after my wood-style abilities and attempted to control my mind with Jinjutsu. After I successfully escaped, Danzo has sent his hidden root members to assassinate me twice, with both times ending in failure. Just recently we arrived at Tenchi Bridge as ordered and observed the situation. Orochimaru happened to appear as well as the so-called spy. The spy was Yakushi Kabuto, who ended up being Orochimaru's spy in the Akatsuki organization all along. Naruto lost control of the Ninetales after seeing Orochimaru, but Yamato and I successfully suppressed the Ninetales. Orochimaru escaped with Kabuto, and Sai left with them. After Sakura healed Naruto, they, along with Yamato, left in pursuit of Sai. We returned after our mission was completed. That is all, I said as I finished my report. Puff. Another plume of white smoke filled the air as Hiruzen nodded his head and said, excellent work. I shall carefully read over your report. I apologize for not having a better way to deal with Danzo. I am looking into where he has hidden his root members, but for now I have come up empty. I cannot convict him openly until I have gained sufficient evidence. I hope you can forgive me for the slow process. Although members of Root are still technically least shinobi, if any should come after your life, I permit you to kill without hesitation. I'm afraid Danzo is becoming more bold. It is too much to ask you to not kill them when they are making attempts on your life. For now I think you all deserve a break from your Umbu duties. I am very pleased with the results, Ghost, Silent Mist, Reaper. You are dismissed, Hiruzen said. Yes. The 3 of us saluted before disappearing from the room. Sigh. Those 3 kids have grown up so fast, Hiruzen said as he recalled the memory of them being 3 little 7-year-old kids who once stood in front of him asking for shelter. I wonder how old they are now. 2 years, huh? I believe with the passing of time they should be about Naruto's age. 15, eh? And the Ninetales, Lord Fourth, what should I do about this? There must be a reason why you sealed it inside your own son. Hiruzen contemplated. Chapter 31, Back in Konoha. I stretched my arms and back as I switched out of my Anbu gear into regular clothes and waited for Haku and Kimimaro to finish. I thought about Naruto and his entourage and wondered if I should help them out but decided against it. They should be fine chasing Sai to Orochimaru's base. He should get to reunite with Sasuke for a bit. After my talk with Itachi, I have a better feeling of the outcome this time. We're finally back, big brother, Haku said as he stared out at the village. It has been a while. It seems quite peaceful here. On the surface at least, Kimimaro commented as he recalled Danzo and his organization route. I turned to look at Kimimaro as I recalled the memory of Haku and I rejoicing the day he was finally cured and could rejoin our team. I smiled as I looked at our clothes and said, "Oi. Let's go see Mito-san. I'm sure she received our letter that we sent her not too long ago before we came back. Our clothes are probably finished so we should go pick them up and change." Then let's go there first, Haku replied with a smile. The three of us walked over to Mito's store. Essential gear and wear tailor. It's the same as always, I breathed out with relief as we all walked in. As Mito heard the bell of the door open, she turned and said, "Welcome." She automatically knew who these three kids were. Well, it would be more appropriate to call them young adults now. They weren't those three little kids who waltzed into her store all those years ago. Even though they grew up, she would never forget their distinct features. One still wore a blindfold, one still had those distinguished 2 red dots on his forehead, and the other was still too pretty. "You 3 kids! Come over here and let me have a good look at you. Geez, it's been so many years. You don't know how surprised I was when I got your letter about tailoring you some clothes. Miss Mito-san." The three of us walked over and bowed respectfully. She just smiled as she gave us all a good look. My, have they grown, she thought. My, Izaya-kun. You've grown. 178 centimeters tall now, eh? It's good that all of you added your dimensions in the letter or the clothes I made wouldn't fit. Kimimaro, 181 centimeters, Haku, 164 centimeters, and Min, you've all grown into fine young gentlemen. I have your clothes in the back. Go put them on, Mito said amiably. Min. We all nodded as we went to the back. Haku grabbed his outfit and put it on. He had a hooded navy blue cloak with snow-white fur on the borders with the length reaching just past his knees. There were white snowflake images printed on the back of the cloak. He wore an unbuttoned navy blue coat with the sleeves reaching his elbows and navy blue arm braces. He wore a white shirt underneath and navy blue pants with the same color greaves. He had one ninja tool pack on his right hip and another on his left. His leaf headband was worn on his forehead. He let his front bangs hang on the side of his face like he normally did, but instead of tying the back of his hair up in a bun, he cut it so it was 3 inches below shoulder length and tied it in a similar fashion to Itachi's hairstyle. Kimimaro wore a white caprice pants with a light purple cloth that reached his knee length and had a ripped and torn texture around the bottom. He also wore an open-chested white haori with purple flower patterns and a purple rope tying it in place by his waist. There were 3 sharp bones hanging on the front right side and the front left side of the rope. His leaf headband was hung on the left side of the rope while a flying thunder god kunai was hung on the right side of the rope. He continued to sport the same hairstyle as he normally did. As for me, I wore a hooded black cloak with 9 white tomo patterns printed on the back. I wore a white dress shirt with black buttons with the sleeves rolled back before my elbows. The shirt was only buttoned up to the chest area, leaving the neck area opened. I donned a black pants with a black belt and a ninja tool bag on my right hip. I wore a necklace with a small flying thunder god kunai ornament and 5 black rings with white characters for the nature elements inscribed on them on my fingers. A black ring inscribed earth on my left pinky, a ring inscribed water on my left ring finger, a ring inscribed wind on my left index finger, a ring inscribed fire on my right index finger, and a ring inscribed lightning on my right ring finger. My leaf headband was tied to my upper left thigh. I sported a 2-block haircut style with my front bangs at a level. I placed my black blindfold on and walked out with Haku and Kimimaro from the changing rooms. Thank you, Mito-san. The three of us bowed respectfully. Oh my! Indeed, I knew you three were handsome, but you three are now extremely dashing. Before you say anything, I will not accept payment from you three. This time your clothes are free of charge. I remember you three saying you'd be gone for a while on a mission, so consider this my welcome home gift after so long. She smiled and said. Although we hesitated for a moment, we thanked her for always taking care of our clothes as we left the shop. Are you still planning to wear your blindfold? Kimimaro asked curiously. It still isn't time for me to reveal these. I really only need them when interrogating or if we're faced with extremely powerful genjutsu. Most other times my other abilities would suffice. And to be honest, I've gotten used to wearing one, so I feel kind of naked without it. I replied. Should we go see Lord Fifth now? She knew that we were going away on a mission for Lord Third, but now that we're back we'll have to resume our duties as Chunin, right? Ah. And Maro, you still need to take the Chunin exam, right? Haku said. Ah. That's right. I forgot about that. Kimimaro said in contemplation. Well, you're right, we should go see Lord Fifth and see if there's anything needed of us. I replied. Knock knock. Enter. Tsunade said as she read a pile of documents on her desk. Haku, Kimimaro, and I walked in at this moment and closed the door behind us. Oh? So you three are finally back, eh? I haven't seen you three kids since you were tiny brats, but now you all have gotten quite tall. Haku, Kimimaro, Izaya. Tsunade said as she put down the document she was reading and took a good look at us. Yes, thank you very much, Lady Tsunade. We saluted. Ha ha ha. Well, at least you three aren't bowing like stiff branches anymore. Learn to lighten up a little, huh? She replied. Just a little. I replied as I rubbed the back of my neck. Lady Tsunade, since we've returned, we were just wondering if you had any tasks for us. Haku said. Hm. She contemplated. I heard from Sarutobi-sensei about the Danzo incident. That bastard. His ways of doing things are always too extreme. For now there isn't any urgent missions that need to be completed. You three just got back to the village, so why don't you take a rest for a little bit? I'll send word for you if a need arises. Yes. We nodded and left her office. Lady Tsunade, I'm afraid Danzo might try to make a move on Izaya-kun now that he's back in the village. Even though Root is supposed to be disbanded and even though Lord Third confronted him on his actions, I still have a bad feeling about it. Why is Danzo targeting Izaya-kun anyways? Shizune said. Tsunade let out a sigh. I heard from Sarutobi-sensei about the reason why Danzo covets Izaya. Since I trust you, I'll tell you, Shizune, but don't mention it to anyone else for now until Izaya himself reveals his power. Apparently he's like Yamato, where he can utilize the wood-style Kekkei Jinkai. I don't know where Danzo got this information from, but for now we can only monitor the situation. While I despise Danzo, the fact remains that he's still an Elder of the Leaf. The thing is, I have no clue what kind of plan he's concocting up in the shadows. Knock knock. Eh? Now who is it? Shizune said. Enter. Tsunade said. Yamato walked in at that moment. Reporting. Yamato told Tsunade about the spy being Kabuto and their run-in with Orochimaru. He relayed to her how Sai was given an order by Danzo to kill Sasuke and ended up leaking information of all the Umbu under the Hokage and Lord Third to Orochimaru. What? Tsunade said with anger. Although I despise him, I thought he still had the interest of the Leaf in mind. To go so far as to even sell out our own Umbu to Orochimaru. Is he planning to attack the Leaf with Orochimaru's help? That bastard. Shizune. Go change the codes on the information containing high-class security documents right now. Yes. Shizune said as she ran out the door. Tsunade just clenched her fists in anger, leaving a very scared Yamato standing very still without moving. So, Izaya isn't the only one he's aiming for. Most likely he wishes to remove me from office and take the seat of Hokage himself. she said angrily. Haku, Kimimaro, and I walked down the streets of Konoha relishing in the ambient atmosphere of the village after our long mission. Big brother, I'm going to buy some meat skewers. Do you want any? Haku asked as we walked by the food stand. I smiled and nodded my head. Sure, Haku. Just don't eat them all first. I'll go make sure he doesn't buy out the food stand. And that he doesn't eat all the meat skewers first. Kimimaro said with a worried expression as he remembered one of our Umbu missions where Haku volunteered to buy some meat skewers to eat but ended up eating all of them first. I lightly laughed as I recalled that event and nodded my head. That's for the best. I'm going to find a place to sit with a good view of the village. Come find me when you guys have the goods. I said. Haku and Kimimaro nodded. I dashed off to a large hill with a large tree at the top and sat underneath the shade in comfortable silence. A warm cool breeze was blowing through the air as the vantage point allowed for a nice clear view of the village below. How peaceful! I whispered softly to myself. Just as I was about to close my eyes, I quickly rolled to my side when I heard someone yell out, "Attack!" That person missed completely as they hit the ground beneath the tree. Ow! Pfft. Ha ha ha. Nice try. Hanabi. I said amusedly. Hanabi glared at me as she pouted and said, "You knew I was hiding in that tree, didn't you? You didn't say anything on purpose." I awkwardly scratched the side of my face and said, "Well, normally one doesn't announce their surprise attack first. And I didn't want all of your hard work to go to waste." "Ah. What do you mean all of my hard work?" She replied nervously. "Do you really want me to say it?" I said teasingly. "HMPF. I don't know what you're talking about," she said stubbornly. "Ahem. You wouldn't happen to know about anyone following me in the shadows, right? Like the person I sensed hiding behind the fruit stand when I walked by? Or the person I sensed hiding on the rooftop of Mito-san's store when I went to get my new clothes? Or maybe the person who was pretending to read a newspaper as I walked past the food stand?" I said with a smirk. "Why you?" "It wasn't me," she said quickly and sheepishly as her cheeks turned a shade of red. I smiled and said, "Of course not. I didn't say it was you." She turned to glare at me, but before she could say anything else I showed her a soft expression with a light smile and said, "It's been a while, Hanabi. It's good to see that you're doing well." Hanabi's glare turned into a soft expression as well as she smiled and said, "You bastard. You didn't even tell me you were going away on a super long mission. I'm glad you're back." "Heh, miss me that much, huh?" I said with a tease. Her cheeks turned red again as she turned away and said, "Who missed you?" Did I say that? I just smiled at her reaction. I never knew Hanabi could have such amusing expressions, I mentally thought. "You got even prettier," I complimented. This only caused the redness of her cheeks to reach her ears. HMPF. I was always pretty, she replied proudly, then whispered, "Thanks. You're not so bad yourself." I just smiled again and sat down with my back leaned against the tree. "Care to join me?" I asked as I patted the seat next to me. Without saying anything, she moved and sat down next to me as we watched the hustle and bustle of the village. "How did your mission turn out?" Hanabi asked, striking up a conversation. How do I put it? There were times when it was easy and times when it was hard. And there were plenty of times when I was worried about the safety of my comrades. In the end, I chose to believe in their strength and our bonds, and we somehow made it through the tough times. All in all, it was a very memorable experience, I said while reminiscing the Umbu missions Haku, Kimimaro, and I took on for a little over the past 2.5 years. "Did you get hurt?" Hanabi asked with a hint of worry. I turned to look at her and said, "Worried about me?" She frowned with a serious face and said, "Don't tease me about that." She's a kind girl, I mentally noted. Missions always come with risks. I'm here now and don't have any lasting scars. You don't have to worry about me getting hurt too much. I'm very strong, you know. I said with confidence. Min. She nodded. At that moment 2 figures came running up the hill. Big brother, we got the meat skew dash, heirs. Haku said as he noticed Hanabi sitting next to me. Kimimaro just followed behind Haku as he held more than 10 meat skewers. Haku blinked a couple times before turning to Hanabi and said, "You?" Hanabi just smirked and stuck her tongue out saying, "What about me?" Kimimaro gave a confused look and said, "Is something wrong?" I just sighed as I recalled the months before we left on our Umbu mission. Haku and Hanabi had a rough start since for some odd reason it seemed like they fought for my attention. They ended up getting along afterwards, but every now and then their rivalry would start up again. Kimimaro was too busy training after his release from the hospital, so he only got to meet Hanabi a few times before we left. Before Haku could respond to Hanabi's question, I chimed in, "So do I get any meat skewers, Haku?" "Ah. I'm sorry, big brother. I was lost in my thoughts for a bit." "I'm in, here." Haku responded and gave me 5 skewers. He also decided to make peace with Hanabi for the moment and handed her 2 while he kept more than 20 himself. As Haku and Kimimaro sat down in front of Hanabi and I forming a circle, I turned to Kimimaro and said, "Why do you have so many meat skewers?" Kimimaro just sighed as he gave a side glance at Haku. "Ah, say no more. I understand." I simply shook my head in amusement. Hanabi just looked on at us in puzzlement. A few minutes later a puff of smoke appeared next to us revealing Yamato. "Yamato-sensei?" Haku, Kimimaro, and I exclaimed in surprise. "Yo! My precious students," he said and smiled. "Eh? Hanabi? You're here too?" Yamato said in surprise as he noticed her presence. "Why not?" she replied matter-of-factly. "Ah, ha, no reason. I was just surprised is all." Yamato replied sheepishly. "Yamato-sensei, did you need us for something?" I asked curiously. "Ahem, right. Actually, I just need your help, Izaya," he replied. Me?" I replied inquisitively. Noticing that Yamato-sensei didn't want to elaborate, I just nodded my head and stood up saying, "All right." Hanabi stood up at the same time as she said, "Hey! If you're leaving on a super long mission again, you better not forget to say anything." I turned to look at her for a moment in silence before giving a warm smile. I ruffled the hair on top of her head and said, "You'll be the first to know." Yamato and I disappeared in a puff of white smoke right after. HMPF. She pouted. He got really tall. And even more handsome. Is that even possible for him? Haku looked up at Hanabi, noticing her still standing, and said, "Hey, you're free to join Maro and I. But just so you know, if you want more meat skewers you'll have to ask Maro. These are mine." He then held his meat skewers closer to him. Hanabi just stared at Haku with a dumbfounded and incredulous look before letting out a small laugh. "Pfft. Haku, can I be your big sister?" Haku just shook his head and said indifferently, "No thanks. I already have Big Brother and Maro. Besides, I'm older than you." She then turned to look at Kimimaro and said, "Then, Kimimaro, what do you think about me being your big sister?" Before Kimimaro could respond, Haku chimed in, "No thanks. Maro has Big Brother and I already. You don't have to worry yourself over something like this. More importantly, what were you talking to Big Brother about alone?" Hanabi smirked, "That's a secret." Haku gave her a glare as Kimimaro just shrugged his shoulders, eating his food and listening to their banter. Chapter 32, First Encounter with the Akatsuki. Puff! A cloud of white smoke appeared and disappeared, revealing Yamato and Izaya in the middle of an open field with a giant rock wall and a waterfall flowing down it. Yamato-sensei? Izaya? Didn't you say you were going to get extra insurance in case the Nine Tails flares up, Yamato-sensei? How come Izaya is here too, Databeo? Naruto inquired. Haha, well, Izaya is my insurance. Yamato replied. What do you mean? Kakashi asked, also out of the loop. I took a good look around and finally understood why Yamato-sensei only asked me to come along. So Naruto is going to begin training for his Raisen Shuriken, eh? I mentally noted. I then stepped forward to give an explanation. I've been keeping it a secret until now, but some troublesome people already know, so there's no use keeping it hidden anymore. The truth is I can also use the wood-style Kekkai Genkai. If the Nine-Tails chakra starts to exert its influence during Naruto's training, I'll help suppress it with Yamato-sensei. Ah! Both Kakashi and Naruto were surprised at this revelation. Well, this is unexpected. Kakashi mumbled. Alright. I don't really understand the whole situation, but thanks for your help, Izaya. Naruto gave me a thumbs up. I nodded. Yamato set up his wood-style technique ready to act if he needed to as I stood on standby while watching Kakashi-sensei explain to Naruto about the different chakra natures and how he could speed up his learning with shadow clones. I sat in bored silence as I watched Naruto attempt to utilize his wind nature to cut the leaf in his hands. A few tens of minutes later and he succeeded in creating a small cut in the leaf. Ha! See that? I did it! I can D-dash. Before he could finish his sentence, Naruto fell unconscious as sleep overtook his body. Kakashi quickly arrived by his side to gently place him on the ground. Geez. Pushing himself so hard like that already from the get-go. Kakashi commented. Yamato relaxed a bit as the Nine-Tails chakra didn't flare up. It can't be helped. He's eager to learn a new technique soon and become stronger as fast as he can. I said. Kakashi turned to me and said, Right, I haven't seen you in the village for a long time, Izaya. Were you away on missions? I was. I just returned not that long ago. I replied. I see. Even if you were away on missions, how has your training been going? He asked curiously. I gave a small smile and said, Lord Third has taught me a lot of different techniques and even given me the knowledge and information of jutsu that he can't use. After many trial and errors, I have been successful in some. Would you like to see? HM? Sure. Kakashi replied. I stood up from my seat and walked over to Kakashi before placing my hand out in front of me and said, Raisen Gan. A dense blue ball spinning at high velocity appeared in that moment and greatly shocked both Kakashi and Yamato. What? They both exclaimed. I then deactivated the technique and said, although Lord Third can't use this technique himself, he is aware of the principles behind this technique and told me about it. I haven't told Lord Third that I can use it yet, but as you can see my training has also gone quite well. Kakashi and Yamato were still too stunned and shocked to reply to my words. Soon after, Naruto woke up as he slowly got back up. Naruto had a confused look as he saw Yamato and Kakashi still with shocked expressions on their faces. Izaya, what happened to Kakashi-sensei and Yamato-sensei? Did something happen to Atabeo? Well, not really. Don't mind them. How do you feel? Naruto just shrugged his shoulders and said, I can continue. Naruto stood up and began his training once more. He's sure got spirit. And a lot of stamina to continue training right after that. I said to no one in particular. Kakashi and Yamato finally snapped out of their daze as Yamato's stoic facial expression returned, focusing on Naruto and his training. Kakashi just gave me a complicated look before saying, Flying Thunder God and Raisen Gan. You remind me of Lord Fourth a bit. Thank you for the sentiment, but I don't deserve such praise. I've done nothing worthy yet to earn such a comparison to Lord Fourth. I replied. That's not necessarily true. Your track record says differently. You successfully protected the village from major external damage during Orochimaru's attack. You saved Lord Third from Orochimaru's entrapment of him. And now you are also capable of utilizing the wood style to help suppress the Nine-Tails if it gets out of control. I have a feeling you'll continue to accomplish great feats. Kakashi said seriously. I stood there in silence for a moment before replying, I'll continue doing my best so as not to let everyone down. It wasn't long after that Naruto succeeded in completely cutting the leaf in half and began training by trying to cut the waterfall in half with his wind nature chakra. He really does progress fast by using the shadow clones. I commented. He does have a lot of chakra, so this training is suitable for him, but... Kakashi said as he glanced at me. You have even more chakra than he does, don't you? Ah, well, I did train hard to obtain my current chakra output. I replied. I see. Naruto has about 4 times as much chakra as I do. If he uses the chakra of the Nine Tails, he probably have about 100 times more chakra than me at the very least. You have at least 6 or 7 times more chakra than I do. That's impressive. You could technically utilize this training method also. Kakashi said. That's true. I won't deny that I have used my shadow clones before to help speed up my training before, but I haven't ever tried it to the extent of Naruto's clones. I replied. Days turned into nights and nights into days. Big brother sure has been gone for a while. Haku commented. I guess whatever Yamato-sensei needed him for wasn't a small matter. Kimimaro replied. A hawk flying in the air cawed once, prompting Haku to look up. Lady Tsunade is calling for me? He turned to Kimimaro and said, Maro, Lord Fifth has called me to her office. I'll be back after seeing what she wants. All right. I'll go to the library first and wait for you there. Kimimaro replied. Haku nodded and dashed off. Knock knock. Enter. Tsunade said. Haku walked in and saluted Tsunade before saying, You called for me, Lord Fifth? Yes. Haku. After careful consideration and consulting with other Jonin on this matter, I have decided to promote you and Izaya to Jonin. Haku exclaimed in surprise. What? Surprised? There's no need for you to be too shocked. I've heard from Sarutobi-sensei of how skilled you and your brothers are. In order to be promoted to Jonin, you need the approval of several Jonin, or you have to at least pass an exam. I feel that an exam is unnecessary for you though. I know Izaya is busy right now, so I'll have to tell him the news later. I have just informed the other Jonin and Chunin of this village about 2 members of the Akatsuki infiltrating the Land of Fire. I have sent them out to search for them. Now that you are a Jonin, I hope that you can also lend us your strength and search for them. I know from Sarutobi-sensei that you and your brothers were expert trackers while you performed your duties as Umbu. Although Kimimaro has yet to be officially promoted as Chunin, his skills are definitely at Jonin level. I want you to form a team with Kimimaro and search for these members of Akatsuki. I want them either dead or alive. Understood? Tsunade said in a commanding tone. Haku knelt to the ground as he said respectfully, Yes. Understood. He then disappeared in the next moment. Was that really okay, Lady Tsunade? He's still so young? Shizen said. What? Hyuga Niji is only a year older than him but is already a Jonin. Plus, Sarutobi-sensei has spoken highly of his skills and has given his approval. Not only that, but after consulting with Might Guy and other Jonin who were present during Orochimaru's attack on the leaf, they agreed that he was skillful enough to be a Jonin. It is only right for me to give credit where credit is due and promote him to a position he deserves. Besides, we need all the help we can get. This concerns the Akatsuki and the safety of the village after all. Tsunade commented with a serious face. Fwish! Kimimaro turned around as he held a book in his hand. Haku? That was fast. Maro. Lord Fifth has given us a mission. Follow me. I'll explain on our way out. Haku replied. As Kimimaro and Haku dashed off, Haku explained the situation to him. Then we should begin our search at the fire temple where they were last seen. Kimimaro suggested. I had the same thought. Haku replied. At this moment Naruto had finally mastered splitting the waterfall with his wind nature, and so Kakashi had him prepare for the next step in his training. As Kakashi showed him his own Raisen Gan, Naruto put on a salty expression. What? So you can use the Raisen Gan too, Kakashi-sensei? And you can do it with just one hand? Geez, I still have to use clones. Maybe I should give it another try with one hand, Databeo. Naruto exclaimed and mumbled as he attempted using Raisen Gan with one hand. At this moment Kakashi and Yamato had the same thought. It's probably best not to tell him that Izaya can use the Raisen Gan as well, as they both glanced at me discreetly. I just smiled and rubbed the back of my neck as I let out an awkward laugh. If they are super shocked about me using Raisen Gan, probably shouldn't show them my Taiyugen. It's even more powerful than the Raisen Shuriken since it combines fire nature, wind nature, water nature, and lightning nature all in one. We continued to watch as Naruto attempted to fuse his wind nature into his Raisen Gan. It wasn't long before his Nine-Tails chakra started to flare up, causing Yamato-sensei to act and suppress it. We watched as Naruto fainted soon after. If this happens too often, even with Izaya's help, I don't know if we can keep this up. Yamato commented. Unfortunately, you both have to. The only safe way for Naruto to master his new technique is if you and Izaya are able to help suppress the Nine-Tails. Kakashi responded. Then, I have an idea to help Naruto speed up the process. I said. Huh? And what's that? Kakashi asked. Naruto uses one clone to spin the chakra while he himself supplies and contains the chakra. What if he just uses two clones instead of one? While he supplies and contains the chakra, one clone spins the chakra and another one supplies the wind nature. I said. That actually might work. I'll suggest it to Naruto after he wakes up. Kakashi said with a thoughtful look. Swish swish. Bansai, an elder and one of the only surviving members left of the Fire Temple after the Akatsuki's attack, said. He noticed two figures approach the ruined Fire Temple at this moment. You two are Leaf Shinobi? Bansai said. Yes. We came on orders to investigate and locate the Akatsuki. Haku replied. Oh. Some of your Leaf Shinobi members were here earlier. His name was Sarutobi Asuma. Bansai said. We apologize if you have to repeat this, but will you tell us what happened? Kimimaro asked. Bansai nodded as he repeated exactly what he told Asuma and his entourage, as well as what Asuma and his team discussed before leaving. Haku turned to look at Kimimaro and said, What do you think, Maro? If what Elder Bansai said is true, then Asuma-sensei really does have a bounty on his head as well. The leader of the Temple Chiriku had a 30 million Ryo bounty on his head, and it seems Asuma has a 35 million bounty on his. If the only body that wasn't recovered here was Chiriku's, then it's a good bet that the Akatsuki members took his body for the bounty. If that's the case, they would probably be interested in Asuma-sensei's bounty as well. It's better to follow Asuma's group before we look for any others. Kimimaro analyzed. Then let's do that. Haku nodded in agreement. They both gave their thanks to Elder Bansai before dashing off to follow Asuma and his team's trail. Haku and Kimimaro ran with great speed through the forest. As they approached closer and closer to the location where Asuma, Shikamaru, Kotetsu, and Izumo were, they heard a loud explosion. Boom! Haku and Kimimaro turned to look at one another. That didn't sound good. Kimimaro noted. Most likely Asuma and his team encountered members of the Akatsuki. Let's speed up. Haku said as they increased their speed to the max. Just as Haku and Kimimaro made it to the edge of the forest, they saw one Akatsuki member standing idle by the building watching his partner battle with Team Asuma. What is that form? Kimimaro said as he observed the situation. Haku narrowed his eyes as he too observed the situation. It appears that Guy is standing in some sort of blood seal. Asuma-sensei looks hurt, but Shikamaru has him in a shadow paralysis technique right now. Let's hurry. Just as Kakuzu was going to walk towards Shikamaru, Kotetsu, and Izumo, Haku and Kimimaro jumped from the air down in front of them. Huh? Kakuzu looked on in surprise. Kotetsu, Izumo, and Shikamaru also had a look of surprise on their faces, but they were also greatly relieved. The situation was not looking good for them, so Izumo had sent word for backup, but he didn't think backup would arrive this quickly. At the very least, he estimated 20 minutes before backup was supposed to arrive. Oi! Hidan. I told you it was taking too long. Now they have reinforcements. I'm not letting the bounty on that guy's head get away. I'm taking action myself. Kakuzu said. Damn you, Kakuzu. I told you to stay out of this. Hidan replied. The hell I am. Look at you. Pathetically caught in this kid's shadow paralysis jutsu. Kakuzu retorted as he struck out with his fist towards Shikamaru and the others. They all dodged out of the way as the fist collided with the ground, causing dust and debris to fly into the air. Damn! I was forced to cancel my shadow paralysis jutsu. Shikamaru cursed. Kimimaro placed his hands on the ground after he dodged Kakuzu's attack and said, Earth-style bottomless swamp jutsu. Ah! What the hell? Hidan yelled as he jumped out of his blood circle ritual technique, which was now engulfed in a dark murky swamp of mud. Haku arrived beside Asuma at this moment and helped him off the ground and jumped off to Shikamaru and the others. Tay! Damn it, you bastards! You ruined my ritual! Hidan cursed as he watched the mud swamp swallow the ground where his ritual was prepared. Ugh! Asuma groaned from the injury he incurred earlier. I don't really understand what's going on, but it seems that his blood circle has some sort of special ability, so it's best that I got rid of it. Can you guys explain in more details? Kimimaro asked as he focused his attention on Kakuzu and Hidan. Yeah. You guys showed up right on time. Thanks for the save. I'll explain. That guy Hidan made that circle he stood on with blood. He then turned some sort of dark skeletal color which somehow links his body with someone else. We saw him lick some of Asuma's blood before he stepped in that circle of his, so our guess is that's how he links bodies. Any damage he incurs is also inflicted on the linked person. Not only that, it seems like he might be immortal or something. No matter how serious the damage, he doesn't die. As for the other guy, Kakuzu, we're not sure what his abilities are yet since he didn't make a move until now. Shikamaru said. Immortal? TSK. Sounds like trouble, Maro. Haku said. I'll handle that Hidan guy then. You keep the guy named Kakuzu busy. Kimimaro suggested. Then let's go with that. Kotetsu, Izumo, you guys stay in the back and provide support if you find any opportunity. Shikamaru, keep an eye on Asuma. He's in no shape to fight now and you've used up too much chakra. Asuma-sensei, focus on stopping your wounds from bleeding. Leave the rest to us. Haku said. They nodded in consent. Heh. Just some brats. I'll kill you all here and now and get my reward. Kakuzu said. You ruined my ritual, so I need a replacement. Which one of you wants to be a sacrifice to Jashin first then? Hidan said. Fusey! Both Hidan, Kakuzu, Kimimaro, and Haku rushed at each other at incredible speeds. Bang! Swish! Ting! Ting! Boom! Bang! Clang! Boom! TCH. Skid, 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 skid. After several exchanges of close-quarter combat, both sides stood exactly 15 feet opposite of each other as they all narrowed their eyes and became extremely focused. The four of them had the exact same thought at this moment. Strong! In that short moment of an exchange, both teams acknowledged the other party's strength. Neither one coming out on top, however. Shikamaru, Kotetsu, Izumo, and Asuma had shocked expressions on their faces. They thought the same thing at this moment. Those Akatsuki bastards were holding back their real strength earlier, but Kimimaro and Haku were also just as strong. This revelation made them feel both relieved and complicated emotions inside. Is this really the two little kids from way back then? Kotetsu mentally thought to himself in awe as he stared at Kimimaro and Haku. I had a feeling Izaya's teammates were just as monstrously strong as he was, but to think that they were strong enough to even face off against Akatsuki members equally? Shikamaru thought. Kakuzu thrust out both arms as both hands flew out from his arms with long tendrils attached seeking to bind and restrain Haku. Haku formed the tiger hand sign and said, Ice-style Ice Swallow Snowstorm Jutsu. Frost quickly condensed in the air as hundreds of ice shards in the shape of swallows maneuvered in a way to effectively obstruct Kakuzu's hands and tendrils. At the same time they flew towards his main body to strike him down. Oh! Ice-style Kekii Jinkai? How rare! Kakuzu commented as he jumped back to dodge the ice swallows and pulled his arms back, smashing into the rest of the ice swallows flying towards him. Hidan was also exchanging several moves against Kimimaro as well. He threw his long scythe at Kimimaro, except Kimimaro perfectly countered by sticking out his right hand and said, Dead Bone Pulse Dance of the Willow Vines. Long bone tendrils shot forth from his right hand as its property was slightly changed through Kimimaro's chakra, making the bone strong yet flexible. The tendrils easily wrapped around the scythe and pulled it off to the side, sticking it firmly to the ground. What the hell is this guy? He's got bones sticking out of his body. Oi! Kakuzu, this guy is just as weird as you and me, Hidan said. Kimimaro formed the hand signs of monkey, snake and said, Dance of the Weeding Cage. A bunch of flexible white bones immediately rushed out from the ground beneath the red scythe and tightly bound it, preventing Hidan from recovering it. TSK. You bastard. Hidan cursed, however, before he could make a move towards his scythe. More white bones rushed out from under him, attempting to bind him as well. Hidan quickly let go of the rope attached to his scythe and jumped backwards through the air out of the reach of the bone weeds before landing beside Kakuzu. Izumo used this chance to form the hand sign of Ram, Tiger and said, Water-style Syrup Trap Jutsu. He spewed forth a large dark and murky stream of water, trying to envelop both Hidan and Kakuzu in it. TSK. How troublesome, Kakuzu said in frustration. He formed the hand sign of Tiger, Snake, Rat, Snake, Tiger and said, Water-style Water Wall Jutsu. A large wave of water was expelled from his mouth as it pushed away the syrupy water made from Izumo. Haku immediately used this chance to form the hand signs of Ox, Snake, Ram and said, Ninja Art Hidden Miss Jutsu. The area quickly became fogged and obscured Hidan and Kakuzu's vision. Kimimaro also used this chance to stick out both of his hands and said, Dance of the Honey Locust Spear. Two long and thick sharp bones protruded from his hands as they flew out at incredible speeds towards Kakuzu and Hidan. Hidan and Kakuzu felt something off. As they turned, they saw two sharp bone spears pierce through the veil of water right at them. Kakuzu dodged to the side as the spear missed him. Hidan didn't bother moving, and so the spear struck him right in the chest. Kakuzu once again felt something off and instantly unleashed one of his dark tendril masked dolls behind him. Just as Haku appeared behind Kakuzu with his silent killing technique and was about to incapacitate him, a strange scene appeared in front of him. A dark tendril-like masked doll appeared from Kakuzu's back and opened its mouth. Feeling a sense of danger, he immediately formed the seal of confrontation hand sign and said, Ice-style Crystal Ice Mirrors Jutsu. Just before a blue streak of lightning shot forth from the masked doll, more than 20 mirrors surrounded Kakuzu as Haku disappeared inside of them. HM? He was able to escape? Kakuzu said in surprise as he stood there in the center of ice mirrors, seeing Haku's reflection in every single one. On the other hand, Haku stood in his mirrors wondering exactly what technique Kakuzu had just used. Hidan, on the other hand, was struggling against Kimimaro. He no longer had his scythe and he couldn't get close to Kimimaro unless he wanted to be impaled on a bunch of bones and have his movement restricted. Seriously, who are these kids? Hidan complained as he continued jumping around like a mouse being chased by a cat, dodging all of Kimimaro's attacks. At this moment, Kimimaro lowered his guard on purpose, giving Hidan a chance to strike back. Hidan smirked and took this chance as he quickly took out a rod-like spear and stabbed it towards Kimimaro's side. Kimimaro smirked and said, "Wushu-style southern movement floundering fish." Eh? Hidan exclaimed in confusion. Before he knew what was happening, Kimimaro expertly sidestepped the incoming spear and grappled Hidan's wrist. He then utilized Hidan's momentum to throw him onto the ground. Ku! Hidan coughed up blood as he was fiercely thrashed on the ground. Kimimaro didn't stop there. After Hidan hit the ground and bounced back off the ground from the forceful impact, Kimimaro used each bounce to forcefully throw Hidan in the air and on the ground again and again and again and again. Hidan just saw his world spinning, not understanding what was going on. Didn't he drop his guard for a moment? He thought to himself as his world continued to spin. Kimimaro only stopped his thrashing of Hidan after the 50th throw and formed the monkey and snake hand sign, saying, "Dance of the Weeding Cage Jutsu." Thick flexible white bones ensnared Hidan and tightly bound him, not letting him move. Kimimaro then took it one step further and created thick, strong, and sharp bones to pierce Hidan's body in multiple areas, greatly reducing his ability to apply any strength. Ahawk! Damn it, you bastard! That hurts, you know. Hidan screamed. Huh? Kakuzu said in surprise as he heard Hidan scream. However, he couldn't see outside this damn mist and these damn mirrors that blocked his view. Looks like I really have to go all out this time. I never expected that you kids would be this strong. Kakuzu said as 3 other masks came out of his body to join his lightning mask. Eh? What kind of weird technique is this? Haku questioned as he watched. None of my Senbon needles are working against this guy, and what are these weird mask-like doll things? Haku pondered. Haku immediately jumped outside of the mirrors as all 4 masks let out a powerful blast of fire, lighting, wind, and water in all directions, effectively shattering his mirrors. TSK. This guy seems like more trouble than that Hidan guy. Haku mumbled. Kakuzu utilized his wind mask to dispel the mist in the area. At this moment, everyone noticed Hidan trapped and incapacitated by a bunch of bones. Maro! Nice job! Haku praised. Min. It seems you got stuck with the more troublesome one. Kimimaro commented. He's a bit difficult. It seems each of those masks can use a different element, and he has weird long tendrils that extend from his body. Haku replied. Oi! Hidan, you idiot! How could you let yourself get captured? Kakuzu reprimanded in frustration. Ah, Kakuzu! Help me please? This guy has weird bones growing out from everywhere, it couldn't be helped. Hidan replied. At this moment, many bones protruded out of Kimimaro's body as he took up a taijutsu fighting stance, making him a terrifying living weapon. Haku also decided to get serious at this moment as his aura and battle intent instantly oozed out from his body, causing the temperature to drop by several degrees and wind to kick up a whirling storm around him. Kakuzu narrowed his eyes in seriousness and extreme focus. What the hell? These 2 kids are way stronger than those guys from earlier. This icy kid's aura is giving off a dangerous feeling now, and this other guy is covered in bones and easily incapacitated Hidan. Kakuzu mumbled to himself. All the while Shikamaru, Asuma, Kotetsu, and Izumo just stared in awe and shock at the entire play of events. Never in their dreams did they imagine that not only did Kimimaro and Haku incapacitate Hidan, there wasn't even a chance for any of them to step in and offer a helping hand. In fact, they would most likely just get in the way. Just as Kakuzu was about to make a move, Kimimaro said, "First gate of opening, open. Second gate of healing, open. Third gate of life, open. Push." A strong torrent of green energy surrounded Kimimaro as his body turned a shade of red. Huh? Kakuzu exclaimed. Before he had the chance to move, Haku placed his hands on the ground and said, "Ice-style shattering ice spear jutsu." Immediately large spears of thick sharp ice rose from underneath Kakuzu and his 4 masked puppets. Kakuzu jumped in the air, avoiding any severe damage that could have been dealt to his body. One of his masked puppets, the water one, was struck in the head, breaking its mask, causing it to fall down and wither away. Kakuzu widened his eyes as he shouted, "You bastard! You'll pay for that with your own heart. Before he had time to react, Kimimaro appeared beside him in the air and struck out with his fist, saying, Wushu style 3 sovereign hands, first hand swearin'. A powerful azure-colored light lit up Kimimaro's palms as he struck out at Kakuzu's chest. Shit! Kakuzu shouted as he placed his right hand in front of him and used the tendrils in his left hand to grab onto one of his masked dolls to pull him away. Kakuzu successfully protected his vital organs as Kimimaro's palm drilled straight through Kakuzu's right arm, effectively mutilating it off. Kakuzu reappeared next to his fire masked doll as his lighting one-shot out a bolt of lighting at Haku and his wind one-shot out a blast of wind at Kimimaro. The bolt of lightning instantly ripped through Haku only for it to turn into an ice clone, and the blast of wind forced Kimimaro a few tens of feet away from Kakuzu. Haku appeared above Kakuzu in that moment and used his 2 one-handed weeding skills, forming the signs for the Water Dragon Jutsu. At the end of the sign he clapped his hands together, changing the elemental nature of his technique, and said, Ice-style Ice Dragon Jutsu. Instead of a water dragon, Haku transformed the nature of its element into that of ice. A powerful cold icy dragon with bright gold eyes rushed down towards Kakuzu in that moment. Kakuzu quickly jumped back in alarm and used his wind and fire mask to form a combo technique to counter the ice dragon. Kimimaro used this chance to place his hands on the ground and said, Dance of the Seedling Fern Jutsu. At an incredible speed, thousands of large white sharp bones came piercing out of the ground towards Kakuzu and his lightning masked doll. What the hell is this? Kakuzu yelled in alarm. He quickly transformed his body into a forbidden technique called Earth Grudge Fear as his body instantly sprouted thousands and thousands of great tendrils. Using these tendrils he pushed himself off the ground and grabbed onto different large protruding bones from the ground to maneuver himself around, successfully evading being pierced through. Haku's technique was successfully countered by the combined might of the wind and fire mask. As Haku was still in the air, the wind and fire mask prepared to launch another attack at him. However, he bit his thumb, letting blood seep out, and formed the hand signs of boar, dog, bird, monkey, ram, and said, Summoning Jutsu. He placed his right palm out beneath him as a giant puff of white smoke clouded the area before a dark shadow blotted out the sky. What the hell is that? Everyone thought at the same exact time. Kakuzu stared at the sky with wide eyes as he felt an incredibly suppressive aura weigh down on him. It felt as if a mountain was being dropped out of the sky. It wasn't long after that the smoke cleared, and in its place was an earthy brown titanic 40-meter long and 25-meter tall catfish that had dark blue rock-like armor around it. With its large size and incredibly thick skin, it dropped right on top of the wind and fire mask, instantly crushing them into flat pancakes with its mighty weight. Even the bones protruding from the ground were instantly crushed to dust. Ha ha ha. So you finally called me out, kid? So tell me, who gave you such a tough time that you had to call me out? Mazu said as it rolled its giant yellow eyes upwards towards Haku, who stood on its head. Mazu. Sorry for calling you out like this. I was in a bit of a bind. That guy over there was particularly tough to deal with. Haku said as he pointed to Kakuzu. What the hell is that? Kakuzu said in alarm. The giant catfish in front of him was so shocking that he momentarily forgot that 2 of his masks, which made up 2 of his own hearts, were destroyed. Oh? This is the guy causing you some problems, huh? Mazu said as it turned its giant yellow eyes onto Kakuzu. Kakuzu instantly felt that it became difficult to breathe. How can this beast exert such tremendous pressure? He thought. The lightning mask stood in front of him, prepared to act at any moment. Fuck! Hidan mumbled to himself as he noticed that the situation didn't look good for them. HM. I suppose he does practice some weird technique, kid. Kid, you should come train at Ryuga Joe for a bit. I'll teach you how to gain massive power. Even guys like this won't be able to stand in your way. Anyways, want me to get rid of him for you? Mazu said. Min. If you don't mind. Haku replied amiably. Mazu stared at Kakuzu and said, Sorry little one, but this kid doesn't seem to like you much. Guess you'll have to kick the bucket. Don't fuck with me. Kakuzu screamed in anger and panic. He thrust forth all of his tendrils towards Mazu while also having his lightning mask release all of its power at the same time. Mazu stared indifferently as it said, "Kid, watch closely at how awesome I am. Heavenly Sage Art Earth-style Great Mud Burial Jutsu." Before any of Kakuzu's attacks could reach Mazu, a huge trembling and quaking sound shook the earth beneath everyone. A large pool of dark brown mud instantly shot up from the ground like a geyser and interrupted Kakuzu's attacks. It then fell down from the sky and enveloped both Kakuzu and his lightning mask, drowning them into the unfathomably deep mud in the ground. The only sound that could be heard after that was a loud rumbling before all of the mud slowly seeped back into the ground, revealing Kakuzu's dead form next to a broken lightning mask. "Kid, the summoning time for me is up. You need to increase your strength a little bit more if you want me to stick around longer. Think about what I said. If you ever want to get stronger, just summon me. I can bring you back to train at Ryuga Joe Palace. See you later, kiddo," Mazu said as it disappeared in a thick cloud of white smoke. Haku dropped from the sky as he no longer had a foothold atop Mazu's head and expertly landed on the ground. "Thanks, Mazu," Haku said to no one in particular. "That's the catfish you told Izaya and I about?" Kimimaro said in shock. "Min." Haku nodded. Shikamaru, Asuma, Izumo, and Kotetsu were still sitting a fair distance away from the battlefield with their jaws dropped and eyes wide open in shock. Chapter 33, Danzo Takes Action. As I sat next to Yamato-sensei watching Naruto attempt his Raisen Shuriken, I started to wonder whether Kakuzu and Hidan would also attack at this time. The way things have been going makes me question the timing of things now, but maybe I should still check, I thought to myself. I placed my hands in the clone hand sign and said, "Shadow Clone Jutsu." In a puff of white smoke, a second Izaya appeared beside me. Why did you create a clone for?" Yamato asked, bewildered. "I just wanted to check on something," I replied as my clone disappeared with the Flying Thunder God Jutsu and reappeared in my room. It then opened the window and jumped out as it walked around town. The atmosphere seemed strange. Many of the Jonin and Chunin chakra signatures are spread way too thin and not many are left inside the village. Did they all go out on a mission? Don't tell me Hidan and Kakuzu really came to Konoha during this time. I then activated the Flying Thunder God once more and flew to Haku's location. Swish! Just as Shikamaru, Asuma, Kotetsu, and Izumo were finally about to recover from the shock of Haku and Kimimaro's battle, they were instantly shocked once more by my sudden arrival beside Haku. Big brother, are you finally finished with what Yamato-sensei needed you for?" Haku asked. I, however, didn't answer as I just stared at the destruction all around us. Did I come at a good time or a bad time?" I said inquisitively. Shikamaru and the others recovered from their shock faster this time as Shikamaru said, "Izaya, so you came too, huh?" "Well, not that I'm complaining. We fought against the Akatsuki. Thankfully Haku and Kimimaro came just in time to back us up and saved us from a terrible fate. We probably would have died if they hadn't showed up." "What the hell? How did this guy get here?" "Oi! Let me go, you bastards. These bone things hurt. Kakuzu, are you really dead? Stop pretending. Hurry up and free us. We don't know what the hell these guys are gonna do to us." Hidan screamed, cursed, and shouted. Haku turned to face Hidan and said, "Give it up. He's really dead. There's no way he survived Mazu's attack." So Hidan is still alive, huh? Looks like Kimimaro did a good number on him, I mentally thought and smirked. I walked over to Haku and Kimimaro and placed my hands on their shoulders saying, "Good job you two. Capturing one member of the Akatsuki and killing the other. Not an easy feat to accomplish." Shikamaru and the others walked over at this time as well to inspect and collect Kakuzu's body. "Kotetsu, Izumo, you both secure Kakuzu's body. I'll help take care of Asuma-sensei," Shikamaru said. "Min. Then let's do that," they said in agreement. At that moment a few white birds flew in the air and off into the distance. However, I faintly sensed a watching eye through those birds when they flew by. I furrowed my brow. In my past life Asuma died and Kakuzu and Hidan were about to kill the others before they were called back by pain. Those white birds must have been a technique of theirs in some way. Or maybe a technique of Konan. I turned my head to see Kotetsu and Izumo picking up Kakuzu's body when I stepped forward and said, "Wait. What is it?" They said, "There's too many variables that could happen during the transport of these two Akatsuki members. Our best bet is to just have me teleport you guys to Konoha. I'll have my main body set up a place with Lord Fifth and I'll send you guys there." I replied. "Can you do that?" Shikamaru asked. I nodded my head and dispelled the shadow clone technique, turning into a puff of smoke. So he was a clone the entire time? Izumo said as he stared in wonderment. As I sat next to Yamato my expression changed at that moment. Kakashi noticed my change in expression and said, "Is something wrong, Izaya?" Well, I wouldn't say wrong, but something eventful did happen. Short story is that one Akatsuki member is dead and another one was captured. I'm going to meet with Lady Tsunade to set up a place to hold them and then directly teleport them into that space. This will reduce the number of variables that could come into play when attempting to transport them back to Konoha. I replied as I disappeared in the next moment. Both Kakashi and Yamato exclaimed as they took in the news and stared at the spot I was just at. Knock knock. "Come in," Tsunade said. "Yes," I replied as I walked in and saluted her. "Izaya? If you're back, does that mean Naruto completed his new technique?" she asked. I shook my head. "No, but he is getting very close. There's an important matter that needs to be taken care of." Asuma, Shikamaru, Kotetsu, Izumo, Haku, and Kimimaro encountered the Akatsuki. One is dead and they've captured the other. If I may be so bold to suggest my plan. First, we need a safe place to hold them immediately. Then I will then safely teleport them into that location so as to minimize any variables that may occur during their transport. Tsunade quickly stood up from her seat as she yelled in shock, "What? I mean. Shizune, quickly inform Lord Third and also gather our elite Umbu that specialize in interrogation including Marino Ibiki. Izaya, follow me, quickly." "Yes." Shizune and I replied as I followed her to a special holding cell beneath the compound of the Umbu's barracks. It was a dimly lit room far beneath the ground with different seals and barriers placed around. "Transport them here. I'm counting on you, Izaya," she said. "Min." I nodded and left my special kunai in the middle of the place before disappearing. "Fwish! You're back. Did you secure a place with Lord Fifth?" Shikamaru asked. "I did. Let's hurry. I'll also send Asuma-sensei to the hospital," I replied. I walked over to Hidan and activated my wood style, wrapping him up in a tight bundle. I then placed my hands on his cage, which prompted him to start yelling. "Why, you bastard? What the hell do you think you're doing? Get your hands off right now, you hear?" I said GE-. He disappeared in a flash and reappeared at the designated location. "Next," I said as I walked over to Kakuzu's body and placed my hand on his corpse. He too disappeared instantly. "All right, Shikamaru, I'm sending you off with Asuma-sensei to the hospital," I said as I walked over to them. "Min. Please do." Shikamaru nodded. "Thanks," Asuma said. "Don't mention it," I replied as I teleported them near the hospital entrance. I then turned to Izumo, Kotetsu, Haku, and Kimimaro. "I'll take the 5 of us to Lady Tsunade and to where I sent the Akatsuki members." I relayed to them as I teleported them 2 at a time. Last but not least, myself, I mentally said. I reappeared next to Tsunade in the next instant. "Min, good job, Izaya," she said as she turned to look at me. So these are the 2 members of the Akatsuki in Konoha, huh? Hiruzen said as he walked in through the door. You bastards. What do you want to do, huh? You can't kill me anyways, so you should just let me go. Hidan yelled. Soon after, skilled members of the Umbu under Tsunade and Hiruzen walked in. Excellent work, Haku, Kimimaro, Kotetsu, Izumo, Izaya. We will take it over from here. Izaya, you may go first. As for the other 4, aside from Asuma and Shikamaru, I heard that you were the ones to actually fight and take down these 2 members of the Akatsuki. Give us your report and you can go after. Tsunade said. Yes. We all replied. I was the first to leave as it seemed my job was done. So, turns out they did attack. It's a good thing Haku and Kimimaro are very strong now and that they made it in time to save Asuma, I thought to myself as I disappeared and reappeared next to Yamato again. I sat back down to explain the entire situation to them. Pitter-patter, pitter-patter. Hidan and Kakuzu failed. Hidan was captured and Kakuzu is dead. Pain said. So it seems. Conan said. Those Leaf Shinobi are more skilled than anticipated. Hidan and Kakuzu must have been too careless. With Hidan captured and Kakuzu and Sasori dead, sealing the 2 tails will take a bit longer than intended. It can't be helped. See if there's anyone else worth recruiting into Akatsuki. Pain said. Yes, I'll look into it. Conan replied respectfully before turning into a bunch of papers and flew off. In a dark underground basement stood a man with a cane and half his face covered with bandages. Fwish! Reporting Lord Danzo. Our plans to steal the bodies of the 2 defeated Akatsuki members en route to Konoha were foiled. Instead of their bodies being transported, they were instead directly teleported into a secure location underneath the Umbu barracks of Lord 5th and Lord 3rd by Karasuma Izaya. The prison that the remaining surviving Akatsuki member Hidan is held in is guarded by highly skilled Umbu 24/7 and will be difficult to breach. A rude Umbu said as he knelt before Danzo. Danzo clenched his cane with his left fist and had a scowl on his face. Karasuma Izaya. I swear I will kill him and reclaim Shirsui's eye. He's become a real thorn in my side. Heed my orders, tell Unit 3, 4, and 5 to monitor Izaya and kill him when they have the chance. Have Unit 2 monitor in the shadows and provide support if necessary. Yes. The rude Umbu replied and accepted his new orders and disappeared into the shadows. Danzo disappeared in a puff of smoke soon after. Tap. 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 Hyuga Hayashi walked through the Hyuga Manor as he took a look at the courtyard where Hinata, Hanabi, and Niji were practicing their taijutsu. He nodded his head in appreciation at their hard work before turning a corner and immediately paused. Noticing a figure in the shadows, he immediately took up a defensive posture and said with a stern voice, "Reveal yourself." Tap. 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 The figure slowly walked out of the shadows, revealing to be Danzo. Lord Danzo? Hayashi said as he lowered his defensive stance and resumed his normal posture of the Hyuga clan head. Hayashi. Pardon me for my intrusion upon your residence without notice. Danzo said. Of course, but what brings you to the Hyuga residence on such short notice? Hayashi asked semi-warily of Danzo. Danzo walked by Hayashi as they both watched Hinata, Hanabi, and Niji continue their training in the courtyard. I see the young members of the Hyuga clan are training hard. You must be proud of them. Danzo said. Hayashi gave Danzo a sideways glance, wondering what the heck this crafty old man was up to, but answered, Yes, I am very proud of their progress and dedication. If I recall, the next chosen heir to the Hyuga clan will be Hyuga Hanabi, correct? Danzo asked. That is correct. As Hinata has abdicated the position and Niji is of the branch family, the next in line is Hanabi. She has been studying and performing her duties as next head splendidly. Hayashi replied. Oh? Is that so? I wonder about that. Danzo said with hidden meaning. Hayashi raised his eyebrow in suspicion and said, What do you mean, Lord Danzo? I don't mean to interfere with the affairs of the Hyuga residence, but I hear that she has been spending quite some time with a boy named Karasuma Izaya. Have you heard of him? Danzo replied. Him? Izaya, huh? I've seen him before. What do you mean when you say Hanabi has been spending time with him? Hayashi inquired suspiciously. As the next head of the Hyuga clan, I thought she would be a bit more careful in choosing who she approaches. This Izaya child is too obscure. I researched his background and found that he was not originally from the Hidden Leaf. Who knows what kind of unknown and dark background he has? What kind of hidden motives might he have for joining the Hidden Leaf? Perhaps someone sent him as a spy. The fact remains that he is dangerous. It is unfortunate that Hiruzen is too soft and decided to let this unknown factor into our village. Even Tsunade turns a blind eye to this hidden danger. They have no clue as to what kind of threat they let linger and fester in our village. I do, however. That child has even attacked me once before in secret, however, because it was done in secrecy. I do not possess the evidence to convict him of his crime. With Tsunade and Hiruzen being blinded by his act of innocence, they will shield him from my words of wisdom. Before I can collect enough evidence, I cannot move against him openly. I was merely wondering if you were aware that your daughter has been mingling with this hidden threat. Danzo stated. What? Hayashi exclaimed in surprise. Impossible. Isn't that boy Izaya still just a child? How did he manage to find a chance and attack you in secret, Lord Danzo? As for his background, is he truly not from the Hidden Leaf? Do not underestimate that child. It is because he has such a mysterious background that we should all be wary. The fact that he had enough skill to attack me in secret should speak for itself. Think about it, have you ever seen this child's parents or relatives in the Leaf? Where did he come from before he attended the academy? A child with snow-white hair and a blindfold, surely such features would be memorable. He is a wolf in sheep's clothing. And your daughter Hanabi seems to be a lamb for the slaughter. I would be more careful if I were you. Danzo replied as he turned and walked away, disappearing into the shadows. Hayashi furrowed his brow with a look of caution and deep contemplation. Whether or not Danzo spoke the truth, the fact remains that this Izaya boy is too unknown. It's better to have little contact with him just in case. He walked forward and said, Hanabi. Just as Hanabi dodged a palm strike from Niji, she heard her father call her name, so she paused and turned her head. Yes, father? She said as she jogged over to him. Hayashi stared down at her for a moment before saying, Follow me. We need to talk. He then walked off into one of the private rooms with a confused Hanabi in tow. As the door closed, Hayashi and Hanabi took a seat across from each other. Is there something you need, father? Hanabi asked inquisitively and nervously. For some reason she felt that there was a serious matter her father wished to discuss with her. After a moment of pause, Hayashi looked at her with a stern face and said, I heard you have been mingling with a boy named Karasuma Izaya. Is this true? Father wants to talk about Izaya? Why? Hanabi questioned mentally. She thought carefully about how to respond, but decided there was nothing she needed to hide about this matter. There wasn't anything wrong with that, she thought to herself. Yes, father. Izaya and I are friends. Did something happen? Hayashi furrowed his brow further. So it's true then. From this day forth you are forbidden from meeting with him. Hanabi's eyes widened in shock. What do you mean forbidden from meeting with him? Father, explain so I can understand. You are the next head of the Hyuga clan. You needn't bother yourself with such people that have unclear backgrounds. It could endanger your life. Hayashi said in a commanding tone. Unclear background? Father, Izaya is from the Hidden Leaf village. What wrong is there in our meeting each other? Hanabi exclaimed in confusion. From the Hidden Leaf? What part of unclear background did you miss? Before he attended the academy, where was he? A child with his particular features would have been a memorable face in the village, yet no one knows where he came from or who his parents were before the academy. In fact, To this day no one still knows who his parents were. I've received word that he is a hidden danger to the Leaf. Whether or not this is true, the fact remains that he is too mysterious and could be a hidden danger to your life. As the next head, I expected you to be a bit more cautious. Hayashi replied. Father! You don't even know Izaya. He's not a danger to my life. Whether or not his background is known, Lord Third and Lord Fifth seem to trust him. In fact, he is even a direct disciple of Lord Third. How could Lord Third not know what kind of person Izaya is? If Lord Third trusts him, then there is no reason why we need to be so wary. He even saved Lord Third's life when Orochimaru attacked the village. Even if he wasn't originally from the Leaf, the fact is that he is a member of the Leaf now. How can you say such things about him? Hanabi argued back. Hayashi put a scowl on his face. Look at you. Does he hold such influence over you already? You are being too emotional over this. He is just one boy. Forget about him. Even Lord Third makes mistakes. Look at Orochimaru for example. He too was a direct disciple under him, but in the end Orochimaru defected and even attempted to destroy the village. Add this to the fact that Orochimaru was actually born and raised in the village, whereas this Izaya boy probably wasn't even born here. It is better to be cautious than to fall into a trap. Stop meeting with him from now on. Father! You say that I am getting emotional over this, but Izaya is my friend. Aren't you also getting too emotional? Hanabi yelled. Chapter 34, Killing Izaya. Ting! Ting! Fwish! Zwang! 10 kunais soared past my head as I quickly ducked and jumped to my side, dodging another 3 shurikens successfully. I held my special kunai in my right hand and successfully parried 2 kunai thrown straight at me as I jumped on the tree trunk to my right, dodging another kunai aimed at my neck. A root umbu jumped down from the tree top above me and slashed with his sword, prompting me to deflect his attack with my special kunai and spun my body at the same time, ending up behind him, successfully piercing my kunai into his neck, killing him. As he was falling to the ground, I grabbed his body and used it as a shield, blocking 20 shuriken flying at me. Put! After blocking the barrage of shuriken, I threw my special kunai in the direction of the attack. However, I was forced to jump to my left and up a tree top as a blast of wind ninjutsu destroyed the area I was just at. 2 umbu appeared from the shadows of the trees, wielding a kunai in their hands. One stabbed with his right hand and the other swept at my feet. I jumped to dodge the sweep and grabbed onto the other's hand. Holding tightly onto the umbu's arm, I threw a powerful air kick into his face, using the force of the recoil to jump out of the other umbu's reach. As I landed on another branch, 3 umbu rushed at me with their swords. I sidestepped 2 blades, dropped a paper bomb, and flew to the special kunai I threw earlier before the 3rd blade could reach me. Not a moment later the bomb went off, causing heavy damage to those umbu. As I grabbed my special kunai, 3 umbu trapped me in their encirclement and unleashed a combination of wind, fire, and lighting ninjutsu. I quickly jumped into the air to dodge their attack, only to be met with 3 umbu in the air above me, stabbing downwards with their swords. I twisted my body and threw my special kunai to a tree in the distance. Just as the swords were about to pierce me, I disappeared and reappeared next to my kunai. I took a deep breath as I thought, Danzo really wants me dead. The umbu he sent this time are way more skilled and coordinated than the ones he sent in the past, and there's more of them too. I can't even sense their presence until the last moment. What kind of special technique did Danzo place on these umbu to keep their presence hidden even from me? Just as 4 umbu appeared behind me, I jumped to a higher branch and hung upside down as I weaved the signs of tiger, horse, tiger, snake, and said, wood-style great forest jutsu. I stuck out my left hand, causing large tendrils of wood to shoot forth, capturing 2 umbu while the other 2 successfully jumped out of the way. I clenched my fist as my wood technique constricted and crushed the bodies of the 2 that were ensnared. 3 other umbu were rushing towards me at this moment, prompting me to throw my special kunai at them and weaving the signs of ox, dog, dragon, rat, dog, boar, snake, tiger, and said, kunai shadow clone jutsu. More than 100 special kunai flew out at high speeds, piercing through the air. 1 umbu quickly formed the sign of tiger, hare, boar, dog, and said, Earth-style Earth Wall Jutsu. A giant wall of earth successfully blocked the attack, however it impaired their vision, so I flew to a kunai near the top of the wall and grabbed 2 special kunai before doing a flip over the wall. As I was in the air I threw the 2 kunai and killed 2 of the Umbu as I landed right in front of the third. He quickly threw a right punch, but I parried with my left hand. He kicked with his left leg as I blocked with my right knee. He punched, thrusted, kicked, swept, dodged, blocked, parried, flipped, grappled, and twisted, but I countered and met him blow for blow as I finally broke his arm, dislocated his knee, and twisted his head, effectively killing him. A pair of hands shot out from the ground and grabbed my ankles at this moment, preventing me from moving as 2 Umbus shot out at great speeds from my left and right sides, thrusting their swords out at my body. Just before the swords reached me I flew to one of my 100 special kunai lying around the forest floor, causing the 2 Umbu to skewer each other as they couldn't react in time at the last moment. I quickly turned my head to the left and kicked with my right leg, dodging and deflecting 2 kunai thrown at me. I jumped up as a large Fuma shuriken flew past and stuck my hands out to my sides, successfully grabbing 2 kunai that were thrown at me. I twisted my body in the air and threw both kunai back from their point of origin. Both Umbu dodged behind a tree before they could get hit. Just as I was about to land, a powerful blast of wind ninjutsu shot towards me, but I flew to a different kunai in the forest. A blast of lightning was aimed at me in that moment, prompting me to jump up and hang upside down on a branch with my feet. I quickly formed the snake hand sign and said, with style, silent strangle jutsu. The Umbu that just appeared on the branch above me was instantly bounded and incapacitated by the thick wood vines. I quickly appeared behind him and was about to kill him when a light flashed beneath my feet, instantly rooting me in place. "What the?" I exclaimed. It was at this moment that 2 Umbu rushed at me from the front and from behind. I quickly shifted my body as their swords pierced into me, just missing my vital points. I held onto the blades of the swords to prevent them from moving as I coughed and spit up some blood, struggling to move. "You bastards! This is a space-locking seal. There's no way you amateurs could perform such a difficult sealing jutsu. Did Danzo prepare this for you all beforehand?" I said as I gritted my teeth. "Accept your fate, Karasuma Izaya. Today you die here. Activate the barrier," the Umbu in front of me said. At that moment a powerful barrier field engulfed the entire forest. I coughed up more blood as I struggled to move. "I'm impressed. The Umbu Danzo sent came quite prepared this time. This is also a space-locking barrier, isn't it? To prevent me from escaping with my flying thunder god, to place this barrier takes quite the time to set up. He's determined, I'll give him that. Your mistake was your overconfidence and not leading the moment you noticed something wrong. This barrier is called the Suicide Coliseum Barrier. It creates a powerful illusion on the outside so no one will even suspect that something is wrong inside. It reacts to our chakra and there is only one way to leave. Either the only one left in this barrier alive is us or the enemy. Unless you kill all of us you can't leave," the Umbu behind me said. "TCH. How troublesome, however, that also means that unless you kill me none of you are also able to leave this place, hence the name suicide." I replied. "It doesn't matter. You are powerful, I give you that, but not even you have the capability to kill all of us," an Umbu said as more than 30 more Umbu appeared in the vicinity. "Guess it can't be helped, since none of us are leaving for the time being anyways," I said as I let go of one of the blades pierced in my body and pulled off my blindfold. At that moment the Umbu in front of me froze up and couldn't move anymore as I stared him in the eyes. "Jinjutsu," I said. I quickly turned my head behind me and said, "Amaterasu." "Ah!" The Umbu stabbing the blade behind me screamed in agony as the black flames incinerated his body. I quickly destroyed the space-locking seal beneath my feet with Amaterasu before quickly flying to a special kunai out of the encirclement of the Umbu. Just as I disappeared, more than 100 ninja tools struck the spot I was just at. "Manjikyu Sharingan? Shit! He actually possesses the Sharingan?" the Umbus exclaimed. "Too bad you can't leave to tell Danzo." I replied with a smirk as more blood seeped out from my wounds and lips. Poison blades, huh? I mentally noted as pulled out the blades from my body and feeling my body worsening and weakening. 3 Umbu ambushed me from the shadows of the trees as I quickly responded by jumping up, dodging 2 kicks, and grabbing the arm of the third. I performed a flare in the air using the arm of the Umbu as leverage and kicked 2 of the Umbu before breaking the arm of the last Umbu and kicking him into 2 other Umbu rushing over this way. I did a backflip dodging several Sunbon needles and jumped behind a tree as I felt my head go dizzy. I coughed more blood as I silently cursed whatever poison Danzo had those Umbu use. If it wasn't for my body's powerful regeneration skills, I probably would have lost consciousness already. I jumped up the tree I was hiding behind and dodged several shuriken and then kicked off the tree onto a different one, dodging a fire ninjutsu attack. Just as an Umbu appeared behind me, I did a backflip in the air and arrived behind him as I said, Teyugen. A dense and bright golden sphere appeared on my hand as a loud HUUUMMMM sound was heard. It looked like a small sun and the core of a nuclear reactor was being held in my hands. I thrust the golden sphere forwards as it instantly pierced the body of the Umbu before a bright golden light erupted from his entire being before all that was left in his place was a pile of ashes. What the hell was that? Many of the Umbu exclaimed as they saw one of their comrades instantly turn into nothing but ashes. As they stared at me, they collectively thought the same thing. A demon! With my blood-red eyes of the Manjikyu Sharingan, bloody wounds on my body, and blood seeping out of my mouth with a power that can turn one into ashes, it gave them the impression that they were fighting a demon instead of a 15 or 16-year-old ninja of the leaf. While they became even more cautious approaching me than before, I pretended to give off an air of confidence when in reality I fought to remain conscious. I have to end this quickly or else it's over for me, I thought. I dashed into the midst of their group, catching them off guard as they didn't anticipate me attacking them en masse like this. I dodged 3 blades and jumped onto the shoulders of an Umbu, twisting his neck, killing him. I used his dead body to block several ninja tools before dashing out to the side and sweeping the legs of 2 other Umbu. Before I could kill them, I backflipped away, dodging the blades of 2 others and flew to a special kunai, dodging an earth-style ninjutsu. Fire-style fireball jutsu! An Umbu shouted. I flew to another kunai out of the way and formed the clone seal, saying, multi-shadow clone jutsu. 4 other clones of me appeared. 5 Umbu formed hand signs and unleashed a barrage of fire, wind, earth, water, and lightning-style jutsu at me. The 4 clones and I also formed the same hand signs at the same time, using fire, wind, earth, water, and lighting-style jutsu. I then focused my left eye on all 5 nature techniques and said, Kunino Tokotachi. Immediately, all 5 elemental attacks that my clones and I used shrunk to half their size. However, their power became twice as strong in their condensed form and easily overpowered the jutsu of the 5 Umbu, effectively overtaking them and causing massive damage where they stood. Impossible! His technique became smaller. How did he overpower them? The surviving Umbus exclaimed in shock. The 4 shadow clones jumped in the midst of some of the Umbu as I activated the shadow clone explosion jutsu, effectively blowing them up. Before the Umbu could have any more time to contemplate, I combined the power of Amaterasu and Kunino Tokotachi and aimed the technique at 10 Umbu in the vicinity. I created a large flame with Amaterasu, but made it incredibly small with Kunino Tokotachi, making it not only even more powerful, but also undetectable to the Umbu. Without knowing what happened, they screamed in agony as their bodies had a large hole appear in them with black flames burning throughout. That was more effective than I thought. I muttered to myself as I suddenly swayed a bit and clutched my eyes. Shit, I probably don't have much time before the poison incapacitates me. Splish, splish, splish. Ack! I groaned as 3 shurikens sunk into my right leg, my left shoulder, and my right chest. I quickly placed my right hand up and blocked a kick to my chest while the force flung me into the trunk of a tree. I spit out more blood as I quickly rolled to my side, dodging a sword that was thrown at me. I formed the hand sign of ox, hare, monkey, and said, Chidori. I grabbed the sword and channeled the Chidori into it as I blocked the blade of an Umbu above me and cut through his sword, killing him by slicing his throat. I did a backflip dodging a fire ninjutsu attack and threw the Chidori-enhanced sword as it stabbed into two Umbu, killing them. I huffed and panted and struggled to remain awake. They somehow are able to conceal themselves from my senses. I can find them with the Manjikyu, but that's only if they are within a certain distance. If they hide further back in the forest, they can escape my eyes. They only have to whittle down my strength and wait for the poison to completely overtake me. Guess I'll just let loose. I quickly dashed to the edge of the barrier and said, "Yo, have any of you ever faced the attack of a tailed beast bomb?" The remaining Umbus narrowed their eyes in confusion at what I was about to do. "Heh, I'll let you have a taste of a precursor. It's not exactly a tailed beast bomb, but it really isn't too far off," I said. I placed both palms in front of me and said, "Great Taiyugen." A small golden sun-like energy sphere appeared in the palm of my hands and in the next second grew to a size as large as myself. An incredibly loud HUUUUUUMMMMM sound erupted from the giant sphere. This is like the equivalent of Naruto's big ball Raisen Shuriken, only more dangerous since this combines 4 chakra natures and not just wind nature. Before, I controlled the tunnel of the wind to force all the condensed energy in a confined direction so this technique doesn't just explode everywhere. That's why that Umbu I used this technique on earlier turned to ash and nothing else happened to the surroundings. This time I'll just let the force go everywhere. No matter where you are hiding, you can't escape from this, I smirked and thought to myself. Although, that includes me too since I'm trapped in this damn barrier, I lamented. What the hell is he going to do? The surviving Umbus exclaimed with panic. "Heh, die!" I yelled as I shot forth the giant Taiyugen as far as I could so I would only be affected by the residual blast. I then activated my left Manjikyu Sharingan's power, Kunino Tokotachi, to further increase and double the size of the technique to ensure an even greater area of damage. This won't increase the power, but it'll increase the area that is affected. Good thing Hiruzen-sensei let me make a contract with the first Hokage's summoning, I mentally thought. I then quickly placed my hand on the ground and said, "Summoning Jutsu Quintuple Rashomon." 5 giant monstrous gates appeared in front of me to help minimize the force of the explosion as I also weaved the signs of rat, dog, tiger and said, "Wood-style wood dome jutsu." Large thick branches of wood quickly covered and sheltered me in a protective shell. Just as I braced myself for impact, a colossal explosion filled the entire forest and shook the very core of the ground. The barrier quaked and creaked at the impact of the force as the forest was razed to the ground. The 5 Rashomon gates were blown to bits and pieces, however, it was successful in greatly reducing the force of the impact with each destroyed gate. The powerful force of the explosion tore open the wood dome and blew me straight into the barrier's wall. I lay pushed against the wall with no strength in my body as the force of the explosion continued to keep me pinned there for the next 5 seconds before dissipating. A giant crater with destroyed wood pieces on the outskirts of the barrier was all that was left of this place. I noticed the barrier begin to disintegrate and smirked. Success! I mentally rejoiced as blood pooled out from my mouth. I struggled to raise my right hand into the seal of confrontation and said, "Flying Thunder God Jutsu." Puff! A plume of white smoke filled the air as Hiruzen walked around Konoha enjoying a less stressful life without having to focus on the paperwork a Hokage had to do. Oh! I wonder if something is wrong. Hiruzen thought as he saw Hyuga Hinata comforting her younger sister Hyuga Hanabi. In a dark corner filled with shadows stood Danzo as he observed the situation. Damn Hiruzen! I had wanted to drive a wedge between the Hyuga clan and Izaya. Frame Izaya for injuring the young heiress and justify my actions for his assassination. This would gain the approval of the Hyuga clan, a powerful clan that is important to the Leaf. Not only would Hiruzen be forced to consider the stance of the clan over a mere boy, so too would Tsunade. In the end, with everything I prepared for the Umbu, they should have no problems killing that child Izaya. Once he's dead, we'll clean up the evidence. With no evidence, they cannot convict me, and as an elder of the Leaf, I hold more importance than a dead child. I need to leave before Hiruzen notices my presence. Danzo slowly faded away, disappearing completely. Ahem. What a beautiful evening, wouldn't you say so? Hiruzen said out of nowhere. Eh? Hinata replied in surprise as she turned around to see Lord Third. Sniff. Excuse me for my improper display of emotions, Lord Third. Hanabi said as she wiped away some tears and bowed respectfully. HM? What improper display of emotions? If you do not cry when you are sad or do not smile when you are happy, then I would consider that an improper display of emotions. Hiruzen said. What seems to be troubling one so young such as yourself? He asked. Hanabi calmed down her emotions and said, I don't mean to trouble you with my personal issues, Lord Third. It's just that I had an argument with the clan head. He gave me an order that I didn't believe in and I refused to follow. He is, however, the current clan head, and so his orders are absolute. I am the next in line as head of the clan, and therefore, if I show any disobedience to the current clan head, it would also set a bad example in the clan. I'm not sure what to do. Hanabi turned and looked at Hinata and said, I always wanted to better understand how and why Hinata and Niji decided to take fate in their own hands and stand up to the rules of the clan, but I never really understood them. Now, for the first time, I think I can understand their actions. Puff. Hiruzen had a pensive look in his eyes. Fate, huh? HM. We are shinobi. To shinobi, we are the ones who defy fate. To be a shinobi means that you forge your own fate. That becomes your ninja way. Shinobi take on dangerous missions every day and can lose their lives at any moment, but many still aspire to become shinobi. Why is that? It is because we all have something precious that we wish to protect. In order to protect something precious to you means that you may have to go against fate even if the odds seem to be against you. A shinobi is one who endures all hardships and continues to work against fate by forging their own path. Even if we shinobi may lose our lives one day, we still forge a path of our own choosing, because those who resign themselves to the fate of others making means that they have not only given up on themselves, but that they have abandoned the very things they wish to protect. As the third Hokage, I have many things I wish to protect, and I will use my life if need be to protect those things that are precious to me. The sad part is not dying itself. Rather, it is dying without following your own path and beliefs. In this life, one should decide whether they will be happy resigning themselves to a fate of someone's choosing, or will they forge a path ahead themselves and capture their own happiness. Whether your road ends long or short, you must at least answer this question: were you truly able to smile from the bottom of your heart at the very end? That is why so many struggle every day to find what their ninja way is. They wish to forge a path that they can be proud of, so that in the end they may meet the crossroads with a smile from the bottom of their hearts. Well, these are only words from an old man now. Hanabi-chan, Hinata-chan, I hope that whatever path you choose to take, you will be able to smile from the bottom of your hearts. Puff. Another plume of smoke filled the air as a silence fell over the three of them. Hanabi wiped away all the tears in her eyes and said, Thank you, Lord Third. Your words have helped me clear my mind. Min. Hiruzen smiled. However, in the next moment he was instantly shocked. Thud. Cough. Izaya vomited a mouthful of blood at this moment as he appeared on the ground next to Lord Third. Izaya! Hanabi shouted in alarm. Why does that sound like Hanabi's voice? I swore I teleported to Lord Third, I thought to myself before everything went completely black. Hinata was shocked and horrified at the bloody sight of Izaya. Not good, Hiruzen said with a shocked expression. He quickly picked up Izaya's body and disappeared in a puff of smoke. Chapter 35, Discussion. Beep, 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 beep. A screen continued to monitor Izaya's heart rate and condition as he lay unconscious on a hospital bed while several people stood around the room. TSK. That bastard. It must have been Danzo. Tsunade cursed. If you were trying to gather evidence before you could convict Danzo in public, then I suggest you forget about it. This should be evidence enough already, don't you think? Jiraiya commented. Hiruzen narrowed his eyes in deep thought. Then what do you suggest I do? Hiruzen said as he stared out the window. Yamato clenched his fist as he said, Please excuse me if I seem brash, but this time Danzo has truly gone too far. Not only has he continued to keep his disbanded organization intact, but he has even gone to the extent of attempting to murder one of the Leaf's very own shinobi. And all this just because Izaya refused to join his organization? I believe he should be removed from his position as elder and be imprisoned. Kakashi had a look of contemplation as well before saying, Danzo is too dangerous to be left alone. We already knew that he had hidden motives to move against Lord Fifth, but to act against Izaya like this so openly and within the territory of the Leaf shows that he has no more regard for the Hokage's authority. One problem just pops up after another. Aside from Danzo, apparently Orochimaru was killed by Sasuke. Most likely he's going after Itachi now as we speak. Not only that, but apparently Rashi, the Jinchuriki of the Four Tails, is missing. Most likely the work of the Akatsuki. Jiraiya commented. TSK. So soon? After the Three Tails was captured by the Akatsuki not that long ago. They sure work fast. Tsunade scowled. Kakashi turned to look at the unconscious form of Izaya and said, It's already been a week, but he still hasn't woken. What kind of poison did Danzo even use on him? Everyone then turned to look at Izaya at that moment in silent contemplation. It was a new type of poison. He probably was concocting something up in the shadows. Most likely he had some help from Orochimaru making it. It was difficult to remove from his body. The poison affected him at the cellular level. Fortunately his body is unique and was strong enough to combat the degenerative nature of the poison, ensuring he didn't die. Tsunade said as she turned to Hiruzen. Which I think you owe us an explanation, Sarutobi-sensei. It appears you weren't surprised about what I told you when I operated on him the day you brought him to me. Everyone then turned to look at Hiruzen. HM? What does she mean, Sarutobi-sensei? Jiraiya asked. Hiruzen let out a sigh. The reason this kid Izaya survived Danzo's poison is because many of the cells in his body are from the first Hokage Hashirama Senju. Tsunade said. Huh? Everyone else but Tsunade and Hiruzen exclaimed in shock. Not only that, this kid even possesses the Sharingan. She continued. Once again everyone became shocked. They all just stared at Lord Third for an explanation. Hiruzen let out another sigh as he started his explanation. Many years ago Izaya, Haku, and Kimimaro appeared in front of my doorstep and asked me to take them in. They were only 7 years old at the time. They traveled the distance from the land of water to the land of fire and ended up here in Konoha. As you all know by now, Haku is the last surviving member of the Yuki clan famous for their ice-style Kekkei Genkai, and Kimimaro is the last surviving member of the Kagaya clan. Kimimaro can even utilize the rare Kekkei Genkai of his clan that allows for bone manipulation. Izaya, however, was an experimental subject of Orochimaru. What? Everyone was shocked at this revelation, although at the back of their minds they had already made a guess after hearing what Tsunade had told them just prior. Hiruzen continued. According to Izaya, Orochimaru created his body with the unique trait of being able to easily assimilate various Kekkei Genkai. He infused many different bloodlines into his body and had all of them coexist with the help of Hashirama Senju's powerful cells. The cells of the first Hokage have such great vitality that they were able to not only give new life and energy to the other bloodlines in his body, but also harmonize those bloodlines into one. Orochimaru also implanted the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan in hopes to create an ultimate body for which he could possess. Izaya's body has probably already assimilated the bloodline of the Uchiha clan as well, although to what degree I am unsure of. Once Izaya became conscious, Orochimaru taught him various subjects and continued his experiments on Izaya's mind and body. His experiments on Izaya's body had to do with testing his bloodlines, and his experiment on Izaya's mind had to do with torture in an attempt to awaken the Manjikyu Sharingan before he would possess the body. By the time Izaya turned 5 years old, he could no longer endure the pain and torture on his body as his willpower was too weak to handle everything. Orochimaru thought that Izaya had died and abandoned him at one of his remote labs in the land of water. Izaya, however, ended up surviving and escaped that lab. On his journey to the Land of Fire he encountered Haku and Kimimaro, and that is how they all ended up here. I took pity on them and felt responsible for his fate. Orochimaru was, after all, my pupil. I helped conceal his Sharingan and acclimate those three into the leaf. I have no regrets about my choices on this matter. To this day those three remain some of the most splendid shinobi of the younger generation of the leaf. Everyone remained quiet for a while as they took in everything Lord Third just said. Kakashi was the first to speak up. No wonder you asked me to look after these three. Turns out they had such a history. Well, I'm glad that they're in this village as leaf shinobi. This is all the more reason why we can't just let Danzo be. Yamato spoke up next. That's right. They are my precious students. I've watched them grow up since they were young. I won't let Danzo get away after what he's done to my pupils. Jiraiya let out a sigh. That old fogey. Seriously, is the only reason he's going after Izaya's life because he refused to join Danzo's organization? I feel like there's something missing. If it was just refusal, I don't think Danzo would go as far as to try to kill him. Tsunade furrowed her brow in deep thought. True. Although Izaya can use the wood style and Danzo covets that ability, the fact remains that Yamato was once a member of Root, but in the end he was able to gain freedom from that dark place and join under Lord Third. What's the real reason behind Danzo's actions this time? Perhaps only Izaya knows. Kakashi said in contemplation. I have a pretty good guess. Hiruzen said as he mulled over his thoughts. Oh? Are you going to elaborate, Sarutobi-sensei? Tsunade inquired with curiosity. Hiruzen nodded his head. Over the last 2.5 years I had Izaya, Haku, and Kimimaro perform Umbu duties for me. After reading over the handwritten details of their missions, I can guess why Danzo is so adamant about killing Izaya. During one of their missions, Danzo attempted to recruit Izaya into his organization. After being refused, Danzo utilized the power of the Sharingan he stole from Uchiha Shisui to influence Izaya's choices. What Danzo did not anticipate, however, was that Izaya had already suspected a plot from Danzo and outwitted him. Danzo casted Shisui's Jinjutsu on someone else, and this allowed Izaya enough time to remove Shisui's eye from Danzo. He then successfully fled before Danzo could retaliate. Most likely Danzo is angered by his failure to not only recruit Izaya, but the loss of Shisui's eye, which would grant him control over anyone he wishes. It is for this reason that he sees Izaya as a threat and a thorn in his side and hopes to be rid of him once and for all. He fears the power that Shisui's eye can grant Izaya and believes that eventually Izaya would use its power against the leaf. He believes no one other than he would know how to use it for the greater good. That is why he tried to steal Shisui's eye in the past and attempted to kill him. He also hopes he can recover Shisui's eye, although Izaya has not said anything about what he has done with it. It's possible that he has already destroyed it. It is my fault for giving Danzo too much power in the past and being too indecisive on important matters that has led to this. I had always wished to have everyone be able to live in peace and harmony, but it appears that it is not possible. Everyone became silent again as they thought deeply about the matter. TCH. That bastard Danzo. Oi, Sarutobi-sensei. If you and I work together, we can convince the other two elders Hamura and Koharu to join our side and impeach Danzo from his position as elder. This will remove any official power he has in the village. After that we can openly move against him without causing any major political damage. He has already disobeyed your orders to disband Root. He is plotting to remove me as Hokage. He has worked together with Orochimaru. And now he has severely injured and attempted to kill one of our very own leaf shinobi. I haven't even had the chance yet to tell Izaya that he has been promoted to Jonin. Tsunade said in frustration. Hiruzen sighed and said, very well. I will help you convince Hamura and Koharu to join us in removing Danzo as an elder. By the way, Kakashi, Yamato, you both went to the site of the attack to investigate. What did you discover? Kakashi and Yamato looked at each other with a complicated gaze before Kakashi spoke up. There wasn't much we could find. The site where this battle took place in was a large forest between the remote training grounds Naruto was using for his new jutsu and the Leaf Village. The thing is, there's only a giant crater left where the forest used to be. It must have been an insane battle to cause such damage to a forest that large. After seeing the state of the battlefield, I'm surprised that Izaya managed to make it out alive at all. Oh, that incredible of a battle, huh? That kid truly must be something then. Jiraiya commented as he took a good look at Izaya's sleeping form. Kakashi nodded and said, aside from Naruto, Izaya reminds me of Lord Fourth. Not only can he use the Flying Thunder God, he can even use the Raisen Gan. Truly? Everyone said in shock except Yamato and Kakashi. Tsunade let out a sigh and said, alright. I think we spent enough time dawdling around here. I've already stationed highly skilled Umbu to keep guard over this room. Haku and Kimimaro included. We need to discuss Uchiha Sasuke. Kakashi, put together a team and go after him and Itachi. If we can capture Itachi, then perhaps Sasuke will return to the village. Yes. Kakashi saluted as he accepted the mission. Jiraiya, you. Tsunade hesitated to speak further. Pahaha. What's wrong, Tsunade? I told you already. I'm going. Infiltration and information gathering is my specialty. Don't forget, I am one of Konoha's legendary Sannin. Jiraiya said as he attempted to lighten the mood. HM? What is it? Yamato asked. Heh. I found information that says the leader of the Akatsuki is in the village hidden in the rain. Whether or not this is true, I'm going to verify the information before we decide to make a move. Jiraiya said. Everyone else's eyes widened in shock while Tsunade had a complicated and worried look. Are you sure about this, Jiraiya? Perhaps I should accompany you. If this information is true, then it will be truly dangerous. Hiruzen said with concern. Jiraiya had a serious look on his face as he said, Sarutobi-sensei, you're very old now, so you won't be able to move about as easily as I can. My techniques are better for espionage-type missions. Not only that, but we don't have the manpower to spare for all the current issues arising. We need Kakashi to put together a team to go after Sasuke and Itachi. We need you and Tsunade to remain in the village and hold down the fort to prevent Danzo from doing anything too drastic. This is why I'm the best bet at going to verify this information. The border regulations are very strict in the Hidden Rain Village, so it's best if I go alone. After a few more rounds of discussion, everyone slowly left Izaya's room. As Tsunade walked out of the room, she took a good look at the hallway and saw Naruto, Shikamaru, Niji, Hinata, Sakura, Ino, Choji, Kiba, Shino, Sai, Haku, Kimimaro, and Hanabi either sitting, sleeping, or pacing back and forth as they all waited for the higher-ups to finish their discussion. Everyone has been coming to visit Izaya's room ever since they heard about what had happened. A few of them even come every day, especially Kimimaro, Haku, and Hanabi. Hanabi had to either sneak out of the Hyuga residence or play some sort of clever trick to avoid getting found out by her father. The moment Hanabi saw Tsunade walk out of the room, she ran over as her eyes watered, but she held back the tears. Is Izaya awake yet? It's already been a whole week. He's getting better, right? Hanabi asked emotionally. Tsunade just let out a sigh. Don't worry. There isn't any danger to his life anymore. I just don't know when he'll wake up. The poison affected his mind as well as his body. While I can heal the physical damage, I can't do anything about his current unconscious state. When he awakens will depend on him now. She then placed a comforting hand on Hanabi's shoulder and smiled at Haku and Kimimaro and said, You should all know how strong Izaya is. Don't worry, he'll pull through. Believe in his strength. Tsunade then walked off. Everyone in the hallway immediately crammed inside Izaya's hospital room as they each talked to his unconscious form in hopes he'd wake up. Lord Third had also replaced Izaya's blindfold with a new one a while ago to help protect his secret. After a few hours the sun began to set and the only ones left were Haku, Kimimaro, and Hanabi. I'll guard the roof. Haku said as he disappeared and stood guard outside. Kimimaro nodded as he walked out in the hallway and stood guard outside the door. Hanabi sat alone next to Izaya's bed as she held onto his hand and finally let some tears fall. Sniff. You idiot. You said that I didn't have to worry about you because you were strong. Now look what happened. I even fought back against my father for you. Wake up, dummy. You already went away for 2.5 years without saying anything to me. Now that you're back, you aren't allowed to sleep like this. It doesn't feel any different than when you disappeared on your mission. You're so close, but how come you're still so far away? Hanabi said as her voice quaked. She attempted to wipe away some of her tears as they fell down. They fell slowly and softly and dripped down on Izaya's hand before rolling down the side of his palm, leaving behind a trail of warm, wet, salty water filled with deep emotions of fear, worry, fondness, sadness, hurt, anger, compassion, and yearning. Perhaps Hanabi was still too young to know what love really was, but at this moment, she thought maybe, just maybe, she might have begun to fall in love. Is this how Hinata feels about Naruto? Is this how Sakura feels about Sasuke? She thought silently to herself as she attempted to calm down her emotions and finally wiped away all of her tears. She then sat in a comfortable silence as she watched Izaya's chest rise up and down and listened to his steady breathing as she began to tell him about her day. Chapter 36, Regaining Consciousness. Tap. 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 So you've come at last, Sasuke. Itachi said, opening his eyes at this moment as he watched Sasuke turn the corner of the Uchiha hideout and stop a few meters away from Itachi sitting on his throne. Sasuke glared at Itachi and smirked. Itachi. Today you will pay for all the crimes that you committed. I once told you only to come before me when you obtained the same eyes as mine. Itachi said. Heh. Don't think that things will always go the way you want. I'm not just going to do something because you say it. Sasuke replied. Itachi remained silent for a moment as he recalled his conversation with Izaya in the forest a while back. Indeed. I was too confident that everything was under my control. Itachi said with a sigh. Sasuke frowned. He didn't expect this kind of tone from Itachi, which made him a tad bit angrier. What right did Itachi have to sound like he was lamenting? Wasn't he supposed to be his cruel older brother who killed the entire Uchiha clan along with his mother and father? Itachi, before your death you will give me some answers. Sasuke said with gritted teeth. If answers are what you seek, then you must ask the right questions. Itachi said indifferently. Sasuke narrowed his eyes. Whether I ask the right questions or not, you will tell me everything you know. Such a commanding tone requires one to have the strength first. Demanding and asking are very different. Itachi replied. Hell if I give a damn. You're a dead man anyways. Sasuke shouted. At this moment Itachi appeared beside Sasuke and said, Then will you be the one to kill me? Sasuke turned and swung his right hand towards Itachi's face as Itachi blocked with a swing of his own right hand. He grabbed Sasuke's wrist and pulled him off balance as he pulled out a kunai and stabbed at Sasuke's chest. Sasuke quickly pulled out his sword with his left hand and expertly blocked the kunai with the flat of his blade. Itachi dropped his kunai and grabbed Sasuke's left wrist and jumped in the air, aiming to kick him in the head. Sasuke blocked the kick with his right elbow and grabbed Itachi's ankles, flinging him over his shoulder while thrusting his sword upwards to stab Itachi. Itachi twisted his body in the air and grabbed onto the cloak Sasuke was wearing to give him a stable base and used that as leverage to swing his body away from the sword. He then kicked his leg at Sasuke's wrist, effectively removing the sword from Sasuke's hand as the sword became stuck on the ceiling. Itachi threw a knee strike at Sasuke, prompting him to lean backwards to dodge. This let Itachi grab onto a disoriented Sasuke's left arm and flung him over his shoulder onto the ground. Sasuke rolled a few feet into the distance as his cloak came off. He rolled into a kneeling position and activated Chidori as he rushed towards Itachi. Sasuke then said, Chidori stream. The lightning from the Chidori spread all over the ground, prompting Itachi to jump in the air to dodge. However, just as he did, Sasuke appeared by his sword in the ceiling and used it to pierce Itachi's body back on the ground. As Itachi lay there with his body pierced looking at Sasuke's Sharingan with his own Sharingan, he simply said, "You've gotten stronger, Sasuke." Sasuke looked down at Itachi and said, "In the end there is something I wish to know." As Sasuke was going to ask Itachi his question, Itachi pointed at Sasuke's forehead before pointing towards the throne in the room where he was sitting perfectly uninjured. It all happened in a Jinjutsu. Itachi's lying corpse soon turned into a flock of crows as they cawed away in the room. Itachi sat with calm indifference and said, "Although it isn't over yet, what is it you wish to know?" "I'll listen." After a few more bouts of Jinjutsu, Sasuke asked his question. "Back then, you said that if I awakened the Manjikyu Sharingan then there would be 3 users. Who is the third person of the Uchiha clan you spoke of?" Itachi sat in his chair as he sighed and said, "Why, would you want to know something like that? After I kill you, he's next on the list." "That's why," Sasuke replied. "Kill him?" Itachi asked. "On the night of the Uchiha clan's massacre you told me there was a third person. There was another person of the Uchiha clan that you didn't kill, which means they helped you massacre the clan. As strong as you are, even you couldn't take out the entire police force on your own," Sasuke said as he gave his analyses. Itachi simply smirked and said, "So you figured it out. Who is it?" Sasuke asked. Itachi sighed once more and said, "Uchiha Madara. He was one of the founders of Konoha and the first to ever awaken the powers of the Manjikyu Sharingan." "Madara is dead," Sasuke said. "Madara is alive. Whether you believe me or not is up to you," Itachi replied. "Stop messing around," Sasuke shouted. "People live their lives bound by what they see as right and true. That is what they call reality. However, right and true are nothing but vague terms. Their reality could turn out to be an illusion. Everyone is living by their own assumptions. Wouldn't you agree?" Itachi said. "What are you getting at?" Sasuke asked as he narrowed his eyes. Itachi smirked. "Madara being dead was your own convenient assumption." He paused momentarily as his meeting with Izaya once again resurfaced in his mind before a sad and soft expression graced his face. He felt the cool touch of Izaya's special kunai hanging on his waist as he closed his eyes for a moment before opening them again and gave a small smile before saying, "And believing that everything would go as I planned, it was my own convenient assumption." Sasuke gritted his teeth and said, "On that night I was so young I had to pretend that it was just a nightmare. I wanted to believe it was just a terrible illusion. But there is no mistake that it was a reality." He then shot a stream of his Chidori at another Itachi sitting in the distance as the current one beside Sasuke faded away as an illusion. "My eyes are different than before. I can see through your illusions," Sasuke shouted. Itachi continued to sit with a complicated look in his eyes. When one dabbles in the art of illusions for too long, sometimes one can become lost in the illusions themselves. When facing someone who uses Jinjutsu, one must either be strong enough to dispel the illusion on their own, or rely on the strength of their comrades. Itachi said. "What the hell are you babbling on about now?" Sasuke said. "I always thought that as long as I had a clear goal I would never lose my way no matter how many lies and illusions I used, but after meeting someone I realize now that my goal was the one thing that blinded me from recognizing the illusion I created for myself." Itachi lamented. Sasuke furrowed his brow. "Enough of these games, Itachi. Let's get this over with." Itachi let out a sigh as he got up from his chair. "You're certainly confident," he remarked. Zetsu just watched in a corner of the building with great interest. Beep. 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 Creak. Hanabi popped her head into Izaya's hospital room, seeing no one else present. She used a shadow clone, a technique Izaya had taught her long ago, to remain at the Hyuga residence. She walked in and closed the door as she carried some flowers and a basket full of sweets and desserts she had prepared for Haku and Kimimaro. She placed the basket of sweets on the table and changed the flowers in the room. Afterwards she pulled up a chair and sat next to Izaya's bed and took hold of his hand as she started to talk about various happenings in the village. My head hurts like hell. If I'm feeling pain, does that mean I'm not dead? The last thing I remember was hearing Hanabi's voice. Why did I hear Hanabi's voice? I could have sworn I teleported to Hiruzen-sensei. After all, I wasn't just about to let Danzo win and die off like that. Although I guess it was nice to have the last thing I hear be Hanabi's voice. I smell cinnamon, yum, it's making me hungry, yet also soothing to my senses. Beep. What was that noise? Beep. 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 Is that a monitor? Oh, and I stopped by Miss Mito-san's store today. She wanted me to give you her regards, and she says that you better wake up soon or she'll charge you for all those clothes that you always have her repair after they get torn on missions. What? Mito-san wouldn't do that, would she? Wait, this sounds like Hanabi's voice. This is nice too, I suppose. I'd like to just continue sleeping and listen to Hanabi talk, but man, am I hungry. The sweet smell of cinnamon isn't helping. Guh. My body feels so stiff. Move, damn it! I focused all my strength as I attempted to move my body. My legs, my arm, my head, my fingers, anything. As Hanabi continued to share her story, she paused momentarily. She looked down to where my hand and her hand connected and widened her eyes. Did I just feel Izaya move his fingers? Hanabi thought as her heart started to pound faster and faster and faster. Izaya? Are you awake? Did you come back to us? Hanabi asked as her voice choked. Her eyes became watery, but she forced them back. You better not be playing a prank on me. I can't handle any more of your jokes. Please, come back to me, she said as her voice quaked in a soft whisper at the end. Hanabi, I tried saying, but my voice wouldn't come out, so instead I focused all my strength in my hands and squeezed as hard as I could. Hanabi stopped breathing in that moment. She felt as if the world stopped spinning and all color turned to gray. Then, in the next moment, she felt it. Izaya's hand closed tightly around hers, and just like that all the wonderful colors and joy in the world came rushing back into her all at once. She slowly turned her head to look at Izaya's face just in time to see him curl his lips in a small smile. In that moment, with a deep and raspy voice from not speaking for so long, Izaya said, "Miss me that much, huh?" Tears streamed down Hanabi's face as she simply embraced Izaya in a tight hug as if he'd disappear if she let go now. She couldn't say anything as she buried her face in the nape of his neck and cried. Izaya took in one long and deep breath as he smelled the wonderful fragrance of flowers and cinnamon from Hanabi. He raised both of his arms and held Hanabi close to his chest as they remained this way for a while longer. After a while, Hanabi managed to control her emotions and wiped away her tears as she sat back up on the bed. I also used my elbows to help prop me sitting upright. You idiot! You said that I didn't have to worry about you. You said that you were strong. Look at what happened to you. I was so worried that you'd never wake up, I didn't know what to do, she said as she held my hands. I just listened in silence, unsure about what to say. I really want to tease her a bit right now, but I really shouldn't, I thought to myself. But she's so cute and fun to tease, I mentally noted. In the end, I nodded my head and said, sorry. I didn't mean to scare you like that. I'm alright now. Before Hanabi could say anything else, my stomach growled. With a bit of embarrassment, I also said, I am, and hungry. At that moment, Hanabi couldn't help but let out a laugh. Ha ha ha. I just stared at her with confusion and said, hey, I feel like I haven't eaten in ages. Hanabi continued to laugh. Ha ha ha. I'm Dash, ha, sorry, it's just haha, I'm so happy I don't care about anything else. I don't need an apology or words of comfort. I'm just glad you're okay now. At that moment, I felt my heart constrict a bit. I squeezed her hand and brought it to my lips as I kissed the back of her hand and said, I'm sorry, Hanabi. I worried you. I also didn't miss the fact that her hand smelled like cinnamon. She shook her head and got off the bed as she grabbed the basket of sweets and brought it over to me. She grabbed a cookie and handed it to me. "Here," she said as I took it from her. I smelled the same sweet scent of cinnamon on the cookie as I did on her smooth milky hands. "You made these?" I asked. "Min." She nodded and smiled. I smiled and devoured the cookie as if I never tasted food before. Hanabi just smiled as she watched and said, "It's okay to slow down, you know. I made plenty." And just like that, we sat in a comfortable silence as she handed me some delicious desserts to eat while I wolfed them all down. After finishing, I turned to look at her and said, "So, did I miss anything while I was unconscious?" I guess you could say that. Apparently Sasuke killed Orochimaru. Kakashi-sensei and Yamato-sensei put together a team to go after Itachi and hoped that bringing him back would prompt Sasuke to return to the village. Hanabi said. "What?" I exclaimed. "It's that time already? I don't have time to be lying around here. I need to ensure the safety of Itachi's body like I told him I would." Hanabi was startled at my exclamation and said, "Is everything okay, Izaya? You don't have to worry about it since Kakashi-sensei and Yamato-sensei are the ones leading the mission with a few others. It should be all right." I shook my head and said, "I gave my word to someone that I would help them out. It has to do with this, so I can't remain idle here. If I don't go, then things could end up getting pretty messy since I'm the only one who knows. I can't go into details, but I can't remain here or I might be too late." "But you just woke up. You still need to rest and regain some strength," Hanabi said with concern. I swung my body around the bed and stood up at my full height. Hanabi watched Izaya stretch as his toned and muscular body exuded strength, power, and confidence. She stood up in front of Izaya as she looked straight up at him, taking note of their difference in height. She was only 159 centimeters tall while Izaya stood at 178 centimeters tall. He was nearly exactly 20 centimeters taller than her. She watched in silence as I turned to put on my clothes over my bandage wraps before turning to face her. I walked closer so I was just in front of her and leaned down to place my forehead against hers. "Since I can't persuade you from going, you better promise to be safe. Don't do anything reckless. I just got you back after all," she said with a soft whisper. "Min," I replied. I placed 2 special kunai in her hands and said, "Take one to Lord Third and tell him that I'll be going to help out Kakashi's team. Tell him to lay down the kunai in a safe room as I'll be sending something important to him." "Okay, what about the second?" Hanabi asked. I smirked and said, "For you. If you're ever in danger, I'll come to you immediately." Before Hanabi could respond, I had already disappeared. It wasn't long before Hanabi had informed Haku and Kimimaro about Izaya waking up and then leaving right after. She went to inform Lord Third of what Izaya requested of her right after. Haku and Kimimaro just stood there in the hallway with a dumbfounded look before turning and looking at each other. "Did Big Brother just leave without telling us?" Haku asked. "I think so," Kimimaro replied. There was a few seconds of silence between Haku and Kimimaro as they took in what Hanabi said before they both punched a wall and said at the same time, "That idiot brother of ours. Why didn't he take us with him? I'm really going to give him a piece of my mind when he gets back." They both then stormed off to Lord Fifth's office. Knock knock. "Eh? Who's so rude to knock on the Hokage's door so loud?" Shizen said as her eyes narrowed in disapproval. "Who is it?" Tsunade shouted with an intimidating voice. At this moment Haku and Kimimaro realized their mistake. They were still frustrated and angry that their big brother just up and left like that without saying anything to them first right after he regained consciousness, so they didn't control their strength properly when knocking. From the other side of the door Kimimaro said, "I am. My apologies, Lord Fifth. Haku and I were a bit agitated earlier and forgot where we were for a moment. Please excuse us." Both Haku and Kimimaro walked in at that moment. "Eh? Haku? Kimimaro? You both are like the epitome of respectfulness. You're the last ones I would have guessed to knock so loud." What is it? Tsunade asked in amusement. Ahem. Reporting. Big brother Izaya has woken up. Haku said. What? Ahem. I mean, that's good news. I will go see how his condition is right now. Tsunade replied. Before she could get off her seat, Kimimaro chimed in, actually, that won't be possible. He already left to join Kakashi-sensei and Yamada-sensei on their mission to capture Itachi and Sasuke. What? Tsunade and Shizen exclaimed in shock at the same time. That's why Maro and I were frustrated earlier. He just woke up and left without saying anything to us. Since Hanabi was the only one in the room with him, we heard about everything from her. We came to report to you right after. Haku said. Yeah. Tsunade just let out a deep and long sigh as she placed her palm on her forehead. She then took a good look at Haku and Kimimaro and said, then, there's no need for you both to remain as guards for Izaya's room. Yes. Is there something you need of us? Haku and Kimimaro asked. Tsunade gave pause for a moment before continuing, yes. Kimimaro, I want you to join the other Umbu that are currently searching for Danzo's hidden organization route. Haku, Jiraiya is currently in the Hidden Rain village searching for clues on the leader of the Akatsuki. I'm worried about his safety. Your abilities are suitable in a place like that, so I want you to go there and back up Jiraiya. I don't know why, but I feel uneasy about Jiraiya being there alone. I trust in your abilities. Yes. Haku and Kimimaro saluted. I'm counting on you both. Tsunade said. Haku and Kimimaro both disappeared in the next moment. Chapter 37, The Truth of Uchiha Itachi. What the hell is that? Wide Zetsu asked as he watched Itachi's Susanu's blade pierce through Orochimaru's body. That's called the Sword of Tatsuka, otherwise known as the Sake Cutter Longsword. It is a spirit weapon that is the counter to Orochimaru's Sword of Kusanagi. It's said that it possesses a powerful sealing technique, and all those it pierces will be sealed in a world of drunken dreams for all of eternity. Black Zetsu replied as they continued to watch Itachi and Sasuke battle. Now then, Sasuke, are there any more tricks you wish to use? Itachi said as he slowly walked towards Sasuke in his bloody and tattered form. Sasuke just stared at Itachi and his Susanoo. Out of all the outcomes that Sasuke had imagined, this wasn't one of them. In fact, he never imagined that he would lose. He was so sure that he had everything under control. He wasn't that weak little boy that Itachi beat all those years ago anymore. He trained and worked so hard to get here. He even sought out Orochimaru, absorbed his power, and abandoned all the people he had began to care about in Konoha just for the moment that he foresaw Itachi's death by his hands. So why? Why didn't anything change? Why isn't Itachi dead yet? How come he was still so powerless? As all of his attacks failed to penetrate Itachi's defenses, he simply stared with panicked eyes with his back against the wall. At this moment, as Itachi walked towards Sasuke from the distance and saw the fear and panic in Sasuke's eyes, his heart constricted. All these years he played the role of the big bad brother, but for once, at least in his final moments, he wanted to do something right for Sasuke. As Itachi slowly and carefully walked towards Sasuke, he gave a warm smile and said, Sasuke, there are many things I wish that I had done differently now that we are to this point, cough. Mother, father, the clan, all I had ever wanted was for you to walk the right path, cough, to not be tainted by our darkness. However, after meeting with two particular individuals, I have realized that I was wrong in my choices, cough. I don't regret what I've done till now, but I do think there are some things that I could have done differently. You said that you wanted answers. Sasuke just stared at Itachi's slowly dying and walking form with confusion and fear as he didn't know what Itachi was going on about. As Itachi struggled to remain conscious, he slowly recalled his conversation with Izaya at this moment. Flashback. You wish for Sasuke to be the one to kill you and return to the Leaf after he has fulfilled his purpose. However, what happens when he finds out the truth about you? It will most likely be Madara who tells him the truth. You loved your brother dearly. Did you not think he loved you just as much? Once he knows the truth, he may not return to the leaf, but instead turn against it. He may resent it for what it commanded you to do. What will you do? In your last moments you need to show and pass on to him everything. If he learns of this from a third party, he'll hate everyone who caused you to suffer because he'll think that the brother he loves so much didn't have a choice. But if you are the one to tell him, he may just come to understand your ninja way and return to Konoha. You shouldn't try to do everything yourself. Show him. Pass on your will to him. Transfer your emotions of what you feel for the village and how you lived as a shinobi. Show him your ninja way. Give him all the memories and details of your plans for him. Tell him it was Danzo who gave you this order. Show him that crushing the leaf would only be a dishonor to you and destroy everything that you stood for. If he truly loves you as a brother still, then after seeing all of this and feeling what you felt, he may decide to finally come to terms with his hatred. The only things you can leave him is your will, your love, your acceptance of who he is, your memories, and your power. End flashback. Itachi gave a small smile at this moment as he slowly looked at Sasuke. Both their eyes meeting one another. As Itachi continued to slowly approach Sasuke, he said, "Before we part, let me tell you everything. About the night of the massacre. About the hatred and darkness of the clan. Of the village. There's no need for me to lie anymore. Let me show you the whole truth." Before Sasuke knew it, he was seeing all of Itachi's memories as the truth was laid bare before him. Sasuke stood on the grass as he watched a young Itachi set out for the academy. Watched as Itachi contemplated what life and death meant. He watched Itachi contemplate about what a village was and what a clan was. He watched Itachi and Sasuke complete missions and watched Itachi slowly begin to grow up. Soon the time arrived to that fateful day as Sasuke stood there at the edge of the cliff as he watched Itachi speak to Sasuke. "You're the only person I can count on, my best friend," Sasuke said to Itachi as he removed his Sharingan and handed it to him. "Please, protect this village, and the honor of the Uchiha name." Sasuke watched in the dark corner where Itachi met Danzo. Whether it results in war or not, the moment a coup d'etat happens, the Uchiha will lock themselves into a fate of annihilation. Including your innocent little brother. Save your little brother before the coup d'etat and help us eliminate all other Uchiha in all the village. The only shinobi who can be trusted with such a mission is you, a double agent of both the Uchiha and the Leaf. This will be the most painful mission for you. Itachi, Danzo said. Sasuke stood in the middle of the forest as he watched Itachi and a masked man speak. "I've kept an eye on your movements. Looked into what kind of character you are and what your ideology is," Itachi said. "Then that saves me time. You already know that I bear hatred for both the Leaf and my own clan." A masked man replied. "I will help you exact revenge on the Uchiha clan, but you are not to harm the village itself," Itachi said. And finally, Sasuke stood in that dark and horrifying room where he found his mother, his father, and his elder brother. "I see. So you've aligned with the other side?" Fugaku said. "Father, mother, I dash." Itachi started but was cut off by his mother. "I know, Itachi," Mikoto said. "Itachi, just promise me this. Take care of Sasuke," Fugaku said. As tears streamed down Itachi's face, he gritted his teeth and clenched the blade in his hands as he said, "I will. Though our philosophies differ, I am proud of you. You are truly a kind child," Fugaku said with a hint of proudness. As Itachi finished showing Sasuke all of his memories, passing on his emotions and feelings, he finally reached Sasuke at this moment. Sasuke stood there completely stunned, unmoving and not knowing how to react. He stopped breathing at this moment as he tried to absorb everything that was just shown to him while he looked his dying older brother, Itachi, in the eyes. Tears streamed down his face. "There's nothing more to say. I have now told you the whole truth. I won't have to ever again. I see now that perhaps if I had faced you from the start, told you the truth from the beginning, perhaps you could have changed father, mother, and the rest of the clan. If I did that at the beginning, then I wouldn't have to stand before you now from above as a failure telling you all of this. So before I part from this world, I want to impart this truth to you. This will be the last time I tell you this, although I won't be able to fulfill my duties as Konoha's Uchiha Itachi one last time. I will at least be able to fulfill my duties as your older brother one last time. In my final moments, Sasuke, don't blame the leaf for the choices I made. You are the only one who can restore the honor of the Uchiha clan now. Don't fall into our darkness. That is my wish, please. Forgive me, Sasuke. I will always love you. This is goodbye. Itachi said with a smile as he gently placed his forehead on Sasuke's and transferred his power of Amaterasu into him before he slowly fell and collapsed unmoving on the floor. A smile gracing his lips. Dark clouds began to gather as rain poured down at this moment, as if the world were weeping the loss of one Uchiha Itachi. In a forest not too far away, Kakashi, Yamato, Sakura, Sai, Kiba, Shino, Hinata, and Naruto stood frustrated as they glared at a masked Akatsuki member standing on a branch not far from them. Soon after, Zetsu popped up from the branch as the masked man turned and said, "How'd it go?" Zetsu simply replied, "It's over. Sasuke won. Uchiha Itachi is dead." Immediately everyone was stunned. The masked man simply put on an act and said, "That's unbelievable, or not? It's just as I thought," his voice changing to a much deeper and darker tone towards the end. It was also at this moment when Izaya appeared in a flash next to Yamato. This further surprised everyone. Zetsu and the masked man narrowed their eyes at my unexpected entrance. "Izaya? Aren't you supposed to be in the hospital? What are you doing here?" Yamato asked. "I came to provide assistance. And to fulfill a promise to someone," I said, which further confused everyone. Zetsu elected to ignore me and said, "Sasuke is down too. What now? He might just be hanging on by a thread." I narrowed my eyes, obviously recognizing who the masked man was, and also breathed a sigh of relief in my head as I knew I didn't arrive too late. I also gave a quick glance at Black Zetsu in wariness. At this moment the masked man showed his Sharingan to everyone, prompting Kakashi and the others to become extremely shocked. He proceeded to say, "I shall continue my fight with you all another time." Before they could leave, I stepped forward and said, "I don't think so." The masked man narrowed his eyes as he replied, "Oh? And who are you exactly?" I scoffed. "And who are you? Shall I call you Tobi? Or perhaps you prefer Uchiha Madara?" I said with a hint of an undertone towards the end of my sentence. This prompted Tobi to have a hint of an alarm go off in his head as he furrowed his brow through his mask. Who is this kid? Why does it seem like he knows about me? Did they get this information through Hidan? Tobi thought to himself. Everyone else stared at me in wonderment as well, trying to understand the flow of the conversation. Before anyone else could say anything, Naruto yelled, "I don't care. Where the hell is Sasuke?" Tobi turned his head and said, "You don't need to worry about Sasuke. I'll make sure to take good care of him." I, however, fired back, "I don't think so. Your plans for Sasuke won't go the way you planned." "What do you mean?" Tobi inquired warily. "Itachi has already told Sasuke the truth. Your leverage over him has waned. He'll most likely rather kill you now instead of joining you." I replied curtly. "The truth? Why would Itachi do that?" "You imply that you know the truth about Uchiha Itachi." Tobi replied. "That's why I'm here." I replied. "If Sasuke knows the truth, then he would rather join me instead of return to Konoha with you." Tobi said. "Perhaps, if he heard the truth from you first." However, Itachi was the one who showed him the truth and passed everything that he was on to Sasuke. If Sasuke truly loves his older brother, then there is no way that he would join the likes of you who helped slaughter the Uchiha clan," I said with confidence. After my words left my mouth, everyone was even more stunned and didn't know how to react. They were all confused at where this conversation was headed. The only thing they could discern was that there was likely a huge secret behind Uchiha Itachi and the Uchiha clan massacre. Another thing they didn't understand was why Izaya seemed to know about this secret. Oh? You even know that I helped? Not even the Leaf higher-ups knew about me. There is only one way you knew about me, and that is that Itachi told you himself. I'm quite surprised about this. No wonder you know about me. I never thought he would reveal my existence to some random outsider, and even less the truth about himself. Toby replied while becoming extremely wary of me. You've piqued my curiosity. Who exactly are you, and how did you arrive here so quickly undetected? Toby asked. I smirked. My name is Karasuma Izaya. I'm simply a chunin of the Leaf Village that happens to be good at what I do. As for how I got here so quickly? Perhaps you'd like to trade blows for a bout or two. Familiar with the Flying Thunder God Jutsu? Toby widened his eyes in shock. His heart rate quickened just slightly before he managed to calm himself back down. He stared a good while at me before saying, Are you a reincarnation of the fourth Hokage? No, that would be impossible. I smiled and said, Heh. You're right, I'm not. You scared? Toby stared at me for a long while until Zetsu broke the silence and said, Oi, Toby. Let's go. We can't be wasting our time here. Toby let out a scoff and said, HMPF, we'll meet again. Farewell. He then proceeded to slowly disappear. However, in that moment I also disappeared. I arrived before Itachi as he still had my special kunai hanging on his waist area. I put my hand on his body and he disappeared in the next instant as if he were never there. I turned and saw Sasuke unconscious sitting on the ground with his back leaning against the wall. I noticed the destruction around us and noted that the battle was indeed quite fierce. Just as I walked next to Sasuke, Toby and Zetsu appeared not too far from us. Toby and Zetsu were instantly shocked that I was also here and that I had made it here faster than even the both of them. Before they could say or do anything, I scoffed at them and placed my hand on Sasuke's shoulder, teleporting us away. No! Toby screamed but was too late. Toby and Zetsu just stood there as they stared at the spot where Itachi and Sasuke were supposed to be. Well, that was unexpected. What now? White Zetsu asked awkwardly. Puff. A plume of white smoke filled the air as Hiruzen just sat in his chair, staring at the special kunai laying on the floor in front of him, wondering why Izaya wanted him to put it in a secure room. What exactly is Izaya going to send me? Hiruzen mentally thought as he tried to think of all the possible things that might appear at any moment. Just as he was lost in thought, a body instantly appeared on his floor, prompting Hiruzen to immediately stand up and cough a few times from inhaling smoke too fast. He walked over to inspect the body and widened his eyes in shock. This is you Uchiha, Itachi? Hiruzen said in complete and utter shock. Before Hiruzen could move any closer to Itachi's body, Sasuke and I appeared in that room as well. What? Izaya-kun? Oh? And Sasuke? Hiruzen exclaimed as he clenched his heart. You are going to give this old man a heart attack with all of these surprises, Izaya? Hiruzen said as he took a few deep breaths to steady his mind and body. I'm sorry, Hiruzen-sensei. It was an emergency situation. Sasuke needs medical attention right now. I suggest we ask Lord Fifth to look over his condition and have Umbu stationed around Sasuke's room as guards. As for Itachi, it'd be best to have Shizen handle his body, but I would like to request to also be present as Shizen performs an autopsy. I replied apologetically and quickly. Without having to say anything further, Hiruzen quickly agreed as he arranged everything. I also told Lord Third and Lord Fifth about being wary of a masked man within the Akatsuki that has the ability to use the space-time ninjutsu to travel great distances and nearly undetected, and that he may try to use that ability to abduct either Sasuke or Itachi's body. Lord Third placed powerful seals and barriers around Itachi's body per my request as I told him of my meeting and promise with Itachi. Though he was surprised when I told him that I knew the truth about Itachi, I simply told him a little white lie about finding some evidence in some of Orochimaru's lab and confronted Itachi about it when we met, allowing me to confirm the truth. Hiruzen just let out a deep sigh in shame at the fact that I now knew part of Konoha's dark history. I reassured him that I destroyed what evidence I found in those labs so as not to have such a dark part of Konoha's history leaked to the outside world, to which he just let out another sigh. Of course I wouldn't tell him that there wasn't actually any evidence to begin with. Pitter-patter, pitter-patter. Rain continued to fall from the sky at the sight of Itachi and Sasuke's battle as Tobi sat dejectedly on the wall where Itachi and Sasuke had fallen earlier. At this moment Kakashi and his team arrived, but immediately became extremely wary after only finding Tobi sitting there with no sign of Itachi or Sasuke. "Yo!" Tobi said dejectedly. Kakashi narrowed his eyes and said, "Where are Sasuke and Itachi?" "Hee ha ha ha." Tobi just laughed. Naruto gritted his teeth and shouted, "What the hell is so funny, you bastard? What did you do with Sasuke?" Tobi just continued to laugh a little while longer before calming himself down and stared at Kakashi's group. "What did I do with him? I should be the one asking you that question." Kakashi furrowed his brow. "What do you mean by that? Isn't it obvious? Where is that fellow by the name of Karasuma Izaya? Haven't you noticed that he's gone?" Tobi said. "Of course we know. But Sasuke takes precedence right now. Where is he?" Sakura said. Tobi just sighed as he turned his head up and looked at the cloudy rainy sky. "Well, I must say that Konoha sure has some capable shinobi. The first Hokage Senju Hashirama, touted as the most powerful shinobi in all of history. The fourth Hokage Namikaze Minato, touted as the fastest shinobi in all of history. Both of them were quite capable shinobi of Konoha. Konoha shinobi even managed to kill Kakuzu and capture Hidan, and to think that in this generation a child by the name of Karasuma Izaya would be able to master the fourth Hokage's Flying Thunder God Jutsu and beat me to both Itachi and Sasuke." "What?" everyone exclaimed in shock. "Then, does that mean that Izaya was able to get to Sasuke first?" Naruto asked in shock and hope. "Sasuke is safe then?" Sakura asked. "Is that true? But how?" In order for Izaya to fly to this location means he either had to have a marker around here or he had marked either Itachi or Sasuke. When did he manage that? He did mention before that he met Itachi. Was it then? There's too many unanswered questions, but the fact remains that Izaya was able to get to them first. That means Sasuke is most likely in Konoha already. Kakashi thought to himself. Tobi just waited for all of them to take in what he said for a moment before saying with interest, "Tell me, what kind of person is this Karasuma Izaya? He's quite the capable shinobi. He was able to discern the truth about Itachi, gain his trust, convinced Itachi to tell him the truth about me, prepare countermeasures, and even beat me in a game of speed. This puts a bit of a damper on my plans. There's nothing else that needs to be said about Izaya. He's a leaf shinobi and one of our comrades." Kakashi replied as he stared at Tobi with caution. "Ha ha ha. Very well. I see. Then I suppose there's nothing left for us to discuss. Farewell," Tobi said as he disappeared into thin air. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief as they just gained the knowledge that Sasuke was most likely safe and with Izaya. After letting everyone take a moment to rest, Kakashi turned to them and said, "Let's return to Konoha." "Min." Everyone nodded in agreement and in high spirits. Chapter 38, Escaping Pain. Crash. Thud. Boom. "What's going on out there?" Tsunade and Husen said at the same time in alarm. They both rushed out the Hokage's office door and turned to the hallway only to be completely stunned, shocked, and horrified. No words could describe how Tsunade felt at this very moment. There, lying in the hallway of the Hokage's building, was a worn and tattered Haku as he panted and struggled to remain conscious, all the while holding onto the bloody body of one of the legendary Sannin. Jiraiya. Flashback to a few days ago. As Haku stood in Tsunade's office after Izaya recovered, Tsunade gave her orders. "Haku. Jiraiya is currently in the Hidden Rain village searching for clues on the leader of the Akatsuki. I'm worried about his safety. Your abilities are suitable in a place like that, so I want you to go there and back up Jiraiya." I don't know why, but I feel uneasy about Jiraiya being there alone. I trust in your abilities. Yes. Haku saluted. I'm counting on you, Tsunade said. Haku disappeared in the next moment. Swish! Dash! Splash! Haku placed on a cloak as he had successfully infiltrated the hidden rain village and was now searching for clues on Jiraiya's whereabouts. He used the transformation jutsu to look much older and walked into a pub, taking a seat in the corner as he ordered something to eat and listened to the conversation going around. He spent about an hour in a few pubs before giving up and decided to go to where Jiraiya would most likely go. Although he really didn't want to, it was for a mission after all, so Haku undid the transformation jutsu as he resumed his astonishingly handsome self once more. As he walked by the red light district and entered some of their buildings, he eventually got the information he was looking for. Jiraiya had been asking around about Hanzo of the Salamander and also learned about the civil war being ended in the Hidden Rain village. He then began asking questions about the possibility of meeting this so-called leader who was very mysterious. It wasn't long before Haku discovered a place that was left in tatters and ruins and immediately guessed what had happened. TSK. This doesn't look good. It seems Lord Jiraiya was caught up in a battle. I need to hurry. He dashed off as he searched for any clues he could find and followed the flow of the battle from the marks and scars left behind. Schlick! Haku was immediately alarmed at this sound. He had followed the scars of the battle all the way to this remote location on the side of a large tall building by open water when he heard a loud noise that sounded like the stabbing of flesh. He had a bad premonition as his heart rate sped up. Swish! Haku jumped as far as he could as he just turned the corner to make it to where he heard the sound of what seemed like a battle. His eyes widened in that moment as he saw a bloody Jiraiya lying on a broken fragment of rock with black rods sticking out his back and riding on the back of a small old frog. Just as Jiraiya had finished riding, Haku had also utilized the hidden mist jutsu and used his incredible speed and agility to dash towards Jiraiya. At the same time, 5 figures clad in the Akatsuki's clothing also jumped down towards Jiraiya. As those 5 Akatsuki members were still airborne, a dense thick mist obscured their vision, causing them to widen their eyes in shock. Was there someone else in the shadows? Because I stopped my rain jutsu, I didn't detect any other foreign shinobi enter the country, Pain thought. Haku grabbed Jiraiya's body and dashed into the water below. Before he could do anything else, however, one of the Pains said, "Almighty push." The area and the surroundings, including the water below and mist in the air, were pushed away by a powerful force. Not only was the thick mist dispersed, but Haku holding Jiraiya was also pushed across the water and rolled a few times before being able to stabilize himself on top of the surface. At this moment, a cold and powerful frost condensed around Haku as an icy mirror image of himself appeared beside him. The ice clone grabbed Jiraiya's body and dashed away as Haku stood across the water a fair distance away from the 5 Pains. Let me guess. One of you is the leader of the Akatsuki, Haku said with an incredibly serious face. The Deva Pain stood forth and said, I recognize you. You are a shinobi of Konoha. The one who defeated Kakuzu. Your skills are quite impressive. Not only did you manage to slip into the country unnoticed, you even hid your presence as you approached and even used a concealing technique to obscure our vision before reclaiming Jiraiya-sensei's body. Haku couldn't help but have a bad premonition. He never felt such a sense of danger before when facing an enemy. You seem to know quite a lot about me. I reckon you won't just let me go, Haku said, not taking his eyes off of the 5 Pains. Even though you used a clone to carry Jiraiya-sensei's body away, it does not matter. He is already dead. You shall join him shortly, Deva Pain said indifferently. He said Jiraiya-sensei? Does this mean this is a student of Jiraiya's? And why do they all have the same eyes? Don't tell me. Haku suddenly recalled one of his various lessons that Izaya taught him when they were kids. Flashback. Big brother, so you're saying that your Sharingan is one of the 3 great dojutsus? Then what are the other 2? Haku inquired. That's right, Haku. My Sharingan is one of the 3 great dojutsus. The other two are the Byakugan, which is distinguishable by their completely white eyes, and the Rinnegan, which is distinguishable by its circular ringing pattern. Out of all three, the Rinnegan is the most rare and is considered a legendary existence. Listen, Haku. If one day you come face to face with a user of the Rinnegan who is hostile to you, if you do not possess sufficient strength, then you run immediately. Use every ability you can think of to escape. Don't try to fight or it won't end well. According to legends and rumors, the Rinnegan grants the users some pretty unique abilities that are super powerful, like manipulating gravity or even absorbing ninjutsu. Oi, are you listening to me? Izaya said as he looked on helplessly at a starry-eyed Haku. Big brother, I'm listening. You know so much, I was just admiring how great my big brother is. Haku replied. Izaya just sighed and said, all right. Enough lecturing. Want to help me figure out what abilities my Manjikyu Sharingan has? In. Haku replied. End of flashback. So the leader of the Akatsuki possesses the legendary Rinnegan that Big Brother told me about. On top of that, there are 5 of them. Looks like I can only try to create a moment of opportunity to escape. By the looks of it, he isn't too interested in chasing Lord Jiraiya anymore, but rather fixated on me. Lord Jiraiya, please forgive me, I'm sorry that I couldn't make it in time, I was useless. No matter what, I will not fail to return your body. Haku silently lamented to himself. Cling! Haku noticed that one of the pains, the Azura pain, turned into some sort of mechanized human weapon. What kind of jutsu is that? Big Brother was right when he said that the Rinnegan gives some very unique abilities. Whoosh! 4 missiles shot out towards Haku as Haku quickly jumped back and threw 4 needles with paper bombs attached at the missiles. They exploded in the air as they collided. At this moment, a pain appeared by Haku's right side and threw a punch, but Haku used his superior agility to duck down and jump back. However, the Deva pain stuck out his hand and said, "Universal pull." Haku was immediately pulled back towards the other pains. Before Haku could react, the Azura pain brought out a giant saw and sliced Haku's body in half, only for it to turn into water. Oh! Water clone? To be able to use a water clone from right under our noses. Impressive. No wonder Kakuzu lost. He used it when he ducked down to dodge one of the pain's punches. He used the ducking motion to not only dodge but to splash up water and hide his hand sign for the water clone. Deva Pain analyzed. He then jumped over the water and said, "Almighty push." The powerful gravitational push caused the water to part, revealing Haku's retreating form in the distance. Shit, he found me out already. Haku formed the signs of bird, snake, ram and said, "Ice-style freezing mist jutsu." The surrounding area fogged up again as the temperature decreased astronomically and froze the surrounding water and moisture in the air in the area. Haku then formed the signs of snake, dragon, hare, bird and said, "Ice-style mirror array clone jutsu." The ice in the surrounding area condensed into icy reflections of Haku's image. It appeared as if thousands upon thousands of Hakus were running through the water. Just as Preta Pain absorbed all the icy mist in the air that obscured their vision, they saw a bunch of Hakus that was indistinguishable from the original. Oh! He obscured our vision first and condensed cold frost in the air, then used a jutsu that reflected his image through the icy crystals he created in the atmosphere and the surrounding water. It is similar to the clone jutsu but on a much wider scale and is more effective at confusion tactics. It also does not consume a lot of chakra as it doesn't create actual physical clones. It is closer to that of a Jinjutsu than ninjutsu. But it still won't be enough. Almighty push! Deva Pain analyzed, praised, and said. An instant later and all the clone Hakus were destroyed. HM? Where is the real one? Pain said as they all looked around but couldn't find him. At this moment Haku was deep underwater, riding on the water dragon jutsu he activated after successfully faking out the pains with his icy fog and icy mirror clones. Thanks to the speed of his water dragon jutsu, he had finally caught up with his ice clone carrying Jiraiya's body. Just as he was about to release his clone and grab Jiraiya's body, he felt a dangerous sensation behind him, so he quickly formed the tiger hand sign and said, Ice-style crystal wall jutsu. A strong icy wall blocked a barrage of paper shuriken aimed at him and Jiraiya. Noticing things weren't in his favor, he formed the tiger sign once more and said, Ice-style 10,000 ice petals jutsu. Thousands upon thousands of sharp icy shards rose up from the water in the area and shot forth at Konan and her paper shuriken with great speeds. Ting 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 ting. Each paper shuriken met an ice shard as they cancelled one another's techniques. Haku commanded his ice clone to dash off with Jiraiya once more as he held off Konan while running away himself, unsure of when the other pains might arrive. Konan switched to using paper bombs instead of regular paper in this moment, causing all the ice shards that came into contact with her paper to explode, creating a cloud of icy mist at the same time. Haku smirked and formed the sign of Ram, saying, Ice-style freezing liquid jutsu. The cloud of icy mist began to liquefy as Haku formed the sign of tiger and said, Ice-style 10,000 ice petals jutsu. Another bout of icy shards shot out from the water and became coated in the liquefied icy cloud in the air as they made contact with Konan's paper bombs. Konan widened her eyes in shock as for some reason the explosion became even more ferocious. The range of the explosion increased exponentially and blasted her off a far distance away as she tumbled through the air and rolled herself in an attempt to reduce the force pushing her body away. When she looked back at where Haku was supposed to be, he had already disappeared. She turned back to look at the area of explosion in deep contemplation. I see. He transformed that cloud of icy mist into liquid nitrogen and coated his ice shards with it. When they came into contact with my paper bombs, the heat of the explosion caused the gas cloud created to exponentially expand, creating a terrifying force that blew me off balance and far away. He then used that chance to erase his presence and escape. How clever. Pain was right. Konoha's shinobi are quite skilled. Fwish! At this moment the 5 paths of Pain arrived. Did he escape? Pain asked. He did. Konan replied. HMPF, impressive. He has quite the skills for one so young. Pain commented. It appears that Jiraiya-sensei has successfully abducted one of your bodies. Konan said. Yes. Jiraiya-sensei was quite something. If he had known about the truth of Pain from the start, we would not have defeated him. I will have to replace the body he stole with another. Pain replied. And about the one who escaped with Jiraiya-sensei's body? Konan asked. Forget it. It doesn't matter. Jiraiya-sensei is dead now. While that shinobi did have formidable skills, he is no match for us. I need to prepare before grabbing the Ninetales. Did you find anyone else noteworthy to recruit in the Akatsuki? Pain asked. Yes. He is one of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the Hidden Mist, known as the Demon of the Hidden Mist, Momochi Zabuza. Konan replied. I see. Since Itachi is now dead, have Zabuza and Kisame pair up and go after the 8 tails. Pain said as he walked off. End of flashback. Huff. 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 I'm sorry, Lord Hokage. Huff. I didn't make it in time. Huff. Huff. I couldn't save Lord Jiraiya. Huff. I could, Huff, only bring back, Huff. His body. Haku said out of breath as he finally lost consciousness, completely weary from the escape and non-stop running. Beep. 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 Once again the sound of a monitor was heard. I sighed as I sat by Haku's hospital bed waiting for him to awaken. Kimimaro also stood by me. Haku had returned with Jiraiya's body just 2 days after I retrieved Itachi and Sasuke. I was so focused on Itachi and Sasuke I didn't even have time to consider that Jiraiya might have already left for the Hidden Rain village, I lamented. I looked down at Haku's recovering body and breathed out a sigh of relief. I'm just glad that Haku only expended lots of stamina and chakra and didn't really get hurt when he faced Pain. I then looked at the other side of the curtains where another bed was laid out with Sasuke lying on top, also unconscious. Seems Sasuke hasn't woken yet. I suppose hearing the truth about Itachi from Itachi himself put more stress on him this time. Now I wonder how he'll digest everything Itachi left him. He probably awakened his Manjikyu Sharingan after learning the truth before he passed out at their battle site. I turned to Kimimaro. Maro, did you find anything about Danzo and where he's hidden route? I asked. Kimimaro shook his head before replying, yes and no. The other Umbus and myself found where they were stationed originally. They have long since left. I reckon after their failure at assassinating you they moved their location so as not to be discovered. Things didn't go as Danzo had planned, so I'm not sure what he's going to do now or where he disappeared to. Lord Fifth and Lord Third had finally managed to convince the other elders to impeach Danzo's position as an Elder of the Leaf. Now Lord Fifth and Lord Third can openly move against him without causing any political strife. Honestly, I'm not sure what Danzo had imagined to happen. He was too confident and egotistical. He truly thought that he was irreplaceable and became extremely self-centered. I wonder what else he had prepared before he attempted your assassination. Well, at least the problem of him holding any official power in Konoha is gone. Let's not bother with Danzo for the time being. The problem that's fast approaching is the Akatsuki. Jiraiya died in battle against the leader and Haku barely escaped. My guess is that it won't be long before he decides to strike, now that his base of operations has been exposed. I said. I noticed Kimimaro's frustrated and angry look, so I said, you look angry, did something happen? Kimimaro glared at me and said, you know, Haku and I still haven't forgiven you for just taking off like that without saying a word to us right after you awoke from your injuries. I'm sorry. I said apologetically. It was at this moment that a frustrated, sad, and angry-looking Naruto walked in. Undoubtedly due to Jiraiya's death. He's probably conflicted on how to feel since he's happy that Sasuke was retrieved but angry and sad at Jiraiya's death. Everyone else who went on the mission to capture Itachi and Sasuke walked in as well. They were Sakura, Sai, Hinata, Kiba, Shino, Kakashi, and Yamato. Hiruzen and Tsunade were also present. They all followed behind Naruto as we all crammed inside the hospital room where Sasuke and Haku were. At this moment Haku regained consciousness. Ugh! Where am I? Haku said, a little disoriented. Haku! Take it easy. You're in the hospital right now. I replied. Big brother? Big brother, I wasn't fast enough, I'm sorry, I couldn't save Lord Jiraiya. Haku said with a downcast expression. Everyone in the room had a gloomy look on their faces. I just held onto Haku's shoulder in assurance and gave him a soft and comforting smile. Haku. Look at me. I said. Haku slowly turned his head with a defeated look on it at me. Haku. It's not your fault. We heard about everything from one of the Toad Elders of Mount Maiboku, Fukasaku. Pain was just too strong. You did great bringing back Jiraiya's body, but the most important thing is that you returned alive. I said. Haku merely nodded in a soft whisper. Ugh! Sasuke said as he also awoke at this moment. Everyone turned over to look at him. Naruto and Sakura being extremely nervous about how Sasuke would react to finally being back and Itachi finally being dead. Before Naruto or Sakura could rush over to him, Kakashi placed his hand on their shoulders to hold them back to give Sasuke a moment to take everything in. Sasuke looked up at all of us with a complicated emotion in his eyes. He once again recalled everything that Itachi had told him and shown him in his memories. All the pain his brother felt. All the joy his brother had for the village. All the questions and missions and choices and thoughts, everything. Everything that his elder brother had left him. What is a clan? What is a village? What are bonds? What is life? What is death? What is war? What is joy? What is hatred? What is love? He contemplated why Itachi made the choices he did. What Itachi wished for. He contemplated the darkness of the clan. The darkness of the village. Sasuke then recalled the own bonds and friendships he forged with Team 7. He recalled Izaya, Haku, Kimimaro, and the time they spent breezing through the academy together. He recalled the missions he took up with Team 7. He recalled his rivalry with Naruto. He recalled Sakura's unyielding display of affection. He recalled his training under Kakashi and the Chunin exams with everyone else. He recalled the joy of his clan and also their deaths. He recalled his mother and father and Itachi and the choices they all made. He recalled the final words of his brother, although I won't be able to fulfill my duties as Konoha's Uchiha Itachi one last time, I will at least be able to fulfill my duties as your older brother, one last time, in my final moments. Sasuke, don't blame the leaf for the choices I made, you are the only one who can restore the honor of the Uchiha clan now, don't fall into our darkness, that is my wish, please forgive me. Sasuke, I will always love you, this is goodbye. In the end, Sasuke slowly closed his eyes and took a deep breath. And finally, two images appeared in his mind. A masked man who helped Itachi slaughter the clan and Shimura Danzo who gave Itachi the order. Rage welled up inside of him as he elected to kill those two bastards. One helped slaughter the clan out of his own personal spite and the other gave such a painful order to his older brother just because he was a scared shitless dirtbag. Sasuke opened his eyes at this moment, revealing his newly awakened Manjikyu Sharingan as tears streamed down his face. At this moment Kakashi finally let go of Sakura and Naruto as they both slowly walked over to Sasuke. Sakura put her arms around him, embracing him in a tight hug, whilst Naruto just stood to the side awkwardly with a goofy smile on his face. Kakashi could see the hint of anger and desire to kill in Sasuke's eyes but couldn't quite pinpoint who it was directed towards. After a few more minutes of their reunion, Sasuke wiped away his tears and said with a dark tone, "Where is Danzo?" Kakashi narrowed his eyes a bit and said, "Why do you want to know where Danzo is?" Sasuke clenched his fists and said, "I'm going to kill him. After everything he put my brother through." Everyone but Hiruzen and I had a surprised expression. Many of them turned towards me with a questioning gaze as they recalled my conversation with Tobi in the forest. "I see. Then I guess you can help us out," Kakashi replied. Sasuke was a bit startled that Kakashi agreed so readily at his statement to kill Danzo. "What do you mean? I expected more resistance from you as he is an elder of the Leaf," Sasuke said. Kakashi let out a sigh and said, "Danzo has been removed from his position as an elder of the Leaf. He has attempted to assassinate Izaya on multiple occasions already and nearly succeeded. He's not listed in the bingo book or anything, but this is a matter that we're all looking into. Danzo has fled the village after his failure to kill Izaya and we're searching for him. Dead or alive, however alive is more preferable as there are secrets and answers we wish to learn from him." Sasuke widened his eyes at this turn of events. "Well then, that's fine with me. It's all the better if there isn't any resistance from Konoha. TSK, then there's also Suigetsu, Yugo, Karen, I still have to find them. They were waiting to make sure no one interrupted my fight with Itachi, but now where are they? I also don't know how I really feel about Konoha yet." Sasuke turned to look at everyone and said, "Aside from me, did you guys bring back anyone else?" "I'm sorry. I wasn't able to bring back anyone else," I said. Sasuke turned to me and said, "You were the one to bring me back?" I nodded and replied, "I was. I recovered your brother's body as well." Sasuke widened his eyes in surprise again and felt his heart constrict a bit. Why did older brother have to suffer the fate of the clan by himself?" Sasuke said almost inaudibly. Kakashi turned to me and said, "Izaya, before in the forest when you were speaking to that masked man called Tobi. But it also seemed like you called him Madara. What exactly was going on? It sounded like you knew some sort of secret about Itachi." Hiruzen was also surprised. Madara? And it sounds like Sasuke knows the truth now too. I suppose there isn't a point in lying and keeping it a secret anymore, Hiruzen silently thought and let out a sigh. Everyone turned to look at me for an explanation while Sasuke said, "You knew about my older brother?" I took a momentary pause before answering, "Yes. I knew. I once met your brother a while back. After speaking with one another we came to a mutual understanding. At first he didn't wish to tell you the truth. He had hoped that after you avenged the clan to uphold their honor you would return to the Leaf proudly. However, after the two of us spoke he decided that he would have more faith in you, his younger brother that he loved. He decided to believe in your strength and your character. He decided that perhaps you could handle the truth and that you would be able to decide your own choices. Walk your own path. And on that path that you forged yourself, perhaps you may find the happiness that he wished for you. Sasuke just listened in silence as he lowered his head with a look of incredible loss again. Perhaps I need some time alone away from the village to better come to terms with everything. To find out who I am, what I should do, and how I should feel. Sasuke thought to himself. Everyone just continued to give Sasuke and I a confused expression as they still didn't understand anything since no one was elaborating on what this secret of Itachi's was. Naruto finally couldn't stand it and said, "Well? What the heck is going on? What is the secret behind Itachi?" Hiruzen let out a sigh and said, "Itachi, since Sasuke is the last surviving member of the Uchiha clan and the one Itachi has passed on his will to, depending on what Sasuke decides, that will determine whether or not the truth of Itachi will be revealed." Sasuke looked at Hiruzen for a moment before saying, "I need time to figure out how I feel about all of this. Until I decide how I feel and figure out what I need to do, don't tell anyone about Itachi." That was his wish. Whether I will honor that wish or not will be decided when I can sort out my thoughts. Very well. I understand that this may hold no meaning for you, Sasuke. But I am sorry that I could not manage the situation better. I had failed. This village and myself owe Itachi a great many things. The only thing I can do now is to offer you anything you need when you need it. Don't hesitate to come to me," Hiruzen said in a sad tone. Since it seemed that the secret of Itachi wasn't going to be revealed to them anytime soon, Tsunade finally said, "What did Kakashi mean when he said you called this masked man Madara?" I gave a silent and thoughtful look before saying, "When I met Itachi, he told me of a member within the Akatsuki who wore a mask. He said that it was Uchiha Madara. Whether this is true or not remains to be seen. Obviously it doesn't make sense that Madara would still be alive, but I suppose it doesn't hurt to be extra cautious." Hiruzen, Tsunade, Kakashi, and Yamato were extremely shocked at the possibility of Madara still being alive but reined in their emotions soon after. Madara, HM. If it truly is Madara, then the world may be in grave danger. Hiruzen commented. Tisk, Uchiha Madara. The Akatsuki. It may be time that we convene a 5 Kage summit meeting. We also need to discuss Pain. Jiraiya risked his life to gain information on him and even stole one of Pain's bodies. Shizune is performing an autopsy on it and the coding team is deciphering Jiraiya's secret message. Fukasaku has told us Pain's abilities and about his past connection to Jiraiya. Haku, you also met Pain. Is there anything you'd like to tell us? Any additional information will be helpful. Tsunade said. Haku nodded his head, yes. When I encountered Pain there were only 5 of them. From what you just said, it seems that Lord Jiraiya had already successfully abducted one of his bodies before I arrived. One of them had the ability to mechanize himself and another had the power of strong gravitational pushing and pulling. There was even one who had the power to absorb ninjutsu. I didn't have much time to fight and figure out more of their abilities as I elected to escape with Lord Jiraiya's body. As I was escaping there was a woman who used some form of chakra-enhanced papers to attack me and infuse them with paper bombs as well. Other than that I don't know much else about Pain. Now that we know where the base of the Akatsuki is, it means this leader Pain is going to make a move against us sometime soon. We need to prepare. Unfortunately, the Akatsuki member Hidan that was captured didn't know much. He probably wasn't very trustworthy or he talked too much. Does anyone have any suggestions? Tsunade said. Fukasaku has told me to go train with him in Mount Myaboku to learn Sage Mode. I will learn how to use Sage Mode as fast as I can to get stronger and fight Pain. Naruto said with determination. I met with Pain once already and no, I'm not his match. I'm going to ask Mazu to help me train to get stronger as well so I have a chance to be of some help when the time comes. Haku said. Okay. Then I have a suggestion. Haku says that Pain has a powerful ability to repel and attract objects. If Pain arrives in Konoha, we should utilize the 4 red yang formation barrier to trap him inside. This will help reduce the potential damage inflicted on Konoha. I said. That requires at least 4 Hokage-class shinobi to activate. Aside from Lord 5th and Lord 3rd, who else will be able to help activate such a technique? Yamato commented. Well, it isn't certain that we will use this barrier, but this should be considered as a possible course of action just in case. And one only needs to have enough chakra with a good understanding of the barrier. Kakashi, I believe you should be able to help with this, no? Hiruzen said. Yes. I could, but my chakra reserves aren't as great as you or Lord 5th's. I'm afraid I'll be greatly drained after utilizing this technique and won't be much help in an actual battle. Kakashi replied. Then, let Kimimaro and I help. I've learned about this barrier from Hiruzen-sensei. Also, I have about 6 to 7 times more chakra than Kakashi-sensei. Kimimaro also has about 6 times more chakra than Kakashi-sensei. If Kimimaro joins Kakashi-sensei in performing the barrier, then it shouldn't be a problem. Also, we only need to use this technique if we sense that Pain is going to do something drastic. To keep the technique activated continuously would drain even Kimimaro and I said as I also turned to Sasuke at this moment. I don't know what you'll decide yet, Sasuke, but your chakra reserves should also be about 5 times that of Kakashi-sensei. If you decide to help against Pain, it's possible for you to help activate the barrier as well. Sasuke remained silent but didn't outright reject. I took out some of my special kunai and handed it to Tsunade and Kakashi as I said, hold on to these. If we do need to activate the barrier or if you need assistance, I can make it to your destination immediately. Very well. I'll draw up a safe passage route for the villagers to take if Pain does attack. Tsunade said. After finishing our discussion, the only ones left in the room were Sasuke, Naruto, Sakura, Kakashi, Haku, Kimimaro, and I. Big brother, Maro, I'm going to go summon Mazu now and train under him for a bit. I'll try to return as fast as I can. Haku said. We both nodded as Haku left with Kimimaro following suit. Sasuke. Come find me later when you're ready to talk. There are some things that I want to inform you of. I said before leaving the room and going around the village setting up my special kunai in strategic points. Kakashi turned to Sasuke and said with a light smile, Sasuke. I'm glad that you're back. I need to go prepare just in case a battle does break out. Come find me if you need anything. He then disappeared in a puff of white smoke, leaving only Naruto and Sakura with Sasuke. Chapter 39, Pain's Arrival. Tap. 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 Haku walked around the gigantic hall of the underwater palace known as Ryuga Joe. He stopped and stood before 3 creatures. One was a giant catfish called Namazu. One was a giant terrifying-looking shark with a long tail and heavy spikes on the end. It was half the size of Namazu, which was still incredibly large, and it was a deep blue color with a white underbelly and many fins. The deadly narrow-looking eyes and razor-sharp teeth instilled fear to all that saw it. Its name was Tsunade. The last was actually quite inconspicuous. Haku had to look twice to make sure that he wasn't seeing things. The last of the 3 guardians of the Ryuga Joe Palace was a small and cute-looking little orange octopus with big cute round eyes and was no larger than the palm of his hands. Its name was Koromadako. Mazu informed Haku that none of the 3 guardians cared for formalities, so Haku elected to call Namazu as Mazu, Tsunade as Nade, and Koromadako as Deko. Haku praised himself mentally as he thought, I have a knack for giving nicknames. As he stared a bit longer at Daku, Mazu chimed in, Oi, kid. Don't be fooled by Daku. He may look as small as your palm, but the truth is he can grow to a size large enough to swallow even me. Haku immediately exclaimed in shock. This little guy can grow as big to swallow Mazu? Mazu, who is at least 25 meters tall and 40 meters long? Ha ha ha. That's right. Fear me, little human brat. Know of my awesome prowess. Daku said in a small cute little voice. Don't be fooled by his voice either. He may sound cute now, but when he expands his body to a large form he sounds like the devil. Nade said in a deep and dark voice that sounded incredibly scary. Haku nodded as he mentally thought, but Nade sounds like the devil right now. And when he opens his mouth, the bloody red inside and sharp razor teeth makes me shiver. Alright, enough banter. The kid is here to train and become stronger. Kid, tell me, have you ever heard of Sage Mode? Mazu asked. Isn't Sage Mode what Naruto is going to go learn right now at Mount Myaboku? And it is also the technique of Lord Jiraiya. Haku stared Mazu in the eyes as he said, yes. I have heard of Sage Mode. Sage Mode is the ability to sense, absorb, and assimilate the natural energy of the world into your body to grant you extra strength. Strength that your body normally does not have. It is a different type of energy and is more pure than your own chakra. While there are many different types of Sage Mode depending on where you're learning from, what I just explained is the most basic application of it. We'll start by training you how to use basic Sage Mode, but that isn't our final goal. Mazu said. It's not. Then what is the final goal? Haku asked. Ha ha ha. The end goal is to teach you how to activate Heavenly Sage Mode. Mazu laughed and answered seriously. Heavenly Sage Mode? What is that? Haku asked. Well, it is a technique taught to us by the great Ocean Dragon Sage, the ruler of the Ryuga Joe Palace. Heavenly Ocean Sage Tatsumi is his official name and title. He knows much more than we do, but he currently doesn't wish to interfere with these matters at the moment and has also given us the go-ahead to teach you. Daku replied. If Sage Mode is the power to absorb and apply the natural energy in the world around you, then Heavenly Sage Mode is the power to absorb and apply the energy of the heavens. Nade informed. The energy of the heavens? Haku was even more confused now. Well, forget about it for right now, kid. There's no use explaining to you about heavenly energy when you haven't even learned how to absorb worldly energy as a normal sage. We'll work on that first. Are you ready to begin? Mazu asked. Alright. Haku nodded. Knock knock. You may enter. Hanabi said as she opened her eyes, finishing her meditation. Ahem. Excuse me. Hayashi said as he opened the door and walked inside. Father. Hanabi said indifferently. Hayashi just rubbed the back of his neck sheepishly before saying, Might I have a seat, Hanabi? Yes. Hanabi said, keeping her words short. Hayashi just let out a sigh as he thought, she's holding a grudge over the Izaya matter, isn't she? Ahem. Hanabi. I wanted to apologize about yelling at you before. Hayashi started. And? Hanabi said. Ahem. And, I think that is the next in line for the head of the Hyuga clan. You have done your part splendidly. Hayashi continued. Go on. Hanabi said. Hayashi sighed inwardly. She's really going to make me say it. I can't believe I was momentarily swayed by Danzo. Ahem. It should be fine if you wish to remain friends with that Izaya boy. Hayashi said. Hanabi narrowed her eyes and said, Father. Are you getting sick? You've been coughing a lot. Or maybe there is a word caught in your throat that you need to let out? Sigh. She's definitely my daughter. Stern and strong-willed Hayashi thought. All right. Your father admits his mistake. I was wrong to yell at you like that and force you to stay away from that boy. I was momentarily swayed by Danzo. It's just that you are the next in line for the clan head position and there is no one else to inherit this title after you. I just wanted to be extra cautious and protect you. You know that in the past the village hidden in the clouds have attempted on multiple occasions to steal the eyes of the Byakugan from our clan. I just thought that what if, maybe this Izaya boy was getting close to you for a similar reason. Hanabi still had a stern expression on her face as she said, so do you apologize for wrongly accusing me of my choices? Sigh. Yes, I apologize. And you give me your word that you won't interfere in the matters between Izaya and I? Hanabi asked with a raised eyebrow. Just as Hayashi was about to answer, he stopped himself and thought about Hanabi's phrasing of the question and said, what do you mean by matters, Hanabi? Hanabi's stern expression turned into a playful and forgiving one as she jumped in her father's arms and said, hee, nothing, father. You have apologized and admitted you were wrong. You have also given your consent to let me continue meeting with Izaya. There's no need to worry about anything else. After all, you should be more concerned about whether I forgive you or not. She gave Hayashi a kiss on the cheek before walking out happily. I feel like I've fallen into a trap of hers? Hayashi thought amusedly. Oi. Hanabi, we have to meet the Take-Torai clan for political reasons. Pack your things. We're leaving tomorrow morning. Hayashi said as he chased after her. Fwish! Sasuke jumped on top of the fourth Hokage's rock face on the side of the cliff as he slowly walked over to where Izaya was sitting. What is it that you wanted to tell me? Sasuke asked. Have you gone to see Itachi's body yet? I asked. Sasuke furrowed his brow and said with a hint of anger, I have. I think you owe me an explanation. Why are there so many seals and barriers placed around his body? I paused for a moment before saying, to prevent the masked Akatsuki member from obtaining his body. What do you mean by that? Sasuke asked. Meeting with Itachi allowed me to learn about some secrets of the Sharingan. Surely at some point when you met Itachi he also told you about the potential of the Sharingan's ability to evolve? I said. Sasuke was a bit surprised and said, so it's true then? The Manjikyu Sharingan can evolve further? I nodded my head and replied, yes. It's true. When one uses the Manjikyu Sharingan, without the great vitality of Hashirama Senju's cells, one will begin to go blind. To overcome this, either fill your body with Hashirama's cells or implant the Sharingan of a close blood relative. Usually a sibling. I'm not too keen whether implanting the eyes of someone like those of a father or mother's eye would work. I reckon it might, but just that the possibility of it succeeding would be much lower. Using the eyes of a sibling, however, would definitely work. When I met Itachi, other than his will and hopes and dreams for you, he also hoped to pass on to you his powers to help you on your path. Sasuke stood in silence and complete stillness as he just listened. He then said, Itachi transferred his power of Amaterasu to me. I nodded my head and said, Amen. However, when I spoke with him I had promised him to keep his body safe and he agreed. There are two main reasons for this. The first, to ensure that the masked Akatsuki member doesn't use Itachi's body as a way to hold leverage over you, and second, so that you can transplant Itachi's eyes into your own, evolving them into the eternal Manjikyu Sharingan. In this way you can use the powers of your eyes without having the side effect of going blind. You don't have to decide on this now, but I just wanted you to be aware of this, and that if and when you are ready, the transplantation can happen at any time. Sasuke stared at my back for a while before saying, so Big Brother asked you to, I'll think about it later. I decided that I'll stick around the village for a bit longer. If this pain guy attacks, then I'll help out the village. After everything Itachi sacrificed his life for, I won't let some guy just waltz in here and ruin everything. If he doesn't show up within the next week, however, then I'm leaving to find Danzo. I'm going to find him and kill him. And that masked Akatsuki guy is on my list as well. I'm curious though. What was your relationship with my brother? Why did he tell you so much? I listened to Sasuke speak his mind before answering. I worked as an umbu for Lord Third for a while after becoming a Chunin. As an umbu you work in the shadows and gather information. I found out a lot after researching Danzo. As crafty as he is, there's no way he never makes a mistake. You may or may not know this, but Danzo has a secretly transplanted arm with Sharingan embedded on them. Where do you surmise he obtained so many Sharingan? How do you think he was able to pull that off? It was of course Orochimaru who helped him. Danzo's mistake was enlisting the help of Orochimaru. Danzo might be more careful with keeping such important records hidden, but Orochimaru has many labs in many lands. In my years as Umbu, I had obviously searched for the different places Orochimaru might be in. Search enough of them and piece together enough information and it's not hard to come to the truth. No matter how one tries to cover up evidence, there is always a string attached to the origin. One only has to put in a lot of effort to find it, and maybe have a little luck as well. I confronted your brother about the truth. He didn't wish for me to tell anyone, so I agreed. After that, your brother and I had come to an understanding. This brings me to the last thing I wanted to discuss with you about. Let me help you out a bit. Danzo came after my life, so I'm obviously not going to just let him off. I'll help you find him. If you want the honors, then you can be the one to kill him. Sasuke remained silent for a moment, contemplating what I said before he replied a bit suspiciously, I see. Even though I was with Orochimaru for quite some time, I never found such evidence. Were you actively searching for his many other bases of operations? I asked. No. Sasuke replied. I did say I searched for many. And I reckon that since Orochimaru wanted to originally take over your body, him leading you to a place with a bunch of information on his experiments with the Sharingan would be one of the last places he'd take you. I replied. I suppose. Sasuke said in silent contemplation. Anyways, I reckon after Danzo you also want to look for your companions? I asked, attempting to steer the conversation away from how I knew so much. A little white lie with a little bit of truth wouldn't hurt anyone. Hopefully, I mentally said to myself. I brought them out with me from Orochimaru's lab, so I should be responsible for them as well. This journey of mine will also help me sort out my thoughts about Itachi, the village, and the clan. Sasuke replied. What about Naruto and Sakura? I asked. Sasuke let out a soft and almost inaudible sigh and said, before I think about them, I need to sort my own thoughts first. Honestly, I'm surprised that those two even want to talk to me still after everything that's happened. A slight smile graced my lips as I thought, I'm glad that Sasuke has opened up so much to me. It's probably because I'm the only other person his age who knows the truth about Itachi. Surprised that they still want to hold on to their bonds with you? Don't underestimate those two. One is a serious blockhead who is too straightforward for his own good. The other is hopelessly and blindly in love. I said with a smirk. Sasuke also couldn't help but smirk a little as he thought about Naruto and Sakura's personalities. I continued on, but even if one is too straightforward, the great thing is that you always know what he's thinking. And no matter how ridiculous the situation, he'll always follow through. That's his ninja way. As for the other one being hopelessly and blindly in love, well, even if it seems a bit naive of her, she has never given up on you. She has always continued to believe in you, and everything she does is done with great passion and vigor and hope. Sasuke had a soft and complicated expression on his face as he recalled Naruto and Sakura's faces. I smiled as my back was turned to Sasuke and said, I think you can travel without being too worried about such complicated things like what a village is and what a clan is. Take it slow, Sasuke. Take your time to think about such things. Come up with your own answer. See for yourself what the world is like. When things seem to be getting too complicated again, just come back home. To Konoha. After all, you have two sturdy boulders behind your back. When it gets complicated, talk to the yellow-haired straightforward one. He's sure to give you the most ridiculous but yet simple answer and keep you grounded. When you feel that you're wallowing in the dark again, go see the pink-haired blindly in love one. You don't even have to say anything to her yet, she'll take care of you with great love and attention. She'll just be happy that you're in her presence. And I think that kind of comforting silence will help light up your darkness. And when you feel like you do want to talk about complicated matters, I guess I'm the one you're stuck with, Sasuke? Sasuke smirked one more time and said, HMPF. You sure talk a lot. Heh, you could talk more. I replied. We both just remained on top of the fourth stone head in comfortable silence amidst the glow of the setting sun. One standing and one sitting as we watched the hustle and bustle of the village below. Knock knock. HM? I turned to look at the door as I laid in my bed. Wonder who that is. I walked over and opened the door to reveal one stunning Hanabi. Good morning, she said with a smile. I smiled as well and said, you should pay me a visit every morning if you're gonna start the day looking like that. Oh? Looking like what? She said teasingly. I lowered my head down to her ear and whispered, like an angel. Her face turned completely red, but she remained grounded. Ahem. Hayashi coughed as he stood at the end of the hallway. MHM? I was inwardly startled. I completely overlooked Hayashi's presence as my face turned a slight shade of pink before returning to normal. I quickly straightened back up and said, ahem. So Hanabi, what brings you here this morning? Hanabi just gave me a wink as I shook my head. She knew her father was present but didn't say anything. I can't tell if she's teasing me or her father, both I guess. I came to tell you that I'll be out for a few days. I'm going to the Take Torai clan. Have to fulfill my duties as the next head of the clan and sort out some political stuff, so I just wanted to see you first before I left. Hanabi replied straightforwardly. I stared at her for a moment before I nodded my head and said, Amen. So you've seen me. She pouted and said, you don't seem to care much that I'll be gone for a while. I smirked and whispered, well, I don't think your father would like my original goodbye gift. Hanabi's face turned red as I laughed and said, hey, what the heck are you thinking about? I assure you it wasn't anything inappropriate. Why you? I wasn't thinking anything like that. Stop teasing me. She replied. Ha ha ha, but you're fun to tease. I said. I let out a relaxed and happy sigh and said, Hanabi, be safe. Keep my special kunai with you no matter what. Min. Then I'll be off. Don't do anything reckless, she said as she walked off with her father while waving goodbye. Just as they reached the bottom of the apartment building, a loud boom sound was heard. Hanabi! I mentally screamed as I instantly teleported to her side. Izaya? Hanabi said in surprise. Phew. I let out a sigh of relief. Hayashi also looked at me surprised at how fast I arrived. Right, Hayashi doesn't know that I gave Hanabi one of my special kunai, I thought. I then turned to look into the distance where several large dust clouds emerged in the air. Looks like the village is under attack. I said. What? Hayashi and Hanabi said as they both activated their Byakugan to take a look. That robe, it's the Akatsuki. Hanabi said. Right at that moment a giant centipede appeared near us. Before anyone else made a move, Hanabi dashed forward and struck out with her right palm, saying, 8 trigrams vacuum palm. A powerful force of air blasted the centipede, leaving it in a disoriented state as Hanabi jumped in the air at the level of its face and said, 8 trigrams 16 palms. The centipede was subject to a series of powerful consecutive strikes before Hanabi once more said, 8 trigrams 32 palms. She continued her onslaught of an attack on the centipede, effectively leaving it motionless on the floor before she performed one backflip to distance herself from the summoned creature and threw out a kunai-attached paper bomb. The kunai stuck right in the eye of the centipede as the paper bomb exploded, causing the centipede's head to completely shatter into bits and pieces. Hayashi and I just turned to look at each other in a daze for a moment, as we didn't expect Hanabi to be the one to beat both him and I to the punch. At this moment the human path Pain arrived behind Hanabi and was about to strike out with his hand. My heart instantly clenched as I saw red in my eyes, and I arrived by her side instantly and said, Taeyugen. A golden sphere of dense chakra and elemental forces gathered in my palm as I grabbed the hand of the human path Pain and thrust my hand straight through its chest. Within the next few seconds it instantly became nothing but a pile of ashes. Huff. 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 I panted heavily as I hadn't realized I was holding my breath a few moments ago. I quickly regained my composure and said to no one in particular, "Don't touch her with your filthy hands." Hanabi turned as she stared at my back. Her heart felt warm in that moment. Well, I had my Byakugan activated, so I saw him coming and was prepared to dodge, but this is a nice feeling too. She snapped out of her thoughts in the next moment as she heard what Izaya said. She grabbed my clenched fist and said, "Izaya. It's okay. I'm fine." Hayashi just stared in a daze. He wanted to rush out with all his being to save his daughter. He knew he'd be a bit slow, but he was determined, yet before he could move from his spot Izaya had already made a move. So this is the boy Hanabi was close with, eh? Not bad, not bad. And I told her to stay away from him. He slowly shook his head. I turned to Hanabi at this moment and gave her a tight hug which surprised her, but she welcomed it all the same. After a few moments I let go and said, "Hanabi. This guy is pretty strong. I know you're strong as well, but don't fight anyone who has similar looks as the guy earlier, okay? Promise me." Hanabi noted my seriousness and said, "HMPF. I can take care of myself." "But fine. I promise." "You too. Don't do something reckless if you know this guy is strong. Honestly, who is the one in the hospital for more than a week, huh?" I smiled and looked to Hayashi, who gave a nod in silent understanding. I then disappeared, flying to another part of the village. This guy. He just demands stuff and then comes and goes as he pleases. Hanabi pouted. "Hanabi, let's go find your sister Hinata and group up," Hayashi said. "Min." She nodded. Deva Pain furrowed his brow as he was fighting Hatake Kakashi at this moment. He noticed that one of the paths of pain had not only been defeated, but had been vaporized into nothing but ashes. Even the King of Hell technique wouldn't be able to revive it without some sort of body part left. Just as Kakashi was being pulled by a gravitational force towards Azura Pain's giant chainsaw, several tens of bones protruded from the ground and stabbed the Azura Pain in multiple areas, prompting Deva Pain to stop his technique and jump backwards to avoid being impaled. Kakashi regained his footing as Kimimaro joined him at this moment. "Interesting," Deva Pain simply said as he stared at Kakashi and Kimimaro. "Who's this one?" Kimimaro asked. At this moment the Kakashi standing next to Kimimaro dispersed into nothing but electricity and dissipated into the air as the actual Kakashi walked out from underneath some rubble and walked over to Kimimaro. Deva Pain narrowed his eyes as he now just realized that Kakashi would have been fine even if Kimimaro didn't intervene just now. "Truly crafty," Deva Pain commented. Kakashi stared at Deva Pain with his Sharingan and said, "This guy has the ability to push and pull objects with him acting as the center. He can repel not only physical attacks but also ninjutsu. He also shares his vision with the other Pains with the Rinnegan." "I see," Kimimaro said as he watched Deva Pain closely. "In this short time that we fought you have managed to discern some of my abilities. I am truly impressed," Deva Pain commented. He then turned to Kimimaro and said, "If I'm not mistaken, you are the one who defeated and captured Hidan." Kimimaro nodded indifferently and said, "I was. He talked and yelled a lot." Deva Pain just stared for a moment in silence before saying, "Where is the Ninetales?" At this moment 3 figures fell from the sky and landed by Kakashi and Kimimaro. Fwish fwish fwish. They were precisely the 5th Hokage Tsunade, the 3rd Hokage Hiruzen, and Izaya. "Like we would ever tell you people," Tsunade said with a scowl. Deva Pain narrowed his eyes with caution and said, "It appears you people first need to be taught a lesson of what pain is." Hiruzen looked at me and said, "How did it go, Izaya?" I nodded and said, "Don't worry, other than us there aren't any others close in the vicinity." "Foolish. It matters not how close or how far anyone is. I will let you all know what true pain is," Deva Pain said as he started to float up high into the air. At this moment everyone knew that Deva Pain was about to do something drastic. "This is it," I mentally exclaimed. "He's going to use an extreme version of his almighty push ability and destroy all of Konoha." Now is the time to activate the barrier and prevent him from doing any major damage. I turned to Kakashi, Kimimaro, Tsunade, and Hiruzen and said, "Now." They all nodded as I teleported Kakashi, Kimimaro, Tsunade, Hiruzen, and myself to the designated markers I prepared before coming here. Swish, 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 swish. All 5 of us stood at a corner perfectly opposite one another as Pain was already high up in the air. At this moment Hiruzen, Tsunade, Kimimaro with Kakashi, and I formed the ram hand sign. Just as Deva Pain said Almighty Push, the 4 of us said, Ninja Art 4 Red Yang Formation Barrier. As the power of the gravitational push started expanding from the center out, the 4-sided red barrier rose up in brilliance as we kept the distance of the barrier short to minimize how much damage would be done to the village. Deva Pain widened his eyes in shock as the powerful gravitational push shoved against the barrier on all sides but was unable to break it. After a few moments of attempting to break the barrier but to no avail, Deva Pain ended his technique as he silently thought to himself. I've praised Konoha's shinobi many times before, but I still must say it once more. Konoha's shinobi are truly capable. To think that they even predicted and prepared for something like this. After focusing all of my chakra on using this large-scale technique, my powers won't return for a while. As Deva Pain slowly fell down to the small crater he created, I sensed that his power was truly weakened, so I stopped the activation of the barrier to conserve our chakra, as it was a really chakra-taxing technique to use. This prompted Tsunade, Hiruzen, Kimimaro, and Kakashi to stop as well. Deva Pain looked on confused. They ended up releasing the barrier? Why? Have they predicted that after using such a large-scale technique that my powers won't return to me for some time? Or perhaps it's that they aren't able to use this barrier for long periods of time, he mentally questioned. The second Deva Pain touched the ground, another figure appeared in front of him. Deva Pain frowned and said, "Who are you?" "Heh. Uchiha Sasuke. You bastard," Sasuke said as he glared at Deva Pain with his Manjikyu Sharingan activated. "Uchiha Sasuke? Then you are Uchiha Itachi's younger brother. I see that you have awakened the Manjikyu Sharingan. It appears Tobi has failed in recruiting you," Deva Pain commented. Sasuke just frowned as he narrowed his eyes at Deva Pain. Soon a figure fell from the air as it weaved the signs for boar, dog, bird, monkey, ram, and said, "Summoning Jutsu." As it landed next to Deva Pain, the other paths of pain fell from the sky as well after being summoned. Altogether, a total of 5 paths of pain remained. The Azura Pain was also completely healed from its earlier incapacitated state. It was also at this moment that a cloud of smoke appeared and several other figures jumped down from the sky. Swish, 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 swish. As the puff of smoke cleared, it revealed a total of 7 people who stood opposite of the 5 pains. Uchiha Sasuke, Uzumaki Naruto, Hatake Kakashi, Tsunade, Sarutobi Hiruzen, Kagaya Kimimaro, and Karasuma Izaya. Chapter 40, Meeting Nagato. Naruto stood atop the head of the large toad Gamabunta next to Gamaken and Gamahiro in his new sage clothes, already in sage mode, as he glowered at the 5 pains. "The odds seem to be against us this time," Deva Pain commented as he stared at the 7 shinobi in front of him, who all exuded an aura of power. "With Deva Pain's power not returning for a while, we'll have to make do with our summons." Deva Pain continued speaking to himself. Animal Pain weaved the signs for the summoning and said, "Summoning Jutsu." Poof, 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 poof. 6 white clouds of smoke appeared in the vicinity before clearing away, and in their place was a giant drill-beaked bird, a multi-headed dog, a snake-tailed chameleon, a giant ox, a giant rhino, and a giant crustacean. "TSK. Go!" Tsunade shouted fiercely. Fwish! At that moment the battle began. Eerie! The loud sound of egg bombs could be heard dropping from the sky as the drill-beaked bird flew overhead. Before they could fall down too far, Hiruzen weaved the signs of rat, tiger, dog, ox, hare, tiger, and said, "Fire-style Phoenix Flower Jutsu." Multiple balls of fire shot out towards the sky, intercepting the egg bombs, causing them to explode in the air. Before the giant rhino, giant ox, and giant crustacean could get near anyone. Gamabunta, Gamakin, and Gamahiro intercepted them, keeping them at bay. The giant chameleon swallowed Deva Pain before turning invisible. So, he's trying to hide and buy some time for Deva's power to return, I mentally noted. Boom boom boom. I quickly jumped to the left, to the right, and the left one more time while advancing forward, dodging the missiles launched from Azura Pain. Fwish! Sasuke stealthily appeared behind Preta Pain and swung his sword at its head, only for it to duck and successfully dodge. Just as it was about to counter and strike Sasuke, Naruto appeared in front of it and kicked with his right leg. Preta Pain successfully crossed its arms and blocked, but due to Naruto's enhanced sage energy, his kick was strong enough to send Preta Pain flying through the air. A shadow clone of Naruto's fell from the sky with a Raisen Gan aimed at the Preta Pain, disoriented in the air. However, Preta Pain successfully absorbed the Raisen Gan's energy. This one can absorb ninjutsu databeo? Clone Naruto exclaimed in surprise. Naraka Pain struck out with its fist, killing Naruto's shadow clone at this instant. Just as the multi-headed dog was about to take a bite out of Tsunade, she threw a right uppercut and easily sent the dog flying into the air for a few hundred feet. I quickly placed my hand on the back of Kimimura's head and shared my senses with him, allowing him to sense the whereabouts of the invisible chameleon. Kimimura weaved the signs of monkey, snake, and said, "Dance of the weeding cage jutsu." Large, strong, and flexible bones erupted beneath the invisible chameleon and ensnared it without letting go, forcing it out of its invisible state. Deva Pain was immediately shocked as he stared at Izaya, who had his hands placed on Kimimura's head. So he's a skilled sensory-type shinobi. Deva Pain commented to himself. Kimimura stuck out his palms and said, "Dance of the honey locust spear." The chameleon opened its mouth, releasing Deva Pain just as two large white and sharp bones shot out at high speeds and killed it, causing it to disappear in a puff of smoke. Naruto continued to engage Preta Pain in a fight of taijutsu as Sasuke prevented Animal Pain and Naraka Pain from interfering, and Kakashi kept Azura Pain at bay. "Maro, go help Lord Fifth take down that dog that keeps multiplying," I said. "Min." Kimimura nodded and dashed off. Hiruzen continued keeping the egg bombs away. Kakashi quickly disengaged from Azura Pain and arrived by Sasuke's side at this moment and struck out with his Raikiri at Naraka Pain's head. Just as Naraka Pain ducked to dodge, Sasuke activated his Chidori Spear, successfully piercing through Naraka Pain's head. Animal Pain used this opportunity to strike out at Sasuke with a Black Receiver Spear, only for me to fly next to Kakashi, who was by Sasuke in that moment, and deflected the Black Receiver with a special kunai of mine and marked the falling Naraka Pain. Good thing I gave Kakashi a special kunai in the hospital, I mentally noted. Well, Sasuke could have easily avoided this strike either way. Sasuke immediately stabbed towards the head of Animal Pain with his sword when Deva Pain finally said, "Almighty push." At that moment Sasuke, Kakashi, and I were pushed away from Naraka and Animal Pain, flying more than 30 feet back through the air before we all managed to safely land back on the ground. Swoosh! More than 30 missiles came flying out from the back of Azura Pain towards us. Sasuke placed his hand in the tiger sign and said, "Fire-style art of the Dragon Flame Jutsu." Several large flames in the shape of a dragon's head shot out at the missiles, causing them to explode midair and causing a plume of smoke. I created a shadow clone as Kakashi activated his Raikiri and said, "Raikiri Lightning Hound." A stream of electricity shot out from his hand and into the shape of a lightning hound as it ran towards the Azura Pain. At this moment Preta Pain was able to disengage from Naruto and jump in front of Azura Pain, absorbing Kakashi's technique. Naruto activated his Raisen Shuriken and threw it at Deva Pain, Azura Pain, and Preta Pain. Since Preta Pain was already absorbing Kakashi's technique in one direction, it couldn't turn in time, so Deva Pain stuck out its hand and said, "Almighty push." He successfully dispelled Naruto's Raisen Shuriken. However, at this moment my clone said, "Teyugen." A dense golden sphere of energy rotated in its right hand as it placed its left hand on Sasuke's shoulder, teleporting them. They both appeared beside the fallen Naraka Pain in that moment, which was near Deva Pain. Sasuke automatically channeled his Chidori into his sword and swung at Deva Pain, who jumped back to dodge. clone Izaya threw a special kunai by Azura Pain's feet and instantly flew next to him. As Animal Pain and Preta Pain acted to intercept my clone, its body exploded using the Shadow Clone Explosion Jutsu, blowing up Animal, Preta, and Azura Pain, causing severe damage to all three. My real body then stuck out my hands beneath Azura Pain's ankles and pulled him into the ground with the Earth-style Headhunter Jutsu. Deva Pain just dodged a swing of Sasuke's Chidori-enhanced sword when he said, "Almighty push." Once again Sasuke was forced back all the way towards Naruto. Just as Sasuke landed, he stared at Deva Pain and said, "Amaterasu." Deva Pain was instantly lit ablaze by black flames without being able to dispel the flames for another 5 seconds. Sasuke used this chance to throw his Chidori-enhanced sword, however Deva Pain managed to dodge it just in time. Before Azura Pain could break free from underground, I struck its head with my Taogen, turning him into ashes. At this point Gamabunta, Gamaken, and Gamahiro had successfully killed the crustacean, the rhino, and the ox. All that was left was Deva Pain, Preta Pain, Animal Pain, the multi-headed dog, and the flying bird. Deva Pain's power finally returned as he pushed the Amaterasu flames off of his body. "Heya!" Tsunade shouted as she swung the leg of the now 6-headed dog and flung it into the wall of the crater. Kimimaro quickly formed the signs of snake, ox, rat, monkey, tiger, and said, "Skeletal cage death trap jutsu." The multi-headed dog was captured and surrounded on all 4 sides, including the top of the cage, by thick bone wall structures with thick and sharp bones protruding from the walls. The walls slowly continued to close in together, crushing and maiming the dog without anywhere for it to escape. It was soon instantly crushed and ripped to pieces, causing it to disappear in a puff of smoke. Kakashi at this point had disappeared as his hand struck out beneath Preta Pain's ankles and pulled it into the ground, as he also used the Earth-style Headhunter Jutsu. As Animal Pain wanted to assist freeing Preta Pain, Naruto arrived before it and struck Animal Pain with a Raisen Gan, sending it flying far into the wall of the crater. "That was for Jiraiya-sensei, you bastard Databeo," Naruto said in anguish and gritted teeth. Kakashi killed Preta Pain by piercing its head with his Raikiri. With the assistance of Gamabunta, Gamaken, and Gamahiro in forcing the bird out of the sky, Hiruzen quickly made short work of it and turned it into nothing but a roasted piece of chicken before it disappeared in a puff of smoke. It was at this moment that Deva Pain furrowed his brow at the unexpected turn of events. He dashed far away from everyone with his hands closed together. "Even though I'm this far away from my main body, I'm still strong enough to use this technique at this distance," Deva Pain whispered to himself. I knew instantly what he was about to do, but I was too far away and he wasn't marked with my Flying Thunder God Seal. At that moment Deva Pain raised his hands in the air and said, "Catastrophic planetary devastation." Swing! A small black ball of gravitational mass floated into the air and pulled everything in the surroundings into the air with it. "Shit! We don't have time to set up the barrier," and his technique messed up the places I put my markers. I cursed. Everyone was instantly shocked as we were all being pulled towards the core of the technique. I placed a marker down on the rock I was on and continued to fly to the location of everyone who had a special kunai or marker of mine. Tsunade, Hiruzen, Kakashi, and Kimimaro, I teleported them all to a safe place outside the range of the technique as I tried to think of what to do. They couldn't do anything but watch on as all the buildings and the village as a whole rose up into the air, completely devastating the village. I also flew to Hanabi at this moment. "Izaya? What's going on? What kind of jutsu is this?" she asked in panic as everything and everyone around her was pulled into the air. Without much time to explain, I simply gave her a comforting smile and teleported her away. Unfortunately, the village was too large and had too many people. Even if I tried, I wouldn't get to all of them in time. Gamabunta and Naruto's other summons deactivated their summoning so as to escape from the technique. I returned to the marker I set earlier and turned to a panicked and shocked Naruto and Sasuke. I quickly racked my brain for the answer, trying not to let the stress of the situation get to me. Then it hit me. Right! In the past it took Itachi, Killer Bee, and Naruto using 3 super powerful long-range techniques to stop this. Naruto! Sasuke! Listen to me. No questions, we don't have time, do as I say. Naruto, activate your Sage Mode and use your Raisen Shuriken. Don't worry about the aim. Sasuke, I heard from Itachi about a power that comes with the Manjikyu called Susanoo. Focus on your ocular powers and see if you can use that technique. I then placed my hands in front of me as I channeled as much chakra as I could into creating a large golden sphere of energy, the Taiyugen. Together we are going to launch our most powerful long-range jutsu into the center of the gravitational pull and try to generate a force great enough to cancel the technique. Naruto gritted his teeth as he channeled his sage energy into a large Raisen Shuriken, and Sasuke struggled to focus as blood seeped down both his eyes as the body of a purple Susanoo surrounded his body. Now fire! I said as Naruto unleashed his Raisen Shuriken. I released my great Taiyugen, and Sasuke unleashed his Susanoo's Yasaka Magatama attack. As the three long-range techniques collided with the core, a loud swing and boom was heard, followed by a bright white light and explosion. Deva Pain widened his eyes in shock as he witnessed his technique being stopped. A powerful wind generated from the force of the impact, spreading out everywhere as Sasuke, Naruto, and I were blown away. A giant plume of smoke and debris clouded the area as building parts and people fell from the sky. With my senses, I found Deva Pain's body and incapacitated him. Not too far in the distance was the actual Nagato, who was having a hard time breathing as he frowned. Conan stood beside him, noticing that the situation didn't seem that good. It appears I have failed, Nagato said dejectedly as he huffed and panted. Nagato, Conan said with a soft whisper and worry. At this point I had picked up a black receiver, and using my senses I managed to pinpoint the exact location where Nagato was. It appears I've been discovered, Nagato said. I turned to look at the devastated state of the village and found Naruto kneeling on the ground not far away from me. Naruto, follow me. We're going to go meet the real Pain. The real Pain isn't one of these guys? Naruto said in confusion and frustration. I shook my head and replied, no. Let's go. I disappeared as Naruto followed suit. Tsunade, Kakashi, Hiruzen, Hanabi, and Kimimaro just stood at the edge of the forest as they all took in the event that just unfolded before them in silence. They snapped out of their dazed state soon after as they rushed into the tattered state of the village, trying to save as many people as they could. Sasuke was blown far back towards the stone faces from the earlier explosion that was created as he attempted to catch his breath whilst clutching his eyes. Swish swish. Naruto and I arrived by a tall tree in the forest soon after. So this is where the real Pain is? Naruto inquired. I nodded. As we got to the base of the tree, Naruto started probing it, noticing it was made out of paper instead of being an actual tree. Naruto, I said. What is it? Naruto said, clearly holding back his rage and murderous intent. Don't be brash. The reason I asked you to come with me was so we can talk to Pain, I replied. Naruto widened his eyes in surprise and anger. Talk? Talk! After everything he's done? If it wasn't for Granny, Chiogara would have died long ago. If it wasn't for Pain, the village wouldn't have to suffer. If it wasn't for Pain, then Jiraiya-sensei wouldn't have had to die, Naruto said in anguish. We both stood there in a momentary silence before I said, let's go in first. Perhaps you'll understand when we meet Pain face to face. There's no point fighting against someone who's so frail and weak already. Naruto furrowed his brow in confusion. We both ripped a hole and walked in as Conan quickly ran to stand in front of Nagato. Wait. Conan. Step back, Nagato said. Nagato? Conan inquired. It's fine, Nagato said as Conan stepped aside whilst Naruto and I walked forward and stopping a few meters away. We both looked and saw a frail-looking man who was skinny to the bones and was hooked up to a machine with black receivers sticking out of his back. So you're Pain's true form. You're the one who killed Jiraiya-sensei, Naruto said as he stared in a frown. Jiraiya-sensei, so you are Uzumaki Naruto, the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki and also a student of Jiraiya-sensei. Nagato commented. Naruto furrowed his brow as he said, Jiraiya-sensei? How dare you say Jiraiya-sensei? Nagato looked on indifferently and said, Jiraiya also taught me jutsu. He was my teacher. You could say that I am your senior apprentice under the same teacher. Jiraiya-sensei wished for peace. Naruto gritted his teeth as he said angrily, Peace? You killed Jiraiya-sensei. Now you attack the leaf? You call that peace? Do you hate me? Do you wish to exact vengeance upon me? Nagato said as he stared down at Naruto. He then turned to look at me and said, As for you, you are a skilled shinobi. I don't believe we are acquainted. I am Karasuma Izaya. You must be Nagato. I said and then turned to Konan and said, You must be Konan. With a surprised look Nagato said, You know who we are? I nodded my head and replied, I heard it from Lord Fukasaku, the toad who fought Pain alongside Jiraiya. He told us everything that he knew. From there Tsunade recalled the story herself and filled in the gaps. It's not hard to guess who the two of you are. I see. Indeed we are who you say. Nagato replied. Nagato returned his attention to Naruto as he said, What's the matter? I am in front of you now. The one who killed our master. Do you seek revenge? You can obtain it. Why do you hesitate? I turned to look at Naruto who gritted his teeth and clenched his fist as he stared at Nagato's nearly lifeless form. Why? Why did you do it? What the hell are you after? Naruto asked in anguish. Nagato paused in a moment of silence before he answered, My goal is to do what Jiraiya-sensei could not. I'll bring forth peace and justice. Naruto scowled and shouted, Justice? Peace? You nearly killed Gaara. You killed Jiraiya-sensei. You attacked the village. Don't you dare spew out such bullshit after everything you did. Nagato looked at Naruto for a few moments before saying, Then tell me what your goal is. I'll stop the Akatsuki and bring peace to the world of shinobi. Naruto responded quickly. I see. That is a splendid goal. That is at the height of justice. Then what about my family? And my friends? Or my village? Does Konoha alone have the right to proclaim peace and justice? After causing the very destruction to my village? Nagato responded. What do you mean? Naruto said with a frown. The Fire Country and Konoha grew too large. To protect their own interests they warred with other great nations and in doing so, securing their own gains was necessary. If they didn't then their nation and villages would be in famine. However, it was our small nation and villages that became the battleground. Time and again our country was invaded and left in tatters and ruins. We suffered through wars that were not of our own choosing many times until finally, the great nations stabilized. All the while our tiny country was only left with pain and ruin in this world. We aim for the same thing. We wish to bring forth the peace that Jiraiya-sensei spoke of. We are no different from each other. We are simply driven by our own sense of justice. The pain of loss is the same for all of us. You and I have both suffered a similar pain. You fight for your justice. And I for mine. We are ordinary humans, driven to seek vengeance in the name of justice. However, if there is justice in vengeance, then justice will breed only more vengeance. And trigger a cycle of hatred. To create peace, how will you face this hatred? What is your answer? Nagato said. For the first time, Naruto felt a sense of loss. He wanted to hate this person in front of him that killed Gaara once. That killed his master Jiraiya-sensei. That attacked the village and left it in ruins. Even though he wanted to hate this person, and even though he was sure he hated this person still, he felt that he could understand some of his pain. Just as he came to understand the loneliness of Sasuke and Gaara. He looked to the ground as he thought about it. He thought about peace. How he would bring peace. Naruto had a complicated look on his face as he softly said, I don't know. Nagato looked at Naruto for a moment in silence before saying, I created Akatsuki for the very purpose of breaking this cycle of hatred. I can stop it. To do that, however, I need the power of the Nine Tails. By using the power of all the tail beasts, I will create a weapon untold times stronger than ever before. Strong enough to destroy an entire country in an instant. I will make true pain known to the world. Deter fighting with fear of that pain, and lead the world to stability and peace. Naruto widened his eyes at that moment and said, but, a peace like that is just a lie. Humans aren't that intelligent. There's no other way of creating peace. After a while that pain will go away after decades have passed. Its deterrence will be degraded, and man will war once more. At that time they will themselves use this all-powerful weapon I've created and reaffirm true pain. And so a short period of peace will be born again. To create these periods of peace through pain that interrupts the endless cycle of hatred, that is my dream. Nagato replied. At this moment I let out a heavy sigh which prompted Nagato and Konan to turn and look at me. Naruto as well. I turned to look at Naruto and said, Naruto. Tell me, do you wish to kill Nagato now that you've seen him? He clenched his fist and gritted his teeth. There's no way I can forgive him. Naruto said without directly giving an answer, however he couldn't move from his spot as he just stared complicatedly at this weak and frail-looking man. I remained silent for a moment before saying, Naruto. Nagato. You both were students under Jiraiya. Nagato. You learned from Jiraiya that pain can cause people to become closer. Even strangers can become closer by knowing a similar pain than comrades who have known each other for years. Naruto. You learned from Jiraiya of what happiness is and felt like. You learned that one should never give up no matter how difficult the path you walk. You both are students of Jiraiya's, yet you learned two very different principles from him. You two are not so different from each other. Nagato, you think you have found an answer for what peace could be. Naruto, you have yet to find your own answer for what peace is. I have spent my own fair share thinking about what peace is and how to obtain it. Peace is not easy to obtain, and I do not believe that the peace you speak of is obtainable at all. Nagato. Naruto, Nagato, and Konan just looked on at me wondering what I was saying. What do you mean? Nagato said. I just stared back at all of them for a moment in silence as I recalled my past life that tried to fight for a peace that I now understand was probably unobtainable. World peace. It is a nice assumption to think that something like that might occur, but Nagato, the cruel reality is that there is no such thing as world peace. It is because we are human. Humans have flaws. Humans have desires and emotions. They hate and they love. You think that bringing pain to the world will help you obtain peace? But what will pain really bring you? It will bring you a momentary sense of understanding. When we all know the same pain, we can begin to understand each other. That is true. However, that is but a momentary solace. For every generation or two, as you said, you would have to perform the same feat over and over and over again. The reason? Because it is also in peace that pain is forgotten. When pain is forgotten, does that mean we must kill others again? Even kill the innocent, all because you wish for each successive generation to know pain? Then this is no different than another cycle that you are creating and deluding yourself that this is a path to peace. Once the cycle becomes the norm, people will despise it. They will adapt to it. It will birth another pain like you. They will try to stop your cycle that you thought was the answer to stop the original cycle. If this is the solution that you think plausible, then you should just erase the world. Can you do that? Wipe out all existences that have ever walked the face of this earth. Do that, and you no longer have to worry about how to bring about peace. The peace you think you are bringing is no peace at all. You will bring this era back into the age of the warring states when there was no village and no shinobi system. It was an age of the first Hokage Hashirama Senju. In those days people fought no matter how old or how young you were. That is the age you will bring about by your way of peace, Nagato. You truly wish for children at the age of 5 to know what war and murder is? You think that you can control the monopoly of war? Foolish. You think that the world will run just because you say run? You think it will turn when you say turn? You could not even save your own members of the Akatsuki. Instead, you discard them for your own use just so you can advance your own selfish motives. How will you save the world and bring about peace in this way? Fear will not work. People will eventually adapt to fear. Hatred will not work. People will eventually acclimate to hatred. Love will not work. Not everyone will agree with your same kind of love. Do not underestimate humanity's potential to evolve and adapt. Your great-tailed beast weapon will not work. One day it will fall into the hands of a tyrant who will abuse its power for his own selfish motives, not for maintaining this peace you speak of. You turn to pain because pain is all that you know now. I ask you, do you think you are the only one in this world who had to witness their friends or family or loved ones die right in front of them? Do you think you have the right to judge everyone in the world for the things they have done and the things they have yet to do? Somewhere, someplace, on this earth, there are people who are living happy and peaceful lives. This is unfair and I apologize, but you just happen to be born and raised in the wrong place and at the wrong time. You have the right to be angry. You have the right to despise those who cause wars. You have the right to want to do something and change the world. But if your way of changing the world is to just inflict pain even to those who had no hand in the sufferings of the world, then you are no longer someone who has the right to try and change the world, because now, you are the exact same as those who have done those terrible acts. This is just throwing a tantrum and venting your frustrations and anger and emotions as you seek to justify your actions by calling it a way to bring peace. Don't think that just because you have the Rinnegan that it entitles you to be some sort of chosen one. Did the Rinnegan give you the powers to foresee the future? You said it yourself, you are just a man. You are not God. You are a man who knows incredible pain. But don't think that just because you suffer in pain means you have the right to have others suffer with you. I heard that you had another member amongst you and Conan called Yahiko. You used his body as your way of communicating to others, and his body was the main body for pain. You tried to immortalize him like this and refused to accept the truth. In this action you didn't even have the decency to let his body rest in peace. Tell me, Nagato. If pain brings about peace, then have you found peace in yourself? You have experienced so much pain, but I can tell that you have yet to even make peace with yourself. If you cannot even make peace with yourself, how do you expect the rest of the world to make peace with itself? There is a reason why we are shinobi. It is because no matter how painful our lives may be or become, we endure. We endure and continue to forge ahead. No matter how much hatred we must face, we face it nonetheless. Why? Because we must. It is our duty and it is our right. It is human nature to hate, to love, to fear, to hurt, to want, to need, to live. This is how humanity lives. This is how shinobi live, and through all of this pain, the world still moves on. We endure, and we continue forward. There is only one true peace in this world. And that is the peace that we can bring to ourselves. World peace? Just a vague concept. Everyone has their own world. Nagato, Naruto, Conan. A world is just a term for the things that you value and hold dear to yourself. When you lose those things, you lose your world. Don't go trying to force your world onto others. I understand Jiraiya's sentiment for wanting world peace. But more than anything, I believe that he just wanted everyone to live their own lives happily. Jiraiya was an eccentric person. He roamed the world looking for the answer to peace, but he did it his own way with a smile on his face. I believe that Jiraiya made peace with himself, and because of that he wanted others to find peace with themselves as well. Jiraiya wanted others to be able to find the same peace with themselves as he did for himself. I don't claim to have an answer to all the questions, but this is the answer that I have come to understand after thinking about what the world is, and what peace is after experiencing the things I have experienced, and from learning the teachings of history and those around me. We all stood there in a moment of silence. After a while Naruto deactivated his sage mode and Nagato relaxed his body. I see, you said that your name was Izaya, even though you were not a student of Jiraiya-sensei. Perhaps you were the one who understood the things Jiraiya-sensei wanted to teach the most. Indeed. My world has shattered long ago. Unable to save my best friend Yahiko. War brings death, wounds, and pain to both sides. There's nothing harder than accepting the death of a loved one. And we convince ourselves that they cannot die. Especially in your generation who do not know war. You look for meaning in death. But there is only pain and hatred, which you do not understand, that consumes you. People die like trash. An everlasting hatred accompanied by pain that cannot be healed. That is war. This is what you young ones must go against. Whether the path I had chosen was right or wrong, I think. I will choose a different choice this time. Perhaps in the very end, I can find peace within myself. Nagato said as he formed the sign of ram and snake saying, Geto art of rebirth. His hair slowly began turning to white. Nagato! Conan exclaimed in shock. Nagato coughed up some blood as he said, It's okay, Conan. For the lives that I had killed in Konoha. There is still time for me to save them. I will choose to believe in a different path. Jiraiya-sensei wrote 2 books. The first was flawless like Jiraiya-sensei. The second was a failure like me. Naruto, you are the 3rd book. As your senior apprentice disciple, I couldn't do anything for anyone. I will choose to believe in your story as one that will not end in failure like mine. Whilst you do not yet have an answer for your peace, there is still time for you. However, I no longer have such time. Izaya. Being in your presence and speaking to you made me feel like I was a child once again speaking to Jiraiya-sensei all those years ago. I shall entrust the rest to you both. Naruto, I know you cannot forgive me for what I have done. I hope that you will walk a different path than my own. It wasn't long after that those who did die during the attack on Konoha were revived as Nagato slowly closed his eyes forever. Before anyone could do or say anything, the entire paper tree exploded. Boom, boom, boom. I quickly formed the sign of rat, dog, tiger and said, wood style wood dome jutsu. Thick branches of wood quickly enveloped and enclosed around Naruto and I as the entire place exploded. What the hell is happening, Databeo? Naruto exclaimed in shock. I don't know. I replied in confusion. After a few seconds of the explosion going off, everything finally quieted down. I undid my wood dome jutsu only to see that our surroundings were completely destroyed with both Nagato and Conan gone. What the hell was that? Naruto asked. I just stared at our surroundings, also befuddled, before I quickly turned my head to our 10 o'clock direction as I sensed a figure atop the tree. You! I said as I frowned. Naruto also turned to look in that direction when I said that and frowned. Yo! Uzumaki Naruto. Karasuma Izaya. Toby said. That's the end of this tale for now. Thank you for watching and I'll see you in the finale. Peace.